Dual command pipeline. In this stage, you'll implement support for basic pipelines involving two external commands. A pipeline connects the standard output for one command to the standard input of the next command using the pipe operator. Okay, so it'll then execute multiple pipelines with two commands in them. Examples: so cat, a file, pipe to word count. So I do, here's our thing. Okay, so if we have a file, so for example, myprogram.sh, that's a file. So if I cat your program and then pipe that to word count, that gives us, so that's actually interesting because they get, oh, I was just seeing like they get to 77. No, they have, I think it's what, paragraphs, lines, like paragraphs, something, and then words, with the last one being 77. Whenever I use WC, I always throw in a nope, that to get the words. The dash C is characters, which is a little bit too much. I should make this bigger too. Okay, so if I want to handle that, first off, I want to see what happens right now when I try to do that. So run. So we have the your program. So if I cat your program, I don't have tab autocomplete for arguments, which could be interesting if I wanted to just do that just for myself. Maybe for the anathema shell, we would implement that. And if I attempt to pipe this out to, let's say, word count, okay, so it doesn't work at all because I think, yeah, okay, so try to open up the pipe as a file. So obviously that's not going to work whatsoever. So we definitely need to handle that. I don't think this is get user input. Let's start at lib. Okay, so I get all the user import. Okay, so we read the line. I think it's gonna be in get command. We figure out what the command is. This is where we parse the input. Okay, so I think it's in parse input. We take our input string, and I think here is where we switch to having our pipe. So we're definitely going to want something like a pipe character. So if we have this, then we enter piped mode, which is going to be do piping. Okay. When we see the pipe, I don't want to, I mean, I feel like this is very similar to the redirect. Why am I not seeing the redirect here? Because I see single quote, double quote, tilde, space, escape. Wait, are you not here? I need to find. Okay, let's find that character. Oh man, all the fat arrows. Oh, and all the functions. Wait, there's an append file. So an append. Okay, so append to all files. Oh, this comes from right. So in command, get command. Oh, extract. Okay, so we extract the redirect. After we extract the redirect, I assume that we have the pipe remaining in here. So if we do echo, let's say readme.md, and we pipe to word count. Yeah, okay. So we can now, okay, so now we want to extract. So it's going to be very similar to extract redirect, but we're going to do it with the pipe. So extract pipe, that's here. So function extract pipe. I want to say this is happening before, so we just have our input. Yeah, we just have our input, and if there's an error, that's why we have the standard error. Okay, got it. So input is u, and a standard error collector is u. We return the same thing, I would imagine. Now, how is this used? So I take the parsed input. Oh, I guess, okay, so this just returns the arguments back again. So it takes ownership of this argument, and then it returns it. I think that's fine. So we're going to take ownership of the arguments, and we're going to return it. So with a vec of string, But then we also need the pipe to. So it's the command to pipe to, which I think is just going to be a string. Okay, so we need to loop through this until we find a pipe character, because all the other stuff might, I guess, technically still be valid, but we're looking for a pipe. So I guess we'll just start with that. So for argument in input, I'm actually just curious. Is this actually? I feel like this is kind of the same. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna copy the contents of you. Oh, and that's a result too. I might as well just copy the entire thing. Okay, so we're gonna call this extract pipe. We take in the input, take in standard error in case there is an error. We return a result with the arguments, and then this is not going to be output. This is just going to be a command string that's going out. So string. Okay, so we collect new arguments. We create an iter for the argument so that we can next on it multiple times in one loop. We have this is going to be our let. We can only have one thing that we're piping to, right? So I can just create a, I guess it's going to be like piped command. Now, if I do that, and then the next time I assign to this, it will go in here and I don't have to do the type yet. Okay, so while let some argument, so I get the next argument. If it's the pipe character, get the next argument after that, if it exists. If it does not exist, push when piping output, a command must be given. And then I assign this. So piped command is now equal to our next argument. Okay, it's not going to be, I don't care about you or you or you. And everything else goes into arguments. And then outside of here, you are the piped command. Pipe command, you need to be, I didn't think you needed to. Oh, right. I don't think, can you pipe multiple times? I don't think I've ever tried that before. Can I do like, cat, sit up here so you can see it. So I don't even know if I need, the only reason I need this is just to block where I can't go. Or that, I guess I'll just accidentally delete it. Okay, so if I do my cat, your program, pipe to word count, and then pipe that to, let's say, word count again, I can technically do that. Although do I need to handle multiple pipes? I don't know if I need to. Okay, so because of that, I probably don't want piped command to be a string anymore then. I want you to be a vector. So your vector of strings, I'm going to return a vec of strings here. Okay, so then I can just push the next argument in. And these are piped commands now. Okay, and so now it's just yelling at me that extract pipe isn't being called, which is fine. Okay, so we extract the redirect. So I want to do the same thing. So that arguments and the piped commands extract pipe. We pass it in the previous arguments. And I guess this is just standard error collector. Is there anything? Well, I'll just leave that. I'll just leave this a question mark operator because the result is fine, right? Okay, so now it's just yelling at me because I'm not using piped commands. I should be able to test this and everything should still work. And arguments, I should be able to have arguments. And the piped commands, they should now be visible. So if here's our shell. So I should still be able to do everything else, right? I should be able to do like ls, do output to test. I should be able to cat test. That works. I should be able to cat test and pipe to word count. And we can see, okay, pipe commands is that. And then I should even be able to do cat test, pipe to word count, pipe to cat, let's say. Yes, and pipe. Okay, so then it's multiple piped commands there. All right, I think that's good. Oh, so it's like warp shell or PowerShell stuff. Yeah, exactly. Although it's a little bit less feature perfect. Like, it is just a challenge, so it's not really trying to be something you're going to be using or selling or making or providing for other people to use. But it does teach you how this stuff works behind the scenes because you kind of have to implement it. It's a very much from scratch type of uh, challenge, if that makes any sense. Okay, so I know I have the pipe commands that's stored in the. Oh, we need to store this in here. So give me pub piped commands is going to be just a vec of string. Now, is that true? I kind of want to create like it be a command. The problem with that is I get like sort of a recursive command where like then the pipe goes into that, and I don't think that's a good idea. So I'm gonna go ahead and piped commands here. I think we're good. I got rid of the print line. So now, how do I use this? Where do I put this? Head back to the main library. So we have our command. I'm getting the built-in command, and I'm running this. What are you doing with the output? Oh, because I'm sending the output here. Now I'm curious. In the real shell, if I let's say cat test and I pipe. I guess I want to do this in maybe a different way. Can I cause an error? Can I? Oh, I can print to. Well, I forget how to print to standard error from a shell script because I can echo out a normal thing. I don't think there's no like pipe standard standard error out, right? I'm only piping. Let's just actually find out what it says. I think they're only looking at standard out. Okay, and they're assuming that we're going to be using cat, word count, tail, and head. To execute a pipeline, you need to create a pipe fork processes for each command, set up the standard input and output or redirection between them. Okay, so I think I need to send both out to them. If I remember correctly, pipe both need truthy statements, or the whole command should fail. Let's see. If I exit out of the second one, so if I create, okay, so if I create a little shell script here and we just echo, I will fail with exit code 1, which do exit 1. Okay, so if I cat test, I pipe to will fail, and then I pipe to let's just say cat again. Oh, but there's no way for me to know. I would need to create another one that like redirects and outputs to something. Unless I do this as like echo hi. I mean, I got the echo hi. Is this because it didn't take it from standard input? Oh man. Touch maybe just echoes. Touch echoes. Why not? Okay, so if we just echo hello. Okay, so I should be able to cat test pipe to will fail, and then pipe to echoes. How did I plus test? Okay, let's try that again. So will fail exited with an exit code of 1, which is an error, but we still got the hello, which means that no, I think that. So if I do echo $1, I don't want to see what that is. No, what's the what's standard error piped in? Is that piped in through a different? Because I know that that's like the first thing of standard in, but would standard error in be standard? Is there a standard error in? I don't think so, right? But this is super interesting because I'm piping to will fail, and I guess what I could do is for will fail. Let's like handle this. So I will fail X code 1. Let's also echo $1 because that's something coming in. That's not, those are arguments, not standard in. How do I echo standard in? I forget how to do that. I guess I could head. Um, wait, just does echo? So can I echo hello pipe to echo? No. Cat works though, right? Yeah. So let's try this. I'm not 100% convinced this works because I guess like another way I could put it is I could put cat inside of here. So I cat test to cat. Cat does but cat outputs. Yeah, that won't work. Cat takes its output, passes it to will fail, which doesn't do anything with it whatsoever, but it does try to exit with a non-zero exit code. But then it continues that output with I will fail to echoes. Echoes then prints out hello. I don't think I can do something like here. I don't think that works. Actually, no, it does. Okay. So cat, I'll fail. Does cat need to be the first thing here? Sort of relearning piping and all that stuff in shell, which I don't think I played too much with. Cool. Okay, so that works no matter what. Well, which means I will fail. I can echo that, and then we can also cat our input here too. So everything goes on through. So yeah, if there's an exit one in the middle here, it continues on through, which means I should be able to, in will fail, echo this to, that's to a echo standard out to file. How do I echo to standard out? Sorry, standard error. So echo shell script standard error. Copies file descriptor number 2, which is standard error, to file descriptor number 1. Therefore, after this redirection is performed, both file descriptors refer to the same. I mean, it has a lot of votes, so that means it's right, right? It's not always true. I've seen plenty of Stack Overflows with tons of votes that are not right at all. Okay, so basically the ampersand is a copy of whatever the output is. So instead of to a file, it's to whatever to is, which is standard error. Okay, so this reference, okay, so basically instead of a file, go to standard error. So I can do output to that. Okay, so standard error and standard out are being both piped into the next command. That's what we're going for here. Okay, that was a lot just to verify that, but it's helpful because now we can come back to here and see. Now this is like what we print to standard out, right? But we don't yet know what we're printing yet. We have standard error and standard out yet, but we need to handle the piping here. And then the final output will then be given back to us and we can put that back into standard out. Where are these? So standard out, your map for each. Okay, we're just printing the line here. So I need to run the command. Where is our output? Here it is. Okay. I have a run external executable. So I wonder if I want to create like the same thing here, or because I don't think I want to, I think I want to take the outputs that we got previously and then pipe to, and then just this continues piping that output out over and over again. I wonder if any of these commands have a man page to verify the expected POSIX outcome. No, man pages don't exist. Man, but I mean the commands that they're running, it's like man cat. I don't see this saying anything about standard error. I just see standard in. Man pages have been superseded by AI pages. Oh no. I guess. Okay, let's try our trick. So if I echo, let's actually come in here. So let's do. If I have my will fail, and I want to. Okay, this will print there. So if I call will fail, obviously I get that. Also, let's get rid of this cat. Okay, so that comes there. If I to if I do this to, let's say, error out. Okay, so that we verified that is actually standard error that's coming out. If I pipe this to cat, okay, that is in fact only looking at standard in. So we don't have to take standard out and pipe it in. And I think the reason why it was working for us before is because I was taking in, oh, the cat was going, but this was never going out. I think that was the key, is I missed that. Okay, what was this? I made weird changes to it. Okay, so before we get standard out, so standard error is going to print anyways. Here we're going to pipe the output. So pipe standard out, or I guess like run pipe commands and um, and print, or like just run piped commands, and that's here. So if let's just call it run pipe commands, we're gonna take in the standard out, which I'm gonna guess in this case this is gonna be standard in. We're just gonna have to this be a mutable array. So an array. Why did I suddenly forget the word for it? An array slice, something like that. Array slice. We're gonna clear it, and we're gonna reset what it is, because this is the standard out for. I guess here, maybe not standard in. Let's call this like previous command standard out. But then I also care about standard out. You're going to be, and then I want to push to you. So that has to be a vec string. And then standard error. In case there's error, we're going to mute vec string. And we are going to have to return a result, but nothing inside of it. So I think we're good to go here. Throwing it to do. Actually, here we could probably just do that. We are fine. Okay, what do we need to do? We have our previous command standard out. Oh, we need our piped commands. This is the commands to pipe to. This is going to be just an array slice of string. Okay, so we're going to, we know we're going to loop through our commands to pipe to. So let's, I guess, just start with that. So for, this is the command, this is the command name, and commands to pipe to. Then what? We want to take our previous command standard out, and I guess like we're just going to start creating a command, right? So that our mute command equals to, where did we create this from? I guess we're just calling it all. So standard process, command new, command name. Okay, so we have our command. We need to give it the arguments. So command.args. That's not, we don't have arguments. There's no pipe, I don't think. Standard in. Configuration for the child processes standard input handle defaults to inherit when used with spawn or status, and defaults to piped when used with input. With output. Oh, so I don't need to do this at all. This is the wrong place to do it. I do it in here. So when we run an external executable, we have our executable, we have our arguments, and then we also want the pipes. So where we're piping to. So pipe commands, which is that. So we get the file, we get the executable file name, we turn it into a string, we create the new command, we throw in the arguments for this command. Now currently, I am not handling arguments in a pipe. I don't think that this challenge, like this specific challenge, will cover that, but a normal shell absolutely would need to handle that. Which I don't actually know if it would be that hard for us to deal with. Okay, so command results, command. Okay, so I get command output. Now, okay, so I'm just getting the output. So here, I would want to set standard. Oh, it's before I run the command. So actually, probably at this point, so command dot standard out defaults to piped. when used with output. Okay, so it's a standard IO. So it's standard IO. Oh, because I get the command result before I do anything like this. I want to now loop through the piped commands. So for piped command in piped commands, I want to take this standard output and hand it. So we're going to create a new. So, oh geez, I guess like we'll call it next command. New. This is gonna be the piped command. Let's make this mutable. We can do next command dot standard in needs to be. Now, can I do command result? It's the standard out. That's a from it's a vec of UA. Okay, so that's a bytes. I wonder standard in. What did you want? You want a config T, so we don't know what that is. I guess that's standard IO. Inherits from the parent. It's not what I want. New pipe. I do standard IO piped, but piped is default when we do output, right? That's what they said. By default, centered out and centered are captured and used to provide the resulting output. Centered in is not inherited from the parent. I mean, I can't. It's not like I could do another one here, right? I don't think so. That'd be really cool if I could just say, hey, and all the pipes. I get it for free. Our first break is coming up pretty soon. I think I'm gonna go use it to stretch and go grab a drink. Don't want to inherit it from the parent. So, okay, so if I get output, how about here? Nope, I don't get anything there. I don't see much here as like what a command result is. Hold on, did I screw this up? Command result dot. Yeah, there's not really much here. I thought I got. Oh, that's why. Command result dot. Okay, here. Status, standard out, standard error. Okay, then nothing really from that. Okay, so I wonder if I can. All right, the ad break is going to start any second now. Okay, so let mute next command equals command new. So I create the next command from this. Standard in is piped. New pipe should arrange. Okay, so I create echo, give it the argument hello world. I make that piped output. Oh, okay. Ad break started. I'm going to come back to this in 3 minutes. So I'm going to go grab myself a glass of water, at least something to drink. So I will be right back. All right. I am back for about 30 seconds or so. Now, I do wonder if I need to add that piped to the output. I think the default is that I don't. But I am curious if it changes what the command result is. We'll play around with it and sort of see if this works. All right, we are back. Let's so standard in defaults to inherit when used with spawn or status, and defaults to piped when used with output. That's standard in. That makes sense with standard out, right? When standard in is null, expect. Oh, yeah, it didn't work. You actually don't expect it to fail. Sometimes I do wish that the examples would have more of them for us to look at. Like what I want here is the example of how do I use standard in. I don't want to set it to null. I want it to be set to something else. Like I want to cat something that came in. So there's a configuration. I think I need to go look at actual documentation. We're looking at standard in. I mean, actually, let's just start at command. So when we create a new command, what do you have? So this gives us the output. Okay, so multiple arguments, then do that. So we have an ls. Okay, so we can run it multiple times. Okay, so it mentioned the output, but it didn't really talk about like how to use it yet. Okay, environments, we're not working with that. Current directory. Okay, so standard configuration for the child processes standard input handle defaults to inherent, defaults to piped when used with output. That's the ls. So in my mind, standard in is like what's coming into it, right? Standard out is what's coming out of it. So like standard out, going to standard IO null means it's just not going to print anything, right? I don't like this example. I also don't like this. Standard in, like, it will result in a stream immediately closing, which is not what I want to see either. I want it to like read from my standard in. Like, so I guess I need to create the new standard in. Okay, so they have a cap that just files that, it gets the output, but then that's just writing it to standard out, which is not what I want to do. Okay, so that's not helpful. They did talk about standard IO. So configuring standard in takes a T, but a T makes something that needs to into a standard IO, describes what to do with the standard IO stream for a child process when passed to standard in, standard out, and standard error methods of command. A new pipe should be arranged to connect the parent and child processes. So wait a second, am I just thinking about this? I can't just pass command result, right? And if I do standard out, come on, it's standard, not standard in, standard IO piped like that. That doesn't change you. Standard out doesn't change you. It's not like you need to be a reference. What are you yelling at me? The trait standard from process out is not satisfied. Other one following from T, from child standard error, child standard in, child standard out, owned pipe reader, pipe writer. I only have standard out. That's actually just a vector, so that's not really helpful. Yeah, okay, so I'm taking echo. I output that. Okay, so standard out piped. This gives me output. With standard in, do I have this? No, standard in piped. Let standard in is child standard in take. So this is me setting what it is. And then we're creating a new thread and we're writing into standard in hello world. It's not, I don't think that's what I wanted. Inherit from the parent one will inherit from me, as in like my command, my shell, which is from, well, actual standard in. Okay, so I can create a standard IO from a child standard error. I'm trying to pipe, so I'm trying to get the standard output from the previous command and then make that essentially the standard input for the next command. That's what I'm trying to do. I don't see any examples in the documentation for how to do that, so we're just trying to figure it out. Okay, now this is from standard error, which hopefully should be very similar to from standard in. Yeah. Okay, converts a child centered in into a SDA. Okay, where do I get a child centered into? So the command new standard in that case, that's the command reverse. Whatever it's standard in, unwrap, centered out. Okay, so whatever echo goes into here. Okay, so I think this is what I want. To me, it's messing slightly with my brain, the fact that it's backwards. So we start with the bottom one. So we have a new command echo. We give it the argument hello world. Its standard out is this command's standard in, and then unwrap that. Okay, and then output and have to collect the final thing. So let's rethink this over. I need to start with the last one. Oh, okay. So this is the original command. Okay, so this is the original command. I don't think I'm calling anything command, right? So if I just call you command, and then I need to create all the piped commands. I wonder if I need to create a new vector for that and loop through them to create, just to map through and create them first. So then I could standard out the previous one. Because like that's a problem, right? I don't have, I guess if I'm just doing one, I have it right now. But if I don't have one, if I have like 4 or 5 piped commands, I don't have the previous one, right? So let's shadow our piped commands. Pipe commands, iter, we're gonna map, we're gonna take a command name, and we're going to create a standard process command new, and hand it the command name, and then we'll just collect these into a vec of command, right? Because they're new gives us a command, right? New does give us a command. Okay. Just go with process command. Okay, so I now have my piped commands. I want to loop through this backwards. Is that right? To make the outputs for all of them? Because I need to create these and then standard. All right, let's do it with just this one first, right? So if I ignore everything else and we just say like, hey, we'll get the first one. I don't actually know it. These are the second ones. So these standard ins now need to be set to this standard out. Oh, but I see this is where I need it. So I need to loop through, and then for each of these into echo, give it to the previous one here. Oh, this is weird. This is weird. Like, this is breaking my brain to think about it. So if I have for piped commands, if I have like 1, 2, and 3, I need to loop through 1 first and set the standard out to be command. I then need to set 2 to be standard out of 1 and 3 to be standard out of 2. So I need to create an iter of piped commands. So I might as well turn it into and take ownership of that. We need to make that mutable. I need to get the first one. So let first piped command. And this is probably going to be this is going to be if let sum. Let sum equals our piped commands iter. We call next. That gives me an option. Okay, so if you exist, we have our first piped command, and then I want to, you probably need to be mute. I need to set you, so first piped command, set standard in to be standard out. No, standard in. Yeah, standard in of this standard out. So your standard in is piped. New. Okay, so new gives me an actual command, but everything else gives me a mutable reference back, which is unfortunate or fortunate, I guess. I can't do this all in one map here. So I map through to get the list of commands. Before I do this, now I need to go and set their standard ins to be piped. So let our, we're just going to for each, right? So pipe commands, this one can be or mute. We can for each whatever command I want to do. Command our standard in is gonna be a standard IO piped. Okay, that's all I care to do that here. So we then set each of the piped commands to have their standard in be actually piping in. Then we convert our pipe commands into an iterator. I need to take ownership of this point. I mean, do I need to? I don't know if I need to. We go through our pipe commands. I actually might just want this to be intermute, don't I? We want to loop through our piped commands and set them as the standard in. Okay, so this is the first one. Is the first one. Yeah, so I think I just want intermute. We want our first pipe command and standard. This is now going to be command. Our standard out is going to be that standard in, which means I don't want to get this output yet. Yeah, I think I want to I want to do a for each here, right? Because I'm for eaching all of our piped commands and setting their standard in to be piped. So I'm pretty sure that's right, because by default, that's not how it works, unfortunately. Yeah, and I'm doing it separately in the same indentation. So that should end. It should drop the intermute and then I create a new one. So I'm only having it at one time. Okay, so I create another iter mute. I don't know if this one needs to be iter mute or not. This might not need to be iter. We could just try iter. Okay, so I get our first pipe command. I want this centered out to be the first piped command standard in. Oh, you do need to be iter mute. I don't need to return anything, I don't think. Oh, we need, okay, I need braces, need semicolon, close you. Can you do that? Oh my gosh. Hold on. I'm putting all these things in the wrong places. I want it here. Okay, there we go. You're happy now. That's okay, so I created my iter. No, I did next. You are attempted to take value. Okay, hold on, let's full screen this. Attempted to take value, method centered in and type, command. Oh, this is a method, not a field. Okay. Scenario implements from child standard in, but what are you? Standard in. Oh, you have to unwrap here. I'm in this, so I should be able to do that. Expected one argument. Oh, I guess that we do need to actually spawn this, don't I? So standard out. I want to spawn no method name standard out for the child command. Okay, my dyslexia is hitting me so hard right now. I am mixing all of these up really easily back and forth. So when it comes to our example, this is the echo. Let me just delete you. Okay, so I take my because here's the command. Okay, so process, I create the new command here. So if I just don't do anything with the command, we have our piped commands. We iterate through them and we create them, and then I iterate through them again and set their standard in to be piped. I've prepped for this. We can now, I don't want to spawn this. I want the output of you. So let's say I just say that, I could probably let executed piped commands. We're going to take our piped commands. We're going to, my guess, I could probably just iter. I wonder if I'm going to need to take ownership of this. I might need to. We have our command. I want to command dot. Why are you not helping me? Oh, because this is just the iter. I want to map this. This gives me the command. I want to command. We want to get the output of this. So we get the output. It's a map. So I'm just going to have a bunch of results inside of here. I don't know if I need to collect this or not, because I might need to do more for this. So basically I've run the piped commands now. Here, I need to run the main command, which is this name. So the main command. So we need to create the new main command, and we need to hand it to, in this case, okay, so I need to create the main command. We give it the arguments, and then we hand it standard out to be the first. Okay, so our pipe commands, we've set that up correctly. We need our next one. So this is our command equals process command new. This is our name. Okay, gives us that. You need to be mutable. So we're basically, we've implemented all of this. We need to give it the arguments. So our args, and we hand it the arguments. Okay, so we got past this. And then we need to set our standard out to be, this is standard in. So we need to get an iter of the piped commands. We get the first pipe command, and we set the command standard out to be the other command. So first pipe command standard in. Why is it find 0? So I want to redo this. So we do our command, our standard out is going to be a standard in. So that's going to be the first piped command. Your methods, because you're my pipe commands, I map through, I create a new command, I then I pipe it, I need to run it. I think that's the problem. I need to run it, right? Do you want to set them all piped in a first for each, or do you need to skip one? I think the thing that is messing with me is that this happens, like this actually spawns it here. But I guess it's now waiting because it's standard in piped. I can spawn this. Okay, so I set this to be piped, and I can try for each, I think. Try for each. So if I spawn, wait, is there no try for each? There's a try for each. Okay. So however, I've lost the standard in. I've lost the standard out for that. That's a problem. I need to map this. So like executed piped commands. So intermute, we map. There's no, I think we looked for it. There's no try map. So we map you. We command standard in. I need to collect. Sorry, I need to get their output. So this will give me an iterator over the results, but it's sort of done at this point. So I think I need to, actually it's a new iterator from the beginning. So it's just set there. I could go through it again. I might need to. So I don't think I need to collect it at this point. So I have the executed pipe commands. I have, which are results too, which is just fun. So I have my pipe commands, itermap. I don't need that because I have that now. I create the new command. I add the command arguments. I already have this, so I just want the executed pipe commands. Actually have this already. So now I can just next on the executed pipe commands, give me the next one. It's a result. So I want first pipe command. You need to be mutable, right? Okay, so now I have that. I think I can actually, if some, right? No, that's not a way for me to get through into the result easily. Okay, fine. I will now be able to command standard out is going to be the first piped command $u dot does not give me what I want. Oh, what are you? You're a result though, aren't you? Yeah, because your result with nothing in it, standard in piped, and then I get output. Oh, that's why. Kind of need that. There you go. Yeah, that was a me thing. Okay, so I want standard out to be reverse standard in. The first pipe command standard in, please. So let our piped command first pipe command question mark that becomes an output. So do you need to be maybe this needs to be spawned, not output, because it gives me an output. So I do need to spawn this. I also need to tell it standard out piped, I think. Standard out. So it doesn't print that. Okay, so now I have a child. Okay, that's better. So now I can take our command. I want our standard out to be equal to the piped command standard in. Can I unwrap or default this? I don't know if there's a default on a command on a child or configuration. I guess a standard in. Yeah, there's no default. So if I unwrap you, I mean it should work, I believe. Okay, so remove those parentheses. I don't know why I had those. I think I added them in by accident. Okay, so now I've connected them two together. I need to collect the output Then I do output once I'm done here. So then we're going to have let our, so chained commands output going to be equal to our command output. That gives us the output. And then I'm doing everything else here the same. So this is chained commands output. Okay, so then we're noting you. Okay, you're upset. Cannot borrow pipe commands as mutable. It is not declared as mutable. So you need to be mutable. Not using you. Using you. Okay, run external needs. Pipe commands comes after arguments. Where's our? Oh, it's command dot. Okay, pipe commands. Okay. What is the chance that this works? Like for anything? I'm really curious. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to let's say I run ls and I want to pipe this to cat. Yeah. I mean, it didn't crash, so it didn't run into any of the unwraps. So that's a good thing, I suppose. But that did not print out all the stuff. Now, oh, that's because reverse is what prints it out. Reverse is what prints it out. So this first command, when I spawn you, you go into the executed piped commands iterator. I get the first one. That's the, okay, so the chained output. So this one actually, we don't get any output from this. We just run it. What we need to do is we need to get, I guess like for right now, let's just get this first output. So first piped output is going to be our executed command pipes. It's an iterator. I did next already. Next back. I guess back would work. So wait, first doesn't work? Can I, is there like a rewind? I'm not seeing anything like a rewind or so. There's nth, so I want the first maybe. Position, no, I don't want that. No, don't want that. I guess like because the iterator when it goes next, it actually moves the iterator over. So if I want to reset the iterator, how do I do that? Am I thinking the wrong way with an iterator? Do I need to collect it and then create another iterator again? I don't think I understand iterators enough to know how to use it without like collecting constantly in a meantime. I mean, I can't create another iterator, right? Because we're already in there. I can, okay, I can take it, but that's not what I want. They still have like filters and other things, which I wonder if it starts from where we are right now to where we're going. Yeah, and it's I do want to set them all to piped in this first one because I need to set them all to piped, and then later on we're gonna set each one to be we need to connect their inputs and outputs together. So we need to wire them up together, which is gonna be fun. I guess then I need the last. Okay, so what if I just get the okay? So we'll get the last piped command. I guess this output is going to be equal to our executed piped commands. I can just get last. Sure, but won't the first one be waiting for an input you aren't setting? I am setting right now. So my test is going to be with one. So it should, the first and last should be the same in this case. But later on, we need to loop through again to make sure I wire them all up and run them, and then it'll be fine. So that's that's like the next big thing is like I don't know how to do multiple of these. It's gonna be fun. I was like about to sneeze, and in the attempt to delay it, I think I stopped it. And then you're an option. So let's just unwrap. What's the problem? So I get my last output, and then this is what I want here. Oh, because now they're children, and so standard out doesn't make any sense anymore. Yeah. So I kind of almost have to do something different here. So last piped output. The handle for reading from the child center output, if it has been captured. Okay, to avoid partially moving the child and thus blocking yourself from calling something else. Okay, so that's why it's take. So if I take, unwrap, so hold on, last, unwrap, center out, take, unwrap. So if last piped output, centered out, so what are you? Oh, so I already have output, right? So I can get bytes, read to string into a buffer. Oh man, everything changes here. I guess out of curiosity here, if I get our output, if I pipe commands that centered, I then let's not set centered out to be spawned. So if I do this, it might just print out for me and maybe it'll just work. Possibly, perhaps. Okay. Oh, clear isn't working anymore. Oh, yes. I guess you can kind of see that. So if I do ls pipe to cat, that does work. We do ls pipe to cat, pipe to word count. That doesn't work because I'm only doing the first one. So I'm just getting this one. Is that right? Because I'm not wiring them up. I'm just doing the first one. Okay. Oh, ad break started. We're getting close. We're getting really close here. Now, right now, I'm doing, okay, so I'm doing this because of redirects. Because my last one will not redirect it. And that's a problem. Because I need to push it to standard out or standard error. Okay, so this is the first one, right? We've wired up the first command to the first piped, and then I need to wire up the second. It's backwards, right? This is the first command. So then I need to do to the first pipe command this one. So then I go through and I just get next, right? So then I do while I just do a loop. Do I do a loop? I don't think so. I can do it in here. I can say while is it while let some next piped command equal to executed pipe commands next. Now I have the next pipe command and I have the first pipe command. I want to piped command. This won't work, will it? Welcome back, everybody. So I was thinking I could do something like this where I have like a while let inside of this let sum, but I don't think this will work because if I have like 5 pipes, I need the first and the second, and I need like the current. So I need to start over again and wire them up to each other. But I have my iterator here. I need to drop my iterator at this point and create a new one. But then I lose these. Okay, so I don't want to clone it. That doesn't make any sense. I need references. I need just references. So I have my executed pipe commands. I think map. I think I need to. I'm gonna unwrap you, which is gonna make it a little bit easier on us because now these are childs, right? So I can collect you as a vec of child. Okay, so I have my executed pipe commands. I have a vec of child. I want to get the first. So instead of next, we'll just grab the first here. I don't need to do this anymore. We just call this on the first pipe command, set it in unwrap. I wonder if I can take. Okay, we get first mute. Okay, so I can still iterate now through everything. We get our command output. So now we need to loop through everything else and wire them up. Okay, so we're gonna do a while let sum. This is the next, I guess it's a piped command, piped child. It's our executed pipe commands iter mute. Actually, I need to grab next. I can just for loop through this, right? So no, I do need to while. I do need to create the iterator for this and then do the next because I need the next and the next in because um, that makes sense. No, I need to grab okay. So we take the first one. So reverse, basically, it just now um, reverse becomes the echo, and then a new one becomes reverse. So I need to take this first one and set its standard out to be the next one. There's a peak. Isn't there like a peak or something like that? If I do like for child in pipe commands, iter mute, I'm not gonna see this, am I? And there's not gonna be a way for me to get like the next one too. Peakable. That's still okay. That doesn't give me what I want in here. I need to store it inside. Oh, okay. So we need to create. This is the executed piped commands iter. It's gonna be equal to the executed pipe commands. I think this is gonna be iter mute. That's peakable. I want to infinitely loop through the executed piped commands, and then we're gonna peep through the next one. So for a child, like this is a child pipe, or I mean just for pipe in you, but I'll be able to peek at the next one. So I want the child is the first of these, which means it's the new echo here. So I want to set its standard out to the next one, right? So I want to say let next equals we're just going to do an if let sum. So a next child equals executed iter. We peak. I want to wire up pipe. Your standard out is going to be the next child's standard in. Oh, I messed that up. I want that to be that. Oh, wait, what am I doing? Okay, let's try this again. So I want our pipe, our standard out, right? It's standard out. That's right. Okay. So standard out, and then we set it to be the next one's standard in. This is a method, right? You are a method. I don't care about what you're returning. So the next child, it's standard in, which we just unwrap. Let's see. Pipe. So how do I do multiple pipes with each other then? If you're not going to let me wire them up like this. Because pipe, this is already run. It's happened already, I guess. And if I don't spawn you, you're still just your command. I'm going to use a process command. Oh, because when I do that, you become a vector of mute process command. These aren't executed yet. I have my, let's see. Okay, so we get our first command, pipe. Okay, so commands turned out. The first pipe command, and that's our problem right here. Is how do we handle both? Okay, standard IO. Can I convert? Okay, see, I don't think this works because I won't be able to do this with multiple commands. Or do I have to do some shenanigans with? I just don't know how I'm going to have it be a child, but also execute, like do more than one chain at a time. I guess that's the problem, because if you need to be spawned to be a child, and because if you're not spawned, you're just a command, which is, I mean, I guess that's okay. But as soon as I spawn you, I no longer have the ability to get the standard in for it. Sorry, I need to spawn you to get the standard in. There's no implementation for standard IO from a string. They have one for a file. Oi, okay. So I mean, I don't want to just look up the answer, but I'm a little bit at a loss of like what we're gonna do with like 3 pipes, because like 2 pipes works. Why is this an issue? Because I can't get it to work. Okay, so what we're trying to do is get it so we can pipe to pipe to pipe to pipe, right? Because I mean, I guess right now, let's not have multiple pipes. I mean, it sounds like it should be possible, but I haven't been able to get it to work because we have the wrong types. Um, because we have to have a command to get the standard out correctly, right? But we don't have a command anymore. We have a child, and a child doesn't have standard. Child standard out is already that, so we can't wire them up. That's our problem that we're running into, because the child needs to be executed. So that's the reason why we had a spawn. Let's see, map, standard in. That's what we had that. If we do this, this just makes you a child. You're an owned child too. So we have the executed pipes. So we want to get the first pipe and then connect that to standard out, right? And this works just fine because command's type is a command. So we can wire up command standard out to first pipe command standard in. I can't do this all at once, can I? I think I have to rewrite. I have to rethink. Not everything, but how we're doing pipe commands here. I don't think I can sort of like functionally do this where I like create them all in a map like this. I think we're gonna have to have a peekable piped commands iterator here, loop through all but the first, like loop through the second to last one. That way we have the appropriate things that are commands and appropriate things that are children still. Because the last one needs to be back to be a command again, I think. Because we need its output. But we can get that pretty easily. Okay, so this first one works. Also I can't do output here. We learned that. So standard in. So we also need to pipe, and that's the thing is like I just need to pipe the last one. Is that true? Because standard out, I need my standard in to be piped, yes, because you're that. Standard in piped, standard out. Well, let's go find it again. You need to be the previous one. And I don't have access to the previous one now. So map isn't gonna work here. Yeah, I think we do need to get the loops are wrong. The loops are all wrong. I think all of these are wrong. Okay, so I'm keeping this here for reference, but this is just pushing out what is in standard out. We'll deal with that at the very end. So what do we need to do? We need the original command, and I guess to set that up. So let mute. This is our sort of like the main command is going to be a process commands new. We hand it the name. We can hand it the args, the arguments. Okay, so that's to this part now. We then need to start looping through our piped commands. So let piped command names. Okay, so if I create, I don't need to have an iter mute because I just have a string, right? I need the first one and to create a command from it because this is different, right? Because I think I need this again shortly. So first, piped command equals process new, and this might not. I wonder if I can check to see. If I enumerate, I can figure out if I'm in the loop for it. So, and then I can also check to see if I were the last one too. Process new, process command. So we get, yeah, if we loop through all the command names, I make it peekable, and I enumerate it. This might work. Let's try this. So we do for piped command name in, and not just going to be that. Oh, no, not there. We're going to get index, peek it. So piped command names. I'm going to guess I could. Oh, it's piped commands. Oh, names. I can already enumerate here. I got this backwards. Is this right? We want to figure out if it's the first one or the last one. We want to create them. I think we need you to be peekable too, but I'm not 100% sure here. I don't actually know if this is right either. I may need to do something above this. Like, do I need to convert them into commands first before we like execute them or do something else? I don't know. I might need to. In fact, okay, so pipe command names. Okay, so you're now just yelling at me because you're not using it. I need to, if we're the first, so if index equal to 0, we're going to wire up the main command. So main command, its standard out is going to be, so I then need to execute. So I do need the piped commands. So let first command equals. Okay, so we're going to have we have no argument. Your standard in is going to be piped. So standard IO piped. Regardless, your standard out is going to be piped. I might need you out here. So, let's see. Okay, so this is just piped command. Okay, so we have our command. If index is 0, so if this is, and this changes to, wonder if it should handle no piped, because then these will work. Because if there's no piped names, that might be a good idea for me to handle first. Oh, stop. I don't want that. I want that. Okay. I think I want to handle in the case that there's no piped commands at all. So I need to check to see if there's nothing. Because if there's nothing, we want the last one to run. And then I'm going to be overriding the standard out with the piped commands, I think, with whatever its output is, because it's just output. So when I do the args, I think the next thing, if I do piped, its standard out gets set to piped also. It gets captured. So now if I wonder if I want to do something like this. Let our output is going to be if piped commands, if you're empty. If you're empty, we're just going to main command output question mark you like that. No, not that. I'm going to search for, let's do search for last. So you become output here, just the output. Okay. So then I just need to return output at this point. Okay. Pipe command names. We need to create. Okay. So if there's only one of them, does it matter if there's only one of them or not? It does, doesn't it? Because the last one needs to be, I need to capture the output of it. Does that really matter? We know, okay, so we know that this exists. So I need the next piped command name. So I think I want to iterate through the piped command names. So this is going to be for piped command name in piped command names. Just get rid of all the red. Okay, so pipe command names. I now have a pipe command name. I need to create the command. So let pipe command equals process command new pipe command name. I don't have any arguments. I then have standard in. I have standard in is going to be, okay, so standard in needs to be set to standard IO piped. And then, okay, so that gives me a command. If it's the first command, then our main command gets wired up to this. So to find out if it's first command, we're now going to enumerate. Okay, so we have our index. If index is 0. So if we're the first one, then wire this up. Then it's main command standard out is going to be, you're already okay. So our piped command, we need you to be executed. I need you to execute so that I can wire it into here. So I guess we execute you now. So pipe command dot spawn. What are you all upset about? Temporary value dropped while borrowed. Okay, so I can't do the dot standard in yet. So pipe command like that, mute. Then I can do pipe command standard in like that. Oh, that was right. That's where my dot was. Okay, so now I can spawn you. Oh, did not do that. What type are you? You become a child. So I'm gonna run into troubles with this. So I have my child here, but I'm gonna need the child again, aren't I? So our main command. So my standard out is gonna have to be the child's standard in. So I've wired up the main command to the child. I lose the child though because I'm spawning and I don't have anything from this. That might be okay depending upon how we do our outputs. Because if I am returning an output, I've lost that. I don't have this, right? And I don't think I can wait with output. That would give me that. Okay, so I spawn you and I wire them up. If there's another piped thing in here, I need to, well, I guess no matter what, that's gonna be a problem, isn't it? Except maybe not. If it's not, maybe I do this last. If there is a next, so if let some next child, the piped, I need a peek. Piped command names, anti-peek. Oh, because I need to do it. Okay, so I think I need all these to be commands to begin with. So I do need to take, these need to be piped commands. So I might as well into iterator it. Into iterator, gonna map. We have our name, and I want to do process command new. Can I actually just pass it that and it would work? I don't know if I've tried. Let's try it. I do process command new like that. Yeah. Okay. So that gives us an iterator over commands. Oh, interesting. Use of unstable library feature, exec size is empty. I can't get an is empty from this. Okay, fine. So we'll collect you into a vec of process command. So now these are piped. Okay, so pipe commands equals pipe commands. Just be really succinct. This is pipe command names. Okay, so I have our pipe command names into iter, map that into commands. So now I have pipe commands. If my pipe commands is empty, I just get the output of our main command. Otherwise, I want to start looping through our pipe command names. I need the iterator to make it peekable, don't I? You got it working with a single fold. Oh, how does fold work? I keep on forgetting how fold works. Fold off of an iterator folds every element into an accumulator by applying an operation returning a final result. Takes two arguments, an initial value and a closure with two arguments, an accumulator and an element. The closure returns the value that the accumulator should have for the next iteration. The initial value is the value the accumulator will have on a first call. So did you get this working with like three or four different pipe items? Yeah, and I guess I don't care about the next one. So I could keep my accumulator becomes the command. Okay, so yeah. If you're empty, that outputs, right? So I can only fold this if it has something in there. So let's try this. This would be I could actually combine them together, couldn't I? Oh, that would be interesting. So if I have this, hold on. I'm going to guess this should all be fine too. If I do our piped commands into iterator and we fold this, we're going to get B and F. F is our function, and then B is our accumulator. You need me to tell you what these are, right? So you take in B and F. No, you take in B and F, right? You would have gone with a try reduce if that was stable. Oh, try there's a trifold. Oh, there is a trifold. Okay. And then I think I need to tell you what you are, right? So our accumulator is going to be a command, a process command. Is that how? Oh wait, no, I don't have to tell it here, do I? I can tell it here. I know. I feel the same way. We had a vec child for the accumulator. Okay. Let's see. How do I use fold? Oh, okay. I'm overthinking the types. So fold. This is the initial, isn't it? This is the initial. So our initial. If we have it be a vec, you collected all children, but only use the last near code. Yeah, I think that's gonna be right. Because I think I might what's that first one? It's my initial. Well, okay, yeah. I think I have to do something here because it's going to be. I have to initialize it to something. An empty array or empty vector is nice because I don't have to put anything in there. I don't have to create like a child that doesn't exist. Yeah. So if I do an empty vector and then we do our accumulator, this will be our children, and then this will be, what are you? This is the next command. Okay, so I need, if you don't care about the other children, you could use none. I don't know if I do or not. I might. Okay, so for the children, so I have a children command. Sorry, I have, yeah, I guess I could do an option too. You know what? I do need to combine these together, don't I? I need to combine these together into a single array. I mean, if I can, combining them like this, where I have like a vec of, I guess, main command. That's not right, right? Append, maybe. What's the thing where I can oh, it's, did it wrong. Main command. That's what I want. Append. These are typed command names. Okay, so you. Oh, because I have to do it first. Okay, so hold on. Vec you. So if our Vec command, which one things I need our main command, and we append all of you. I need to mutably borrow here. Oh, like that. There you go. Really just call this commands at this point. So we have our commands. I then put into our commands all the piped commands. So I create commands for the pipes and I put them in here. This changes now. So now I'm gonna let, yeah, because if I do none, that makes it a little bit more specific about what's going on here. So if let's just say our output equals, I'm not sure exactly what this is going to be yet, but we're going to have our, these also commands. And okay, so our commands into iterator, we're going to try fold. Let's have none because I want to be specific about like, hey, I'm not creating a vector if I'm only using one of them. We have our function, so A and B, and so this is our previous command, right? So previous command in the chain, and then this is our next command, or rather current command, right? Okay. I want to. What do we need to do for this? If it's the first command, I need to add in the arguments. So I need to do that here. Basically, commands 0 args arguments. Okay, that sets that. Oh, yeah, ad break. Sorry about that. Thank you, stacking, although you can't hear this probably. Oh, man. Did I go through? I think I went through 2 ad breaks. Okay, so back to this. We have our. I've set the arguments for the first command. I want to wire it up so the first command becomes the first command's output becomes the input for the second commands, right? So that would be, I want them all to have piped standard out, but it's pipe standard out to a specific thing. I guess, yeah, we just set pipe standard out and pipe stand. No. Yeah, okay. So our current command standard out, standard IO is piped. So I set that. You probably need to be mutable, right? And then I store this in the sum, right? So we're going to sum the current command. If some previous child has, okay, yeah, and if you, okay, so then if, right, so we set the standard out to be piped. We only set the standard in if the previous one existed, right? So we can do an if let some previous command. It's gonna be command, nope, not that. Previous command. I'm a little bit sad. Okay, so why aren't you telling me what you are? Isn't this what I called it? Previous command? You're an option unknown, so I get you your previous command, but you don't know what you are anymore. Do I have to tell you what you are? I have to tell you what you are, don't I? The cumulator will be a child, not a command. Um, okay, so which means I need to spawn it. I need to spawn this. Okay, and we have to give it the specific type. So this is gonna be a process child. Apparently, I don't know how to spell sum. Did the exact same thing here too. Can you tell me using options, not results? But isn't this trifold? Doesn't this return a result? Oh wait, don't I need to do something like this, or is it more like that? There we go. Okay, now you're upset. Type mismatching result child. Oh, you return a result. Okay. How do I want to do this? I think we'll just let child equals that and then return the child. Okay, child. Oh, try. Okay, some child. There you go. There you go. Okay, so this is not previous command anymore. This is now previous child. Okay, so we have I set your standard out to be piped. If we have a child, I then want to, and we have a current command. So we know, okay, so we have a current command. We always have a child. We want to hook the output of the current command to the child, or is it the other way around? Is the current command, because we're on the next one, right? So like we have um, echo to cat, let's say. Echo something to cat. That means echo is the main command. Echo was the first one. Child output to command standard in. Okay. My dyslexia is so triggering right now. It's like really bad. Uh okay, so then you're a child. Our current command standard out is going to have to now be the child standard in, and then we return that. Okay, and so then that continues on to the very end, and we have the very last one here. That's a child. I want to unwrap you because we know you have something. We want to wait with output. Type annotations needed. The wrong way. Child output to command standard in. So child standard out. We take you, unwrap. Wait, no. Other way around. It's wait, didn't I do that? Okay, now I swapped standard out. So isn't this current command standard? Did I do standard out? I probably did it wrong. To child standard out. We just take you, unwrap. I set the current command standard out. Okay, that's what I did. Cannot mutate child. So okay, mutable. Type annotations needed. Because I want you to be a child. Consider specifying the generic argument's option child. Oh, because you don't know what kind of error this is? I don't think it knows what kind of error this is. Yeah. Use okay. Okay, so basically here we're going to say anything for the okay, even though we know it's a child. And then anything that uses type error. Do I have to use a anyhow error? It's like whatever the spawn is, right? Because that's the only thing we're question marking. You're an IO result. So you're an IO error. Okay, so anyhow. Maybe that'll work. Okay, cool. Yeah, I could context on that. So if I do this, I now have my output. I don't need to do any of these. We have some warnings. So we're not using this any anymore. We're not using any of those. No errors, no warnings. Let's find out. So if I cargo run this, if I do ls, that still works. If I do ls pipe to echo, sorry, that's not how it works. If I do ls pipe to cat, I still get that. Okay. ls pipe to cat, pipe to cat, pipe to cat. I still get that. Okay. Maybe this is going to work. So looking at what's going on here, they're just going to cat this to WC. So if I don't have Control L set up, I probably should set up Control L because I use it so often myself. So if I do cat your program.sh pipe to WC, we get that. Perfect. That's what's that's gonna work. Shoot, they're gonna do this. Oh no, they're gonna do this, which means I need arguments for these next things, which I'm not collecting right now. This is the next thing to do. Oh, I don't have okay. So I'm gonna need something like tail-f your program.sh pipe to head, which that works. Is that a huge refactor? I don't think it's going to be a huge refactor, but it's probably going to be something to have to consider. And then we might have to I don't know, it might be. I want to say no, but the last refactor ended up being like a full stream. So telechef your program h pipe to head dash n5. Let's say n is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is to here. And 5. Yeah, so it ignores the N5. And I think that's because if we take a look at our arguments at this point, so tail-f program sh pipe to head n5. My arguments are -f that goes into tail, your program that goes into tail, but then -n5. And what I need to do is have piped, not just piped command names, but piped arguments too. It's not the parser, it's command. Yeah, so I have the arguments and I have the piped commands. These need to be piped commands with arguments, which would be a vec of strings. If I say that you're a tuple, no, wrong. You're a tuple. You're a string, and then you're a vec of string. This would be the argument, right? These are the arguments. So basically, when I see a pipe on, okay, I need to know for, is it called POSIX? Basically, anatomy of a bash, sh, whatever, command. Like what order? Like once I start a pipe, like I guess like rules, POSIX. I don't know what the right word is. Basically, the rules of pipes, and then what can come after a pipe? A redirect can come after a pipe, right? Can I redirect? I don't know if I'm going to ever redirect after a pipe. What are we going to do here? We're going to pipelines with built-ins too. That's going to be interesting. I don't actually know if that's going to be a problem. It might be. Yeah, that'll be interesting. But then multi-command pipelines. Yeah, okay. Multiple of these with their own arguments here. So I do need to support this. And the question is, once I start piping, I don't think I need to support anything else. So until I hit another pipe, everything is an argument. So basically, I hit the pipe, I get the next argument. You're not next argument, you are the piped command name. You're just a command name. We're not gonna pipe push in yet. So then after that, I need to loop until, so maybe an infinite loop. I need to peak. I need you to be peakable because I don't, if it's like a pipe, I don't want to take it, right? So if my argument, okay, so if whatever the next thing is, it's all based upon, are these characters? They're not characters, they're full strings. It's the full white space stuff. So if it's a pipe, I want to start accumulating this into, okay, so if I just say like let mute my arguments here, which I don't want to lose this. This is going to be my pipe arguments. I then want to loop, create an infinite loop. I want to peak at the next one. So if arguments iter, I peak at you, that gives me an option. So is sum, and I have a function. So is sum, you're an arg. If the arg is equal to a pipe, basically if you're not a pipe, right? If you're not a pipe and you're something, then I want to take you. I want to get next. So I want to get next argument and push it into pipe arguments. So pipe arguments, we're going to push our arguments iter. We're going to get the next thing, and we can just go ahead and unwrap you because we already know that you have something in it. And at the end here, we push a tuple of the command name and the pipe arguments. If there is no next thing, or if you're not that, so else we break, right? Okay, so if peak is none, we break. If peak is something but a pipe, we break, and we don't take it. So this gives me, my pipe commands are now a vector of that. Run external executable now takes in pipe command names, which is going to be a vec of string, string like that, right? Stop it. No, that. These are all in here now. Okay, so I create my commands by putting the new commands in there. My commands append. I think I need you to match this, right? Which I can, can't you? Can't I? Can't you? Can't I? I match surround this with that, and I just put in my arguments here. Oh, that's gonna have to be a vector, isn't it? So I don't do this in here anymore. Can I can I to own you? Thanks, Asitsu. It's you've been a tremendous help today. Okay, so the argument, so append, is very unhappy with this. I might also, there's other things I can do with this. So my piped command names, which is a string slice with a tuple, string, and vec string, because it wanted a reference of that, right? Because I have ownership of you all here of commands. My piped command names is a reference, is you. I mean, it'd be really amazing if I could just owned you. I wonder if I should just take ownership of these. It would certainly be a lot easier if I just passed in the full vector, but then run external executable might, what's happening here? Okay, so if you're not found, that's kind of it, isn't it? So what if I just handed you ownership? So you're a vec of string. You're a vec of that for the pipe command names. So I don't need, let's see. Okay, so commands, I don't need to turn you into a vector anymore. I guess I do. You're a process, new commands, arguments. I don't need to own you. Okay, so now I have my arguments and my command in here, and I own them all. I then want to append. Let me just do this again. With all the red there, it's bothering me. Okay, so I want to commands append. I want to append the thing on the right. Now here I have a command vec string, so I want to append all of these. So it's going to just be a mutable reference to the piped command names. Expected mutable reference. So I need you to be, I think it's mute there. Then I can do that. Expected mutable reference vec to, oh, it wants you to be a command. Okay, so this is the part that's wrong. Okay, that's why I'm iterating over this. So command names into iterator map. We have my tuple, which is, I need that. Then my tuple, I have my name and my arguments. I want to return a tuple of process command new name with the arguments, and we collect you. Now, okay, so I got that working. Okay, so we have our, okay, we're gonna get outputs. Okay, so we commands into iterator, we fold this, we start with nothing with a child, but this is gonna have to be a child with the arguments. No, I don't care about the arguments at this point. So it's still a child. So I get the previous child, I get the current command, which I want to, I get the current command and then the current arguments. Current command centered out. No, okay, that's helpful. Current command dot args, current arguments. And then everything else is the same. I mean, let's see if that works. Okay, so first off, we'll do just echo hello and pipe to cat. Okay, we get that. If I want to tail dash f 5 to I forget what. Okay, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so I could do that. Okay, so we're going to tail dash 5. Let's say test pipe to cat. That works. Tail dash 5 test pipe to tail dash, oh, it was word count. That works. Okay. Tail dash 5 to test pipe to tail dash 3 pipe to word count dash word. I don't actually know if that's correct. 3 to word count dash w. Wait, tail 5 test. Is that right? Tail, is it dash n5? Hold on, I forget how to use tail. Oh, sorry, it's head n. Okay, that's what I want to do. Head dash n5 test pipe to head dash n3 pipe to wc words. I can't do up arrow. Head dash n, let's say 3 test pipe to head dash n1 pipe to word count dash word. One word. I think it's better. I think it's working. Let's push this on up and find out, right? I want to remove our echoes, our error out, our test, and our will fail. I don't want any of that in here. So this technically, you can almost see it. Let me full screen this. Okay, so git commit am. All right, so we are able to pipe command output to, I guess, like pipe commands. It's really external commands, I suppose. Let's see how long this takes to build. It might be a few minutes. Okay, we got to build. Let's see if we pass the tests or if test filed in dual command pipeline. Okay, so what happens here? They do cat pipe to wc. They expected, oh, that's interesting. They expected like a tab. Oh, what does, I'm curious. If I cat ls pipe to wc, that does give a word count, doesn't it? Sorry, word count does give a tab, doesn't it? Am I trimming I take my output. Okay, so my output standard out is empty. I push in. Okay, I push everything in here. In my library, standard out, I am trimming. I wonder if I don't need to trim. So if I ls pipe to word count, I need to trim end. That's what I need to do. I need to trim end, not the trim start. So ls pipe to word count. There, that works. Nope, don't want that. I want to pull that here. Okay, so trimming only end of external command output. All right, let's see if this passes. It was too good to be true for the first time, right? Okay, failed on the second one. So it echoed orange strawberry. Okay, so it echoed a bunch of things with new lines in there into a file. It then catted that file, piped it to word count. Okay, so that worked. It echoed a bunch of stuff to another file. It tail dash f head dash n5 didn't find expected line, expected one apple banana. Doesn't tail dash f follow? Tail dash f follows, right? Hold on. Now I'm curious. If I echo, like if I ls pipe to out, so we have this out. We can cat out, and they tail dash f this. So tail dash f out, and then they pipe that to head dash n like 5 or something like that. Huh, that worked on mine. What's expected one apple banana? Oh, because you. Let's do this. Okay, that creates temp pig file 41. Fine, isn't it? Oh, because there's no pig. Temp pig. Okay, if I tail dash f temp pig file 41, supposed to get that. If I pipe that to head n5, I get this, and I wonder if it's going to keep on trying to write into it, because that might be a problem with the way we've written this. Okay, so dash f pig file 41 head n5. I want to, yeah, this is weird. I get nothing out of this. I'm worried because of the tail dash f. I can't do that. If I tail temp pig file 41 and pipe to head dash n5, that works. Oh. Okay, so problem here. I think it's my waiting for output causes the issue here, or like my standard in, because when I have the tail dash n, that's also telling it to wait for standard in, right? Yeah. So when I wait with output, because until then I don't have the output necessarily, but wait with output I think makes it simultaneously waits for the child to exit and collects all remaining output on the centered out, centered error handles, returning an output instance. The centered in handle to the child process, if any, will be closed before waiting. No, I think that's fine. Did I forget to say that standard out needs to be piped? Because I think no, I piped standard out. Do I just need to say that standard in is piped regardless? Like if there's an otherwise, I'm just gonna say our current command standard in. I don't think that's right, but yeah, that doesn't fix it, or it doesn't magically fix it. That's a problem. I can also tail dash n out. So if I tail out, that works. If I tail dash n out, sorry, nf out, it works, but now it's waiting for more input. Is there a way I need to tell the current command to stop waiting? Because I think that's the problem. I could, if I wait with output, I lose the child, don't I? My first. Okay, so Okay, so if you're the first, maybe current command, can I set this to be a standard IO null? No, I've lost it all now. It doesn't like this at all. If I tail dash F out here, I get that. If I tail dash F out and then pipe it to cat, it's still waiting for output, isn't it? Oh, because head can do that too. If I head, no. I mean, so this is what at least a Mac does. Is tail does this. Hmm. I need to figure out how in a command I'm going to be able to. Am I looking at the wrong one? I'm looking at the wrong one. What? No, I want this one. Oh, fine. It's this. Okay, so they tail dash after it. That makes it's following. It expects me to tail it, but then continue listening to it. And I don't have that support. I don't think we support that at all. I need to learn more about commands and how to keep the commands how like behave properly with the follow. Because right now when I run the command, it runs it fully and doesn't wait for it. So I need to tell the first command to not wait for standard in anymore, which I was hoping to do with this, right? Executes a command as a child process waiting for it to finish and collecting its status. By default, standard are inherited from the parent. I don't think that's right because I need this to be a child. So spawn makes sense. We're already spawning this here to get that. This would just be setting standard in to be what the previous standard out was. I mean, this does standard in as standard IO null. So I would love for this to cause this to not care. I wonder if I can print line what this command is. So I want um, sending command standard in to null. Uh, what options do I have here? I have maybe the current command turns the path of the program that was given to. Maybe this is it. Doesn't implement display, but maybe I can debug display this. Okay. So if I run ls, sending command standard into null ls, okay, that's great. If I tail dash f, what do I have here? So tail dash f out. Ooh, I wonder if I could like do a command D or something like that. Tail dash F out, pipe to head dash N5. Wait, did that work? I thought I did this before. Did I not save? I feel like maybe I didn't save it properly. Okay, so if I tail dash F out, pipe to head dash N5. I didn't copy those properly. Okay, so I want to. What's the difference? I thought it was working, but I don't get it. I don't get my prompt back here. I don't get my prompt back here. No, I do get my prompt back here, but not here. Huh. What is going on with you? Okay, so what do I need to do? I need to last snooze. So stream will be ending within like 7-8 minutes or so. Because otherwise we'll get auto ads and I won't be able to stop them. And we're not going for another hour. Because it's 12. My brain is fried. Um I that file exists, right? It's like I'm curious, like, why is this sometimes working? Because if I tail out, type this to head dash n5, that works. If I tail dash f out, type to head dash n5, that works. So I guess I should just try this again. So ignoring standard in for first command. Okay, so the first one with the cat, once again, succeeded. That was fine. The second one with the tail dash F did not succeed again. It tried to. Okay, so it did the tail, and we just get the blank line. When I run it this way, let's try running it this way and see if we get different results. If I ls, I redirect that to out. Okay, so if I cat out, tail out, pipe to head dash n5. tail dash f out, pipe to head dash n5. Why did that work? Why is that okay? Tail dash f out, pipe to head dash n5. ls slash temp pig. Nope. ls temp pig. So if I tail file 41, okay, no such file directory. I thought, oh, that does exist. Oh, and you're late. Didn't even notice you. You get banned. Okay, so this file exists. If I tail temp pig file 41, okay, so I see that tail dash f slash temp pig file 41 pipe to head dash n5. You don't work. Oh, interesting. Dash head dash n2 works. Oh, because head is asking for too much. Head is asking for too much. So this isn't the problem. It's my standard in. I suppose I need to know. No, because if you're the last standard, no, I can't. Okay, so standard in was, okay. I don't want, I can't set that because the standard in was correct. If I overwrite the standard in, that's not going to work. Wait with output, I don't think is right either, because waiting is for the end. Is there some kind of close that I could do with this? So hold on, this is the last child, right? So I have my last child. I want to let my output equals last child. What can I do with you? Because I spawn you as a child, and then I store the child. If I stored it as a command, and then I spawn here, like I have a previous command, I spawn you just that I can take your output. I wonder if that would change anything. I don't know. I don't have enough time though. We have an ad break that's starting in a minute or so, and I don't want the ad break to run. So I think we're gonna have to do an end stream at this point. We're gonna come back to this tomorrow morning when I'm fresh and my mind is working, and maybe things will be better. So we're gonna go ahead and end. Let's see. I don't really have anything else. We're really close on this. It's working except for some edge cases with the second part of the command not exactly working, because if this head dash n5 then waits for input on standard in because of this tail dash f, which kind of sucks. And I want that to not be a thing, but I don't really know what to do about that right now. So that's going to be a tomorrow problem for me. So with that, I don't have anything else. Hope that you all have a great rest of your day, and I will see you tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Pacific time. Okay, so what's the problem here? The problem, and I found that I can actually run the tests here locally. So I could use the CodeCrafters command with test, and this is what we see. So I did have to install the CodeCrafters CLI for that. So basically, they're creating 3 lines. So mango, strawberry, orange apple, blueberry pear, grape banana, raspberry pineapple. So what? 5 lines in temp pig file 92. So if I maker temp pig, oh, you already exist. Does file 92 exist? No, file 41 exists. Let's go ahead and create. Ooh, that's not going to be good. Let's do that. Okay, so now we can recreate the working solution one that they have. We could do that here in the normal shell, and we can see that we get that correctly, right? And if I let me down this, we'll run our shell here, and we can double check that. Okay, and everything is working correctly still, even after our changes. Doesn't actually, that makes sense because we just ran it. So there we go. We see that working. This one, when we run, Okay, so this is file 86. Let's go ahead and create this too. When we run tail-f, that file, and pipe that to head-n5 when there's only three things in here. I have to create the B first. Then this works. So we get three things printed out in the normal shell, and then it waits for further input where I can add more stuff. And that's forever because it is, I believe, tail-effing file 86. And so the hanging forever is acceptable. That's what we're expecting. What is not great is not showing anything at all. So when we look at this, we get nothing, which I believe is the tail-f waiting for input still. I believe that. Now, I've tried a bunch of different things. I don't think that that's going to work. So I'm going to drop out of here. Actually, let's just go to code. I have a playgrounds. Is it not waiting for output? See, that's the thing, is like it is waiting for the file to be updated because that's what tail-f is. But at the same time, in the POSIX shell, so in my ZSH shell, it is printing out what's there first and then continuing to wait. So that's the problem that I have, is that it basically needed to work with streams of data as opposed to just wait for everything to get done with at the beginning. Yeah, and so wait for output was how I got the output, which is, if I don't do that, I don't get a child, which then I don't get a read standard out. So we need to figure out what's going on, how to read the output there. But it'll be easier for me to understand what's going on if I manually craft this in a new playground here. So we're going to call this maybe just process command, or just rusty command. Okay, so we're going to try to run this here. Sounds simple enough. Just don't just wait and read the standard out. Yeah, I think it should be fairly simple. What's not simple is me trying to do that in the code we have, because there's too much in my brain to sort of wrap around it. So what I like to do in these situations is isolate the problem, figure out how it works, and then I can bring that solution back to the tangle of code that we have and then fix that. So we're going to do that inside of here. Okay, so we have our hello world. Now, we know that we want a tail. So if I just create a tail program, so that that tail equals process command new, this is going to be tail. I want to add in args of -f temp b file 86. Okay, that's going to be great here. I want to, so we want to set the standard out for this one to be the standard in for the next. So let's create the head new. We're going to run head with args. So -n. I don't know if this has to be a string or not. I'm going to put it as a string just in case it does. Okay, so -n5. I believe I need this to be a child to get the standard out. So we're going to, oh wait, the standard in of this needs to be the standard out of you. And you're a method. I think I need to spawn you. Let's say that this returns a result, anything that impulse error. Wait, type? I need to type that? Does it think that this error impulse, shouldn't it know that this is? I just want to return the error as something impulse error. Did I do this wrong? I mean, clearly I did. I'm just surprised that that doesn't work. Fine, I'll just unwrap. I don't have the patience to go through and set it up properly. So we're just gonna unwrap you. Okay, need this. Okay, so we have our head. So I want to hook up the tail standard out to be head dot standard in. So it's unwrap you. Okay. And then we run tail. So that out. So this is where it gets interesting, right? Because if this is kind of like what we have right now, right? So let's recreate the issue. So our output is going to be tail dot output, and then we can print line. Oh, I can't do everything, can I? Temporary value dropped while you borrowed. Creates yeah. So if I create, because dot args adds in. Okay, so if I do something like this, and then we could do tail dot args. So you need to be mutable. Then you're happy. Okay. So that's cd. Where was this? This was my home directory code, playgrounds. What did I call? Something rest command. So if I run this on a none, no, I gave it the file, line 11. Because head has no. Is it the other way around? Do I want to do standard in? Maybe I spawn you. So if I spawn you and then I want to let actually this is tail command. Then I want spawned. This is tail spawn equals spawn. Say tail args like that. So this is arg. So you're gonna be upset about this too if I try to do the same thing. So I wonder if command. Yes, I know. There's no output right now. Okay, so we create the head. I create the tail command. I add the args to the tail, and then I spawn it, which should then allow me to take you. Need to be mute. So this is gonna be let head dot standard in is going to be our tail command. Standard out is a method, and so it's tail. Head dot standard in, tail standard out is a field. I suppose taking is probably the right way to do it. Okay, makes you mutable. Head temporary value dropped. Right. Okay, so I can't add the arguments in. So we have our head command. We do head command dot args. Add that in. Okay, so create the tail command, create the head command. Then I add the args to, let's say, the tail command. We could add the args to head command. We don't need that. This is going to be, okay, so this is the head command args. Okay, so we add the arguments to each of those. Then we want to, what was the command you had issues? This is the command I had issues with. The tail pipe to head. Head -5. Okay, so then we want to hook up the standard output of the tail, which I think is spawning the original. No, because I think in the example of the code yesterday we saw that it was like the future one that got spawned, right? So it was tail command, head command that got spawned. So if I let head child equals command, we spawn, unwrap, that gives us a child here. We can take the standard in of that, right? So now I can say tail command standard out is going to be head child standard in. This is, we're going to take, unwrap. There's no unwrap here. So I set that up, and then you've already spawned, and so you're running, and then we want to finish running. So let tail sort of completed equals, I guess we'll do output, equals tail command, your tail command. Cannot borrow, child is mutable. How did I double that? Okay, so if I run this again, okay, so we have a none value, line 12. So the head child's standard in is a none. Okay, so if the head child's a none, let's try the other way around. So we'll make this the tail child, tail command spawn. This is going to be the head command. Did I just do this backwards? Hold on. So I have head child at. Okay, so tail command standard out is going to be head child standard in. No, okay, that's right. Then this becomes tail child equals tail command. Head command is going to be standard in is going to be tail child standard out take and unwrap. Yeah, I think you were right. I think I got it backwards. Let's run this. Okay, so that tails it. That's fine. That panicked on line 12. So we got a none value. So we got a none value on this unwrap because the tail child standard out had nothing in it. And I don't think that there's an unwrap or default, right? But this is working here. Yeah, there's no default that I can do with this. And I don't think I can create like a brand new standard out. Ooh, we did not set this to piped. Hold on. So wait, why is it working then? Why is it working if I didn't set it to piped? So we set both these args to that. I want to do tail command. Let's do standard out, standard IO piped. And this is the head command. Let's just sort of like set all of these in here like that. There. Okay, this is what we're getting. This is what we're running into. If I don't pipe out the head command, so we just pipe in the tail command, that doesn't work. Read the standard out. Can I do that? That works, but then it becomes a none value, right? So it's the tail command's standard out. So it's the first command standard out, which makes sense. I pipe that, which is necessary. Head command, so that so the tails command standard out. So we have to here if let sum tail standard out equals tail child standard out take. Okay, so if I have that, then we can set you, and we set you to be the tail centered out. Otherwise, we do nothing. So I have to. You're thinking I have to read it, like, um, do an iterator and read through centered out. So if I, okay, so we have centered out. I need to get this. So for a in tail centered out, I do have an into iterator here, right? Like that works. No, I don't have an iterator. Tail centered out. What do I have here? I can get bytes from it. I can read from it. Ooh, I could read to end. I can even read to string. I could read lines. I don't I usually read everything and then I throw that into a single vector, including like the new lines and everything else. So if there's multiple lines, I want them all in one thing as opposed to multiple. So that would usually be read to end, which takes a vector. So if I have let mute our buffer, which here, we'll create this here. Mute buffer. This is not the right place to put it, but put it here for right now. Create the buffer here. Unwrap you. You need to be mutable. Now standard in. I doubt I can just pass it the buffer, right? There's a pipe raider, standard error, standard out. I don't know how to implement any of those things. File isn't right either. It would be interesting if I have to. No, okay, so I can't like do it from string. But if I here, let's not get rid of that. Let's do that. If I then turn this into a string, so output equals string from UTF-8, our buffer, unwrap you, print line, and we just say got the output, got the output ourselves. There is no end. That's the problem. Okay, so that's the problem. There is no end, so I can't read the end because there's no end of file. Read to end requires that there be some kind of end of file in here. And I need to read all the bytes. So that doesn't work. I'm reading from the tail because I believe that it's the tail that's not giving me the data, right? Because the tail is the first thing. I want the command to be, is this too small? It is. This is the command we want. We want tail-f temp b file 86 pipe to head -n 5. This is what we want. So my thought is that tail is not what's getting us what we want. If I just run tail-f temp b file 86, we get this and it hangs up. Let's also try building that up. It's like if I just have our tail command, we add in these the tail args. So let me reset this a little bit. Okay, we're starting over. So we're creating a tail command. We're adding in the arguments to read the tail. Then I need to spawn, so that tail child is tail command, spawn that. But I need to set its output. So tail command standard out IO. So pipe its output so it doesn't go out. I get the child. I want to get it standard out. So for this is tail standard out. Okay, so let's just make sure that there is a none here. So got tail standard out. Just something like that. Oh, I don't need to unwrap. I'm doing this. Take that. Tail centered out. Tail child needs to be mutable. Okay, so we get the tail standard out. So there's some things that should come out of standard out. I need to read through them in a buffer. So that buffer equals. I mean, I think that's how this works. I guess I could iterate through, because I think we can create the iterator, right? So if I could do for like byte in tail centered out, I think we'll have to make this mutable. Dot an iterator over its bytes. Oh, it's an iterator of results. Okay, that's fun. If I convert this byte into a character, essentially. Okay, so let's okay byte equals byte, else we'll just continue. I suppose I could also create a buffer to read at most like one character at a time. But if is there something like where character from? Can I do something like that? Like what my char equals I don't want that. I want my c equals char. Yeah, I can't do like from byte. I'd have to do something like let's letter equals string from UTF-8. Needs to be a vector. Can it actually be something like this, where it's just an array of byte? No, fine. I'll turn it into a vec. Who cares? And then we're gonna print line the letter. So if we run you, okay, we got all the things one at a time. So that did work. We don't know how big the input is. Like we know that it's this big right now. So we could calculate, like pre-calculate the size of the bytes. But if I take this and I just iterate through, we get all the bytes. I then have like let mute our buffer equals a new vector. I iterate through you. I get these, and now I can buffer push the byte in. At the end of this, okay, so the next question is, am I ever going to get to the end of this? I want to say I will, because I didn't take a look at if it actually exited. It never exited the program. because it's a forever iterator that just sort of going on. So how do I know? How do I know to stop reading? And how do I know how much to read? Because those are my two choices. I can just sit here and push all the bytes in and then read it as soon as I'm done, or I can create a vector of a certain size and then read that. Because if I'm hanging due to waiting for more input, I don't actually know that in the code, do I? So this print line will probably never work, right? I'll never, I doubt we're ever going to get here. Yeah, we just hang. So this is what we have before because we're waiting for more input from the tail. What does CodeCrafters actually do? So it checks the output. It wants to see that it gets these 3 lines, and then it's going to do a control C to stop the hang. So it's assuming a hang forever situation because that's what a real tail F does. And that's actually the insidious reason they chose a tail F. I say insidious. It's not really. It's just more of like that. That's to actually test the real. That it's actually that the shell is doing the real thing. The bytes should be piped as they appear, so you should be able to read directly from head. Yeah, and so that's what today is about: is figuring out how do we do this. So we need to pipe this out. Now I remember we talking about a pipe, but because it's gonna hang, that sounds a lot like a spawn to me, doesn't it? If I move tail child into a thread, like if we spawn an actual thread here, so that our like tail thread equals, is it thread? Why? Because I need it to run behind the scenes, right? Don't I? And then pipe it out because it's never going to exit this. It's just going to sit here. Like we never get to this code because we're synchronous and we're here. So I need this to run. Spawn. Well, yeah. So spawn does that and runs it behind the scenes. Oh, I guess yeah. Because I'm doing my loop here like that. Yeah. Okay. So let's. Well, I guess I need to figure out how to get the. I guess how do we get the data out then? Because I'm standard outing piping this. If I create the next command and set it up to standard. Okay. So if I this hangs, so I can't do that. If what you did before and just read standard out from the end. Okay, so let's do let mute. So our head command, I'm gonna create a new process, command, new head. We'll have our head commands, args. We want -n 5. We want this standard out to also be piped. So head command, standard out. Okay, so we pipe that. I want to read standard out from the end. Okay, so we get the tail child, we spawn that, and then we want to take our, okay, so we have our head, so head command standard in, we are tail child, standard out, take, unwrap you. Okay, so we wired it up. So now the standard out of tail is going into head. We need to read the bytes from head now. I think that I can't wait. Right? So I can't get output. I don't think that works. We have to spawn the head now. Yeah, okay. So let's do that. So our head child equals head command. We spawn you. We need to, okay, so now it's running. So both of them are running. I need to get the standard out from this. That's the next problem is I need to get standard out from this, but it also I wonder if that hangs or if it's like creating multiple of them because tail sort of sits there still open and never finishes. And does the way that work means that now head never finishes because it's waiting on input from tail forever? Because I could do this again. So it won't hang unless you wait on the spawned children. But let's see. I need to. I guess what my other thing is doing is it's not. I need to send, okay, so we can't collect this output. I need to send the output, right? I need to send this output. So this is basically, let's call this standard out. We're going to make this the head child, standard out take. I don't collect this as a buffer like this. I need to stream the bytes out, right? Who do I stream to? Because I'm waiting forever to then display this. You just wrap standard out in a buff reader and called read line in a loop. Oh, okay. So let's try that. So we get centered out. I want let our reader equals a buff. I assume that this is the right buff reader. New. Okay, I pass it the file. So this is going to be a standard out. And then I want to loop this forever, right? What happened? Okay, so reader dot reads all bytes until a new line is reached and append them to the provided string buffer. Previous content of the buffer will be preserved. To avoid appending it to the buffer, you need to clear it first. This function will read bytes from the underlying stream. Okay, but if I do this in a loop, we'll do an if let okay. We have our line equals read line. I mean, I can print line. Wait, what? Oh, you take a buffer. Never mind. I did this wrong. So let mute. This is a line buffer. I want to reader dot read line, mute our line buffer. We unwrap you. Okay. So we have our line. I can print out the line now, right? So not exactly that. I can print out, I can do this. What did you expect? Oh, right, because it's read line, it's a string. So that makes it easier. I don't have to do this entire thing. Reader needs to be mutable. Keep on not making these mutable when they need to be. Okay, so when I run this, we don't get anything. You don't need to be mutable, it says. Using my last snooze for the ad break. Okay, is this what you did? Did I do this wrong? So I'm in an infinite loop here. I get the head child standard out. So I get the head standard out. I take that. I then pass that into a buff reader, and I read lines from that, and then try to print them out. But you're not working. I'm not. Okay, so none of the unwraps are hitting. It's just an infinite loop. So this is what I think is having trouble with the tail. So do I need to take the tail and then pass that in and like send it to, basically send that to head command? Or did I do this backwards? This is like where I get like really confused and like have trouble sort of like thinking through what actually is happening here. Setting up a whiteboard would help me a lot because then I could visualize it because I'm much more of a visual thinker. So I should probably do that sometime. Also clean up the back of the room too. Okay, so we get absolutely nothing printed out. We get nothing printed out. Oh, you're trying out the code to see what's happening? Well, it's hanging. So I think it's so based upon what we saw before, my guess is that we're hanging on the tail. And I think we can prove that, right? No, we're not hanging on the tail. If I tail child, yeah, you're right. It doesn't work. Although I think that doesn't work because I've already sent it into the head command. Because if I don't do that, we do get this. So if I don't send it in to the head command, I need to give it to it. It's not like I can give it the standard out. If I take it, it leaves a none in its place. I don't want to clone it or something, or reference it. Do a while standard out read line. Where do you want me to do that? In here instead of this loop? So we can while and then a head child wait after that. Ooh, okay. So do a while. We're going to, is there a read line? So there's no read line on this. Are you talking about my buffer though? Like where I do reader? Because I could do a reader read line. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Reader read line. You need, let's let mute. This is our buffer. string new. Guess you're not really a buffer. You're a line. All right. Add break is starting very shortly. I need to unwrap you. Oh, is okay. So as long as you're greater than 0, right? Because that's the number of. Oh, that's the number of things that I'm reading. So I read this until I get nothing at all. Oh, that's what you're doing. Because what does readline return? It's a usize. Did that say? Okay, add break started. But we can keep on playing with this. Wait, am I missing it? It's the number of bytes read, right? That's what the result usize is. Why am I not seeing that here? Oh, there it is. If successful, this function will return the total number of bytes read. There it is. Okay, so we get this. So while there's still bytes that it has read, I get a read line. I want to, let's just, okay, so I should get this and then it hangs. Why are you upset? Tail child, I want head child. I was hoping that would grab that. Oh, we need to wait still too. So, do I run wait inside the while or after? After the while. So we're going to take our tail and wait for that, right? Why no, head child. Why we wait for the head? But this didn't print anything out. So that doesn't do anything. So they've both been spawned. We've attached the standard in for head to the standard out for child. Both of them are piped. This is the head standard out. I read through it. I get a line. So this, but again, we're waiting here forever. But aren't we waiting on the tail? Like, is it actually passing in to the head properly? Because we're not getting any of the lines. If we're not getting any of the lines, wouldn't that tell me that the head isn't receiving any of the data for some reason? You literally have it working, but then I don't have it here. So what am I doing differently? What am I doing wrong here? Because while you literally have it working, I literally don't have it working. So we have problems here. Unless it's a weird Mac thing. Because we could run this in a Docker container and see if it works there. But we were getting consistent results with this inside of their tests, which is not in Docker but in Linux. So what's the difference that I have? Like what have I done wrong? And then I suppose to make this easy to help debug, this is in Playground's Rusty command. Let me get, it's already initialized. Let me also create a shell script. So touch init data needed for this. Okay, so we're gonna, you're trying to figure that out. This shouldn't hang at all because you aren't waiting on the tail, so it should print an exit. Okay, so I think it's something like if, actually, you know what? Why am I doing initial? Why am I doing this? Buffer close, bang. I can do this in here. And wait closes the standard in, but the wait never runs, right? Because the wait isn't here, but it's waiting up here. Wouldn't it make it, would we want to, has the data already come over here? It's like, what, just out of curiosity, if I tail child, yeah, we can put some stuff here. We can do some print lines. So print line, we get to 1. This should be fairly simple for us to get to 1 here. We get to 2, 3, 4. And I guess I'll put 1 down here. 5. So we get 1 and 2, but we never get to 3 because there's no lines for it to read. So this is where it stops for me. All right. So just to make this a little bit more consistent, so maybe what is the contents of the file? Sure. So if I let us cat, and then I'll just grab it from here. Cat that is this. So I do have permissions to read it. It does exist. It has 3 lines with new lines in it. So out of curiosity, if I don't have this new line in here, I want to say this is just going to work. Yes, this just works. It works a lot more than I was getting. But it's that -f that gets us. Okay, so I'm going to create the directory under temp. create B. So what is that? That's under FS, right? It's considered an error if this directory already exists. I guess unless recursive mode, so I can do recursive mode. True. Do you need like the path? No. Is it create that takes the path? It does. So create takes its temp B, I think. B. And then I want to process. Let's see. Echo equals process command new. Type echo. It's gonna be this. Echo can add in an arg of -e, then all of this. I mean, I guess I could write this out to the file, can't I? Instead of just run echo. This might be easier. I can't redirect, right? So can I like actually arg this too? It's like arg to print out. Out of curiosity, let's go to 99. Echo. I want to spawn and unwrap and wait for output. Unwrap. Okay, so if I init this at the very beginning, that should at least create it before all this other stuff happens. So if I cargo run you, I don't think that worked. If we ls slash temp b, yeah, that didn't create the file. So I think it's better to just echo. That's not how to do a redirect. I think we could just create this as a string, right? So we create this, then we'll have a file builder. So let mute our file. It's going to be equal to this. Creates a new file in read write mode. Error if the file exists. Truncate if it does. Okay, so I want to create. We have our path. So temp b file 86. Right, I'm going to do 99 to test with first. Unwrap you. I want to f dot. There's a right? Does it impl write? It uses standard IO right. Isn't impl write fs right, or is that this might work? So I think I can just write here, pass it f, put you in. Okay, so I can't do that. We have to want to keep that. So f dot. Let's write all. I guess that's our or sort of like the thing that we'll write into it, the bytes, I guess. So contents equal to that. That's static string. I write all. I want b contents. Do that. Contents. Unwrap you. Think that'll work. Okay. We have mango, strawberry, orange apple, blueberry, pear, grape, banana, raspberry, pineapple. Okay, that's great. I actually want this one. So just those things. Mango, pear. Write all to that. We want to put you in file 86, B file 99. Let's remove you. Okay, so you're also going to file 86 here. So at least this inits it, so we guarantee that we have that. Get rid of you. Oh, I can remove init data, whatever. Okay, so initial commit to. I have to GitHub remote GitHub repo create, push you up there. This is Rusty command playground. Sure, into my personal one. That's public. Yes. Origin. Yes. GitHub repo view on the web. Why do you open in Safari? Okay, so if you want to take a look at this, there is that. I'll also throw this into Discord. Okay, so thread, stream chat, and our message is that. What do you mean an error? Try it again. Okay, chat for today's stream. Okay, fine. What is today? The create a thread, December 16. 2025. Chat for stream. Oh, apparently I can't create threads in streaming videos. That's cool. I will put it into general. Okay, so for stream today, here is the repo I'm playing with for reading files. So wait, you're saying that worked for you? Oh, weird. Okay, so you copied and ran your code while you're doing that. The only difference is you passed your cargo.toml. It worked. Huh. But mine doesn't. Okay, so let's try. I was over here. Give myself some more room here. Okay, let's try this. We'll do a docker run it, remove this, we'll volume current file code. We want to go into Rust latest bin bash / code. And so if I cargo run this, I move up. Okay, so exactly the same problem when I run this in Docker. Only difference is you passed your cargo.toml. So something like this, right? Cargo.toml. What's the difference? Why is there a difference between cargo.toml? Can you try not doing the cargo.toml? Because mine's working with the cargo.toml, but not with the thing that they're testing with, which now makes me want to. There's no new line. There's no new line here either. Okay, so it's not that. Temp B permissions are the same. We have a little bit more stuff in cargo.toml. I mean, that all looks fine. I mean, it looks like it has multiple lines. It looks like it has all the stuff we need. Okay, is it doing something really weird like we need an RN? No. Okay, so nothing like super edge cases, not finding any of those. I mean, I'm not surprised. It shouldn't cause any problems. And then just in here, just a cat / temp b that has the stuff in it. So that should work just fine. So it's not like I'm not initializing it correctly. Okay, so we're doing the head child wait here. I wonder. So just out of curiosity, because we get 2, but we don't get the next thing. If I try to take the tail child and I wait for that, change 5 to 1. What? Oh, when you say 5 to 1, you mean in head-n. Sure. 5 to 1. Oh no. Okay. So there is a problem though, in that the command that they're running for us is tail-f, the file. They put only 3 things in the file, and then they do head-n5. But you're right. That did seem to work. We got the blueberry banana. If I switch this to 3, because there's only 3 things in here, because there's no new line. There's no new line. So this waits into the end of a line, but the last one doesn't have a new line. But it still doesn't matter because we're waiting on more than we have. So if I do 2, this works too. This is gonna work. We get these. I don't know why I'm getting blueberry, banana, and blueberry, and banana, blueberry, and raspberry grape. I'm getting that twice. I think that's in a loop, right? Because I'm doing it. Oh, am I just? Oh, this is appending. Is this not overwriting the line? It appends to the line. Clear the line after the print. Oh, you're right. I am printing everything. Really, I would put this here. That's what I want to do. Now I see banana, blueberry, raspberry, grape. So we see 3 go through twice, but 3 never goes through a third time, even though there's 3 lines in there because there's never a new line. Okay, so alternate method. The read line won't work. We need something else. If I get the next character out, I mean, I guess, okay, what if I do something like this? Let the 1 byte can be just a vector of 0, which is a U8. No, backwards. I want this to be 1, 0, U8, like that. Yeah, just demonstrate for the reading from last chapter. Okay, so we have to figure this out. So, okay. Well, thank you for this, Isitsu. It's been really helpful. So we now know that we're able to read from the last one, and like the general idea that we have is correct, but the way we're going about actually reading from the data is wrong. So if I comment you out and we say, okay, I get 1 byte at a time. Let's read from this 1 byte. So if I do reader dot read, pull some bytes from the source into the specified buffer, returning how many bytes were read. I could do a longer one. Like I could do a whole bunch. So I could do read, pass it 1 byte, and then this is going to be our count. If count is equal to 0, because we read nothing, then we break out here. We have our buffer that's going to be an empty vector, and otherwise we just buffer append our 1 byte. So at this point, we now have our 1 byte. We wait for the head child. We've gotten everything that there is to get in the file right now. Then we need to, I guess at this point, we'll print it all out. So we convert this into our output equal to string UTF-8, our buffer. Okay, so if I run this, we get those two. Now I believe we can do all 5. We can't. Ooh, why not? Inside this loop, yeah, something else is going on. So, well, so like for some reason I thought maybe the more lines. Okay, so head does seem to be hanging until it gets everything that it wants. But what's interesting is if I run this here, if I do head, let's say temp be that, we get you. That makes sense, right? If I do head number 5 for this, we still get that. And if I do tail-f, temp be file that, pipe you to head-n5, I don't get the third one, but I at least get something. You tried top-f head number, so -n1, and it exits immediately. I think I've ever tried top-f. Oh, well, okay. In my Docker, top doesn't have a F as a valid thing. Are you sure you don't mean tail-f? What I'm worried about is that we might have to, top F on Mac OS. Okay, I'm gonna do that down here. Okay, cool. So that gives me, yeah, that's interactive. So if I do like top F and pipe to cat, I mean, technically that works. I mean, so I get that. I mean, so yeah, that works for me. Okay, so if I want to, yeah, it's not like tail where piping to head hangs. Well, but I think you're right. But it's, let's see, it's interesting because I think is head working differently in Rust than it's working for us? Because like normally what happens if I do tail F temp B file 86, we get those 3, and that's fine, and pipe that to head 5. So I get those 3 out here. So like this head works. So Rust head doesn't. Is there a different way of launching commands? And can we? I mean, it's not really too much interesting in here. I wonder if it's the N. If I don't have the N at all, like if I just say, "Hey, give me that," oh, that still hangs. So head is still hanging, even when I don't tell. Because I think by default it goes for 5 lines, and so like the -n isn't telling it to actually look for lines. It's just automatically looking for 5 lines, and it's not going to print until it's done. Oh, the default is 10. Okay, whatever. More than the file has, which is 3 it has two new lines. It has two new line characters in there. Now I'm waiting at this point. If I stop waiting here for some reason, because it would be interesting to see like, oh, it's like preset standard out and we have that, but no, it doesn't wait for output. And I think you're right. We don't need to, I don't think, wait for the tail to finish. We get to 1 and 2. We never get to count any bytes whatsoever. But head isn't waiting for the lines. It's the tail.f that causes it to wait. But like it gets so interesting, right? Because if we head dash n2, this works. We like read 1 byte until we got to the end of here. Except when we run it through Rust, and then it doesn't do anything until it has what it wants, because Rust is waiting for everything. And that makes me wonder, is there something in the standard library that would allow us to get the output as it happens? And that's fascinating that it actually ends. Because like this shouldn't end, right? Like in a normal shell, this would not end. So for a head, when I pipe you, wait on head closes standard in and tails drop. Okay, yeah, that's true. So we do drop that as soon as we finish waiting for head. I mean, so I could inherit, but I think if I do that, I can no longer get standard out. I can. Why are you happy? When I do inherit on this, yeah, you see impl bin and sh in there, so maybe my prayers have been answered. Yeah, impl bin shell, impl a bin a shell. Well, sorry about more mutilating your username. If you're sticking around, we'd love to chat. Otherwise, hope that you have a great rest of your day. So there's probably nothing in here anymore, or it's still hanging it's still hanging, doing the normal thing. That's when I do inherit. So when I inherit, the standard out actually goes to this process standard out, which then just prints it to the console. So this is not Rust printing it. This is the shell printing it. If I send it to dev null, then I don't believe anybody gets it, and it's back to this again. Piped does seem like it's the right thing to do. The head command has standard in. The standard out for the tail command is piped. So I don't think there's necessarily anything other that we can do here. If we drop the head at this point, I don't think that would really do anything for us. Sorry, drop the head. Drop the tail. Like if we get rid of it. Oh man, I already auto snoozed twice, so I just snoozed the third time for our ad break. I will have to take this one. Let's see. Wait. I was gonna say like that was weird. I got 1 and 5, but 1 and 2 makes sense. That's what we got here. I'm reading the bare minimum of bytes that we're getting from head, and that nothing is happening from that. I guess onto standard. Well, they did have a guide here of how pipe and fork behaves, but I'm not sure that this is helpful for us because we need to look at pipe and fork in what is it called? Rust. I don't think we're locking. Wait a second. There was a lock thing that we could do. So after we spawn the head child, I can't lock a child. Oh, but wait, I can lock. Okay, so I can't, once it's a child, I can't lock that. What are you? You are, no, I want the head child. Oh, right, we still have the head command. This is a function that just takes a config, which is not what I want. I can't like lock. What can I do with this? And that just returns a command, so that doesn't let me do anything crazy or simple. Output waits for it to finish. So let's see. If I don't spawn, what are the other things we can do? We can output. I doubt this will work, but we can try it. So we have our head, child, standard out. I want to, yeah, this just becomes a string out of here. So that output, wait, why are you get unchecked? Aren't you unwrap? You're a vec. Do I need that? Oh, wrong from UTF-8. What it is. Whoa, don't do that. Do that. Now I unwrap you. And then I output. This isn't gonna work. There's no way this is gonna work. Yeah, we just hang. We don't even get one. Oh, because one is above the output. That's why. Okay, so yeah, wait for output prints the one because it's waiting, right? Like that's the problem is output. It closes the stream, but it waits for it to finish, and I don't want to wait for it to finish. Now, if we spawn, so if I do this, not getting that output anymore. A child. Now we're not going to wait with output because we don't want to simultaneously wait for the child to exit. We want to something else. Now, I could kill this. We could just kill it. I think there's an unwrap here. Grabbing this again. We don't have output there. Now I'm killing it here, which is probably not the right place to kill it. But why not? So I read 0 bytes because when I killed it, there's no standard out anymore. Now we could move you to kill you after, like at this point. Our head child is partially moved because we got the standard out. You can do that. And then we're back to the same thing again where we're waiting for head to finish because we never get, I don't even think we get into the loop, right? No, we do. Okay. So we get 1. I want to read 1 byte from this. And it does not. Our reader, ad break started. Okay. I'm going to take a quick break because I need to stretch. We've been sitting here for 2 hours. And I'll go walk around. We'll come back and see if that magically makes my brain work a little bit better with this. I have my doubts. So I will be right back. Okay, welcome back. I don't think I magically figured out what the problem is from taking a little break from it. I did drink a little bit of caffeine, so maybe that'll help in a few minutes when that kicks in. One part of me wonders if this type of command isn't what we need to do, but something more, if there's like a different type of process and command that we can get, or like the underlying data, like to stream it out. Like, is there some kind of like stream that we could get? Which, how the shell works is one thing, but I think what we've noticed is that Rust and how it's using the shell is different than how everything else is than how the shell works itself. So, okay, if we go to the standard library and we look at process, it also provides abort and exit. When I quit out, I tried kill. Oh, there's no abort. Oh, abort is for my own process. That's what that is. Okay, never mind. Okay, so this is the normal command output. Several methods on commands such as spawn or output can be used to spawn a process. In particular, output spawns the child process and waits until the process terminates, while spawn will return a child that represents the spawned child process. So spawn is definitely what we want. The standard out, standard in, and standard error of a child process can be configured by passing and standard IO to the corresponding method on command. Once spawned, they can be accessed from the child. For example, piping output from one command into another command can be done like so. Okay, so we have echo and sed. So echo with an arg, standard out is piped, spawn. Note that echo child is moved here, but we won't be needing echo child anymore. So we get echo child, standard echo out. Sed child takes an arg of s typo, standard in from echo out. Well, that's a slightly different way than they did it, didn't they? Or that we're doing it. Okay, so if I have my tail command, let's just throw all these together. So you're arged and piped, which is similar to this, right? So we have our echo, and then we spawn this. Actually, I'm kind of thought for some reason we couldn't do that before. Well, I want to try this. If I try let our tail child equals process command new tail with an arg, maybe I have to do multiple args. So dash f arg temp, nope, temp b 86, standard out, standard IO, piped, we spawn you and unwrap you. Oh, okay, that works. So here, this is our new, we have our tail child. And then we get our tail out, right? So let tail out equals tail child, standard out. And yeah, you're just unwrapping this. Then we create the new head command. So, and they're doing the full thing here too. So command head, let's just do this one at a time, same way. So with an arg of, let's say 5, our standard in is going to be standard IO from tail out. Our standard out, standard IO piped, we spawn, unwrap. Okay, so we do that. There's also head child. I guess it makes sense to do 1 there, 2 there. I'm gonna do one after each thing. Or okay, so after each of the processes and like everything, basically every line, we're doing a new line here. I've already spawned you, so I don't need to do that. Now your standard out is piped. Now, so you're waiting with output, and I think that's the problem. Is waiting with output, I don't think works. So I think if I take the standard out of head child here, 6, we create a reader over standard out, create a buffer for that. We have our reading buffer loop, I would guess, which is 7. We read 1 byte, we read that, read that byte. If the count is 0, break. Otherwise, append this to the buffer. This becomes 8. We create our string from this. We print it out 9 and 10. So this way we get all the way to reading buffer 7. Okay. So if I read the buffer, can I see what standard out looks like? Cool. Wonderful. Kind of, but not really. Okay, so I can get the bytes. I wonder if one of these different reads would change things. Because I get to 7. Okay, so if we get to 7, that means read is blocking. So pull some bytes into the source, returning how many bytes are read. This function does not provide any guarantees about whether it blocks waiting for data, but if an object needs to block for a read and cannot, it will typically signal this via an error return value. If the return value is okay. So it's hanging on this because it's probably waiting for end of file, I guess. Read vectored, like read to end, that waits until end of file. Read to string, waits until end of file. Read exact. Let's try read exact. You don't return anything at all. So you become read 1 byte. I don't do anything with this. You're going to be in this loop forever, which kind of sucks. But we're already in a forever loop. Okay, so that doesn't do it either. So read exact is hanging. So like it never gets past this one. So reading 1 byte, like it's not like that's going to cause it to hang. It's read exact because we never get to read 1 byte, right? We have reading buffer. Okay, so I can get the buffer, but I don't think this is what I want. I can take multiple things with take, right? I don't want to chain. Okay, so I don't want to chain. I could get the bytes. I don't think we want to get the into inner here. Any data left over in the internal buffer is lost. But I think what we found out is that there's nothing in the internal buffer, right? So actually this might be interesting. we can get the size of the buffer here maybe. So reading buffer, can I consume, is there a way for me to see the size of it? Okay, so I just get this. Okay, so read buffer, so I get that. So let's print line. So this would be 7. Buffer is that. And we don't have an output. Our buffer is empty. This makes sense. Our buffer is empty. If we only get 2 things in here, our buffer is going to be full. No, I saved. Oh, we didn't wait. Our head child, I thought that's what was given us, but we're getting nothing in the buffer. So there is nothing in standard out from the head child. Oh, nice stacking. Yeah, that'll be a good read. I should probably get back into listening to the podcast about the vulnerabilities, but I generally don't. Yeah, the theory that AI can help a lot with discovering security flaws. Possibly the there's the difference between discovering new security flaws and discovering whether or not you have an existing security flaw, like a known security flaw. So if you have like a list of like security flaws that are known, then you can like have AI look through and see like, hey, is this vulnerable to that? And really, it's just like, here's like what vulnerable means. Look for like this thing in this like other thing. I don't actually know if you need AI for that, because if you have, you could write code. Like we've had code that exists and does this forever, since like way before AI, where it just like looks for vulnerable package versions. I'm a teapot. Yeah, that's great. I love that they give you that. Okay, so Sitsu, we verified that. Um, Now what's interesting is that I'm trying to do the same thing. I rearrange things slightly differently, but the same exact thing should be happening. So I get my tail child, I pipe the output, and then I put that into our head child. I pipe the output from here. I spawn it, so we have our head child. I then try to take the standard out and get the buffer from it, and I am the internal buffer is empty. Even if I put this here, our internal buffer is empty. If I put you down here, and this is with head of n of only 2, and if I change you to 1, I think it's still empty. So my buff reader isn't doing what I want to do. Now, this is IO slice and mute. I take the bytes. I can count this. Oh, 20 items in here. Okay. So if I just take our bytes gives me an iterator. 4 bytes. It gives me an U8. Guess I don't need that. Okay, so we do 6. We loop over it. Let's do loop. And then outside of here, I want to let my output equals string from UTF-8. Our buffer, unwrap U, and then print line, our output. And then I'm waiting for you here. Okay, so I get our banana blueberry. So on 2, we get our banana blueberry raspberry grape. And then at 3, yeah, we're back to, we never get here because the bytes, there's nothing in bytes. So we get to 6. Bytes clearly returns nothing. Which makes me wonder, is this entire idea wrong? Like, is there something else I can do on child? So like if I had child, we already have it as spawn. Okay, this will check to see if it's exited, but do I need to, I mean, can I sleep? Can I thread sleep and let child wait for a second? Like, is that something I can actually do? Like, let's say I want to, is it thread? It is thread. So if I thread sleep, you take a duration. Let's wait 1 second. I don't need to wait 1 second. It should be like a lot less than 1 second. You don't Okay, so that does successfully wait 1 second. I wonder also, I mean, can I manually? No, because I can't manually wait for this because it never exits. Like it should never exit because we're waiting for head is waiting to get 5 lines. Is that how it works? Like if I do head dash n 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is exactly what it's doing. So head is waiting for 5 lines to then print them out to wherever it's being piped to. I mean, do I have to wait a whole bunch of times? I don't. We never get into loop. We get to 6. I wonder if like we do an infinite loop here. Where were you? It was something else. If our head child, where did I see that? Is it maybe under? Is it under standard out? Out. No, I don't think it was this one. Oh, there was try wait. Okay, so at try waits, if it's a none, status not ready yet, let's really wait. I wonder if I have to wait multiple times. So if I infinite loop here, try wait, and you're gonna be okay. So if you're let an okay none, so if that okay none is equal to this, try wait, then the child just wait a little bit. Otherwise, break and keep on doing your thing. So I loop forever waiting. We don't have to wait anymore. We wait up there. Oh, nope, that's not what I want. I probably want to line waiting on head. Okay, so waiting on head 1 runs once because you're done, right? Like you're, I want to match this now. So if I match head child, try wait, we unwrap you. Okay, so we have some A, which is an exit status. Exit status, which I doubt we're never gonna get, right? So I'll just print line head exited and we'll break. If we have a none, print line haven't head still running. Unwrap, I hope you don't work for Cloudflare. Yeah, I have a lot of these. Okay, so then we just head child. I mean, what if I just continue? Or we just keep on going? And yes, this is gonna be an infinite loop, right? It's still running. So yeah, head is running forever. But if head is still running forever, I wonder, can I get the bytes in here? Let's see. Let's print line bytes in head. Oh, this is gonna be count. So I want. Okay, we're gonna do standard out bytes count. Can I clone you? I'm cloned you. Let's see. Sure, whatever. You don't ever get to run. Standard out. I could take you. Oh, this is required. Okay, never mind. Okay, so if I do this, it transforms the read instance to an iterator. I mean, it does make me wonder, what if I do take this for loop and I put you over here? Okay, so 4 byte instead of bytes. So in this case, I probably would do these in a different order. I'd put this loop somewhere else. It's like, can I actually just take this head child, start out, take? Yeah, I feel like I don't need to do this if left up here. I do it the other way around. So hold on, let me redo this entire thing. So I don't think I need to sleep. So we do our print line for this. We're gonna do our infinite loop. We're going to match on our head child, try wait, unwrap you, and we're gonna get a sum, which I don't care what you are right now. And this is like completely exited, right? So we head exited and we can break out of the loop at this point. But if we get a none, we'll print line head still running. we know this runs. I guess we could run this and get the infinite loop really quickly. There. It's still running. I want to see if I can take standard out at this point in time. So let's sum standard out equals our head child. Standard out take. Okay, so if I can't take it, I wonder if I want to break it. Okay, so then at this point, I now have a print line, have standard out. Head still running, have standard out, head still running. Then it exits because I get an else. Head still running, have standard out, one more because I took standard out and it's gone now. But I'm curious, does standard out have something in it? So let's find out. So if I have standard out, bytes, counts, head still running, have standard out, as soon as I try to take bytes and count it, I get nothing. So it's when I turn it into an iterator, that's when I stop getting access to this. So when I have a child, okay, so I don't want to wait. I can't wait for it. I don't want to kill it because that will remove the standard out. We found out. Wait doesn't work for us. Try wait might help, but I don't know. Simultaneously waits for the child to exit. So like that's not going to work. The standard in handle to the child process, if any, will be closed before waiting. So if I wait with output on this, standard in is closed. There's only 3 lines. So again, that won't work for us because head is the one that's waiting. Like, yeah, they're both waiting, but head is also waiting, and that's a problem. Now I could get raw handle and into raw handle. Where do those come from? As raw handle for child. Oh, Windows only. Yeah, okay. So raw handle is only available on Windows. We're not in Windows. Now, I wonder if I could get, okay, so I wonder if I don't take standard out. Can I as ref this maybe? So it gives me that. Can I clone you so I cannot move out of a shared reference? Child standard out does not. I don't think I can do this. Let standard out equals standard out. Okay, so cannot move out of standard out, which is behind a shared reference. Move occurs because standard out has a type child standard out. Okay, so we have child standard out. When an instance of child standard out is dropped, the child standard out's underlying file handle will be closed. Okay, so I could borrow the handle. I can get the file descriptor. I mean, we could try reading from this again, but I think that this doesn't. So first off, it says, okay, child standard out does not implement clone. So this doesn't do anything. So if I do standard out, read some bytes. So, okay, let a vector of, let's say, 0, U8. Let's say I have maybe like, just do one at a time. We read, mute the buffer, unwrap you. You need to be mutable, so this becomes as mute. And then I want to print line read from standard out, and then we print some of our buffer over and over again. We have standard out, so it's this read. Even though I'm trying to read only 1 byte, that doesn't work. There's read exact. AI, all right, now we can stop guessing. You've been guessing this entire time? Yeah. The feedback and the sort of like the chats from AI are hilarious sometimes. All right, I'm going to go ahead and let this ad break run, but we're going to keep on going through it and power through it. So sorry about everybody on ad break. It's going to start in about a minute or so. So read doesn't work. Read vectored, I doubt we won't want that. Read to end waits until an end of file, which we're not going to get. Read a string also waits until end of file. Read exact, maybe? No. You still have standard out, and then we lose it. So even though I'm not trying to like take standard out from it. And I'm not truly waiting for it, but I am sort of like giving it time because we're just looping this forever. Because we definitely don't want to wait. I wonder if we need to duration sleep on this. Sure, from sex 1. Why not? 1 sec between each loop. Yeah, I was thinking that was a long shot, but didn't work. I thought I'd do something I'd never done before and vibe my way to the solution, except I only got bad vibes from an AI that had no idea what it was doing. The only thing I got out of it was perhaps this is the difference between block buffering and line buffering. What does that mean? ByRef creates a by reference adapter for this instance of read by ref. Okay, so I have a mutable reference to standard out now. So I have standard out. I create a buffer. We'll simply borrow the current reader. Okay. So if we go back to just read, there's no error. That doesn't wait. I mean, I don't really think I need to sleep. Okay, so I have standard out. Read for standard out. Read from standard out never works. If I standard out, I can't wait. It would be head child. I don't think wait is what I want to do, but sure. And if I put you here, I'm now stuck here. We're waiting here forever because we never get to have standard out. So that makes sense. We're looping forever, waiting for the child to be some. We never get head exited. We just get head still running. Ooh, wait. I don't even get have standard out. So I don't, this doesn't run. Okay, so this gets us our infinite loop. I don't think the deref is what we want. So I really do think that the as mute should give us what we want. Let's standard out equals. I mean, if I do that, print line have standard out. We have standard out now. Okay, so we actually do have standard out. So standard out. I don't know what to do with this that doesn't block it though. The idea seems to be that head-n truly does block waiting for the correct number of lines because tail-f never ends. When you run the command through the terminal, it does line buffering, so you get to see the lines. The other thing that I realized is even if I don't wait for it, if I just do like head-n5, wait for standard input, it waits until 5 lines are come in. So even the tail has nothing to do with it. It really is just the head. It's waiting for 5 things coming in, regardless. And so what I want to do is I want to pipe the output. Like I want to get a stream of output like this. It works with less than 5 if the pipe is closed, which is not happening with tail-f. Yes, true, I think. Because if we're looking for only 2 here, actually, no, it does exit out. Look at that. It exits out. Head is still running a whole bunch of times, but then exits out on its own. So CodeCrafters is looking for what the real shell does in this situation. Because if I do a tail-f, temp be that, pipe to head-n5, it's looking for this, where it prints out the first 2 things and then waits. Because they're going to control C and kill my terminal, my shell, after it gets this. But it needs something to be printed out. Do we still have the error message? Yes. The error message is no line received. And we can see what it did here. It created the file. So pear, orange, banana, pineapple, raspberry, apple with no new line at the end. I think that's what it -e does. I don't remember. Outputs that into file 13 in this case. It tails this. So it does that tail-f temp pig file 13, which is where it put this. It then pipes that to head-n5, even though there's only 3 lines, 2 lines in here with the third one not having a new line on it. But even then, still less than 5 lines. And it expected to get pear orange, but nothing came out. No line received. Yeah, it's expecting, well, So we don't know, right? Because as soon as the shell fails to run, it doesn't show us like what the next test is going to be. It could test to see the next thing is banana pineapple. Yeah, there's another. There may or may not be another assert. We've never gotten to that point. Now we have standard out. So what can we do with standard out? We have a reader, we have bytes, we have all sorts of other stuff. I don't. It's just a mute. Now, if I take it, transforms it into an iterator, which I don't think I want to do. I don't want to transform it. I don't think I want to, yeah, until end of file. Maybe take. So let's say I take, 50 bytes. So let our bytes equals to take that. Now I could into iter, not, I don't want to do that. I could read to string here, I think. So like let's mute buffer equals a vec. No, this is gonna be a string now. All right, thank you Asitsu for all the help. I have my doubts as to whether or not we're gonna figure this out today because we've been working on this since 8 in the morning for like over 3 hours now. But who knows? We might get lucky. Okay, so if I do that, bytes needs to be mutable, and then I can print line red buffer to string. Guess I could just do this. Wait. Oh wait, no, that's the real one. Cargo run. Okay, so red 1. Ooh. Okay. Now I want to come back down here and make sure that we're reading the 5. Don't get my hopes up too much. Yeah. Hence the problem. So we still don't have an underlying access to this. So head's still running. We have standard out. So we got to here. But as soon as I try to take 50 bytes, let's try taking 1 byte. So line took bytes. Ooh, okay. So I took bytes. Couldn't do that. Bytes read to string red buffer. Okay, so take. This function returns a new instance of read, which will read at most limit bytes, after which it will always return end of file OK0. Any read errors will not count towards the number of bytes read. So I thought, based on this, that this would have an end of file. So maybe not. So let's change this into what they called it, handle. Okay, so we took bytes. I took 1 byte. Can I print this out? Yes. Inner is child standard out. Interesting. So I still have a child standard out. Consumes the take, returns the wrapped reader. I guess if I read, let's create a buffer. We'll just say that this is, can I make this a vec of u8? I want 1. I don't know if I can do that here. I think it's just a vec of u8 equals a vec. Can I just say I have 1 thing here? No, I don't think I can do that without saying it has 0 things in here. Let's try read first. So read reader buffer. Okay, print line. We read into buffer. Okay, so we were able to take the bytes, which gives us a length 1, limit 1. That's good. But as soon as we get read, we freeze up. So am I doing this wrong where I'm reading 1 byte? How do I? This is not great. But I don't. If I get mutable reference to it, maybe I'm fine. Okay, maybe I can get the raw handle. Wait, as raw handle. Oh wait, is as raw handle? That's Windows only. Okay, never mind. I don't want to consume it. I mean, read is nice, but by reference, what else is in here? So impl read that lets us read. This always like freezes it and makes it not working. Okay, what's freeze? Nightly, cool. Yeah, okay. There's not much more that we can do for child centered out. All right. So the only other thing I can think of is trying to search for Okay. Is there anything in the, where is it? It's in learn rest by example. Do you have anything here? Not really. Okay, so we have child processes under miscellaneous with pipes. Okay, so write a string to the centered end of word count. But I think word count, if I don't give it anything, oh, so that hangs forever. Okay. So we have command new word count. Otherwise, Windows stuff. Okay, let process equal match. Okay, so we basically, okay, proper error handling here. But pipe centered in, pipe centered out for word count. Write a string to the centered end of word count. Okay, so process centered in, unwrap, write all. Because centered in does not live after the above calls, it's dropped and a pipe is closed. This is very important. Otherwise, word count wouldn't start processing the input we just sent. The centered out field also has a type option child centered out, so it must be unwrapped. Okay, and the pipe is closed. I think this is the problem, is like it's not processing the input. Centered out field also has a type option centered out, so it must be unwrapped. So this one is doing two things. This is like piping manually. So I have two. We have, okay, so we know this is not working. So let's, I mean, I don't want to start over with this, but maybe get rid of these. Okay, let's try this function. This is going to be by example method. Okay, so write a string into this. So we're going to start with the tail dash f. So let tail, and this is going to be process command new tail, create an arg. It's dash f arg temp b 86. Standard in is standard IO, so maybe nothing comes in for it. Standard out, standard IO, we piped you, and then I think we can spawn you, and we unwrap you. Okay, so now we have tail as a child. I need to get the output of this. So we don't need to write yet. I need to get the output of you. So process standard out, unwrap, read a string. Okay, so this is gonna be let, is it a sum? Let okay. Oh, but we don't have, we create a buffer first. So let mute. So this is tailed. Basically, this is output. I wonder if it's one line at a time. We're gonna find out. Do this as string new. I want to tail. So they do tail standard out, unwrap, because we're done with tail now. Read to string, reference to output, unwrap you, and then I should print line tail has output. Okay, by example method, so we init and by example method. Nothing. Okay, so that doesn't work. So read to string doesn't give us the raw bytes from this either. Oh, but we might need to wait for it. So at the end here, if we do tail wait, unwrap you, and then tail, you need to be mute. I took it, so we'll take you. We don't have, okay, so tail, we can't read a string. We do know that we have multiple things in tail. So it should be writing that file. Now maybe I shouldn't do standard in, but I don't think that matters. One change at a time, right? No. So print line by example method, print line, we created tail child. So I'm thinking we're going to get to created tail child, and then read to string doesn't work anymore. So because centered in does not live after the above calls, it is dropped and a pipe is closed. This is very important. Otherwise, word count wouldn't start processing the input we just sent. I need to drop standard in. So I create tail child. Okay, so if I create a block here, and so I do tail standard in, we take, unwrap, and I just let it drop. Okay, so that drop standard in. We have a none value now. On line 74. Okay, so take has nothing. This is a none essentially. I suppose that makes me wonder if for this thing, if I try to drop standard in, because where do we get before it fails? Okay, so I think we have centered out. Our handle equals centered out. Don't think I want to DRF mute this. I think we just do want to take it. Let's just limit one. Sure. Okay, so right. Okay, so we have centered out here. Now, at some point, I need to. We have head child, and then we have tail child. So I think I lose tail child here, but I think it's head child that I need to drop. So if I do like a block here, and I do head child standard in, take standard in is no longer running. Standard in is no longer here because standard in is from that. So if I try to do this for tail out, no errors. Okay, so standard in, take, unwrap because it's been consumed. I assume that standard in is consumed, but maybe I don't want to consume it. So standard out, if I take it here, it's not consumed yet. So now it's line 40. Is that still this? Yeah. If I don't lose standard in, have standard out. Okay, but that's the same thing. Have standard out here. And if I try to take any amount of this doesn't work. So like we're back to the same thing again. But this is interesting to me. So this is very important. Otherwise, word count wouldn't start processing the input we just sent. The center out field also has a type ups and shout out, so it must not be unwrapped. So process center out, unwrap, read to string. It's almost like I need to wait. It doesn't make sense to wait for, so tail child wait doesn't make sense either, right? Even though that would cause centered out to drop and centered in. So like this is going to cause problems too. And if I want head child, we wait on both of them. Like neither of those work here. I could wait up here, but don't think this is going to work either for us. Yeah, because then we're just waiting for the input. I could wait the child, wait the head, wait the tail, and then wait the child. But we get to the same place, which is 5. We get here, we start waiting. If we wait, that ends. Now, if I kill it, read into buffer. What am I doing? I forgot how to do this. That's the wrong. That read into buffer 0. Now I initialized it with 0. Can I vec? Okay, with capacity, say 1. Yeah, read into buffer. Nothing's in there. I don't think this take is really doing what we want it to do. Standard out, take. Oh, I've already have access to this, so I could just read directly. But read to buffer is empty, so I don't think kill is working. Wait is not working because we just sit here forever. Waiting for the child doesn't work, so nothing is ever read into the buffer, is it? Yeah, nothing. I'm trying to scroll up, but I don't think I probably ran out of my buffer. Let's try this again. How many lines was that? Can I even scroll up still? It's a lot. What if I cargo run and just pipe this to head? Broken pipe. Can I pipe to less? No, it really doesn't like that. But it did show that I have nothing got read into the buffer. So if I have with capacity, if I read exact, I don't think this will change anything. I mean so it never reads anything at all until eventually it panics. You've seen broken pipe issues before when the terminal is put into raw mode by cross term or something similar. Yeah, I can see that. I think it's because I'm putting it into head, which is it's not very happy about. Or maybe it's like something else is going on. And if I read this, read into buffer. I try to write the buffer. If I try to do this, we get infinite loop, which is interesting because at least it's not, I guess it's because we're never waiting, but basically I'm trying to wait if we have none. So we never reach the end because it's never going to. I'm trying to read a bunch into my buffer. I mean, if I try to like just write it out like that, I wonder, I doubt this is gonna work any better. Yeah, read into buffer and then with nothing. So it's an empty string because there is nothing there. Now we could again try to drop. No, because like centered in is already dropped. If I do that, you're gonna yell at me, right? Okay, so nothing gets printed out still. This is a tail child. If I try to take the head child, standard in, that doesn't do anything. I mean, all these things are working and then it's looping forever, but it's like close, but not exactly. And I feel like we need to figure out how to do this other method. Okay, so let's try function R first try. The by example method, which is from the Rust by example book. So we create, so this one I'm just creating the tail, right? So we tail-f arg that file. I really want to get the standard out. There is no standard in, right? So there is no standard in, so I should be able to say this is null. We created the child. Let's not do this for right now. I try to create output and we get this, but this should never happen. I think this fails. Yeah, so we created the child here, and then as soon as we try to read to string, this doesn't work. And so if I read to end, we can try read exact. So what if I do a vec with capacity 100? Probably read exact might not be what I want. So let's try read first. So I read the output, and then we'll just print out the bytes if it read any. We have no bytes in here. So tail has output nothing because read didn't do anything. If I read exact, that still has nothing. Now, this thing here is saying, so we write a string to centered in of word count. Centered in has, okay, so we can unwrap centered in. And we did spawn it, okay. Because centered in does not live after this, it's dropped and a pipe is closed. This is very important, otherwise word count would start processing the input we just sent. Does that mean that tail also wouldn't start? See, I think that's what it's trying to also say is like tail is not going to start processing until it ends. At least the way that this works here, maybe, possibly. So, do I need to drop standard out? So if I tail standard in and unwrap you, and I don't do anything, we unwrap you, I think that drops it. It's a none value because you're null. If I standard in shouldn't have that, right? Because I'm running tail from this. So there is no standard in, which makes sense. If I instead work on output, there is no standard in on that. There's no take. It's just a field at this point. It's a, what are you? Oh, you're just a vector. So we have the by example method here. We never get to here, which means the output never finishes. So, and this is where I think that I'm not understanding how to get the stream of data in. It's like to make it that it start processing and streams the data out. That's what I want. Unsafe, I don't think you're going to give me anything I need here. I don't think there's any meta information or compatibility or anything like that. It does make me think that I might need to just search for like Rust. So process, maybe like stream standard out from spawned child. Let's see what this Stack Overflow is. You do call command standard out piped when this child standard out will be some standard out, where standard out is an instance. Child standard out, the struct implements read traits, you can call from it. So Yeah, but like again, they're using ls, which is just like a one-time thing. I can capture the output now, but I already tried to add standard IO piped before and it didn't work, but I tried it without a buffer reader and read directly standard out. Yeah, we had trouble with the buff reader too when we tried to use that. What if we simplify ours a little bit? So we have our tail standard out as piped, so we're gonna spawn you. We created a tail child. I want standard out is now going to be standard out take and wrap. And then I read from this. I think we have to loop over you to keep it alive forever. We're going to let mute um, our vector, so our buffer, which is going to be a vec of u8, a vec with capacity, let's just say like 10. I want to standard out. We're going to read directly into the buffer. We're gonna create our like what it is. So our output is going to be string from UTF-8 buffer unwrap u, and then we print line red output from tail child. But I don't think it's going to go very well, and we're in an infinite loop, which I suppose is fine for right now. We read nothing from tail child. If I try to do the same thing and pipe to head, yeah, this just reads nothing from the tail child to begin with. What I would love is to see an example of something that doesn't exit. Okay, so there's a Reddit post. Oh, they're doing Tokyo. We could try wall output try weight equals no, because it's never done. It's never done. I don't think this is what we want. Going into second page results, which is never usually a good idea. They're using actual channels and threads here. So they create this code spawn. Okay, so they spawn the child. That's a pretty standard new one. It is bash c echo hello sleep 3 seconds echo worlds. That does take some time, but it will eventually exit. Okay, so if I guess we can try a standard IO buff reader over standard out. Hey Yasitsu, yeah, we're still going. We have I'm trying now just like a very basic one to see like, hey, can I stream the output of tail and get that? Because like tail and head have the same problem, right? It's never going to exit, but in the normal shell, it streams its output to standard out. So I should theoretically be able to get the first 3 lines and do something with them. And if I can, then I can like move forward. That's the idea, right? So if I have my tail, we do this, standard out piped, spawn, create my tail child, I get standard out. Now, this thing we found that does the same thing. I get the standard out. Now, this one is a IO buff reader, so we can try that this time. So let our buffer reader equals a buff. What's up? IO buffered buff reader. Amontarium, hello. How are you doing today? We are using Helix. So no, not NeoVim. So, however, the theme that I'm using is Adwaita Dark. So I don't know if there is a similar one for NeoVim. I think there is, but it may or may not be exact. I do have buff reader there. New standard out. Let's just get the lines, and we'll just see if. What are you doing? Oh, I can't snooze anymore. Okay, so in a couple minutes we're going to have to end stream. Otherwise, 3 minutes of ads will play. Also, it's after 12. Okay, so yeah, then they just print the lines. So 4 line in our lines, line. Okay, so I did get these two, but not all three, right? Because if I cat temp b that, there is the third mango pair root. So I need to not do the lines. What can I get? I can do bytes. So I have my bytes, and then I guess I want to, dumb idea, don't set the last command to pipe so it goes to center it out on its own. It tests all the previous stuff, and unfortunately that means my redirect to file won't work anymore. So that's a problem. I did think about that. Okay, so if I get my bytes, can I just turn off the add thing? I don't think I can turn off ads manager, can I? Oh, that sucks because I want to try this out. So if I what can I do with bytes? I can read into the bytes. So if I mute my own buffer is a vec of u8. Let's do a vec with capacity. Let's say can I iterate over the bytes? So for byte in bytes, I can. So let byte equals byte unwrap. That gives me a u8. I can, is muting according pattern? It goes against immutability principle. I mean, I'm probably not supposed to do that for a lot of things, but, or wait, is it a coding pattern? I don't know if it's a coding pattern necessarily. It's basically me saying, hey, I want this to be mutable, and it's doing something specifically mutable. All right. Unfortunately, I couldn't stop it, so sorry about that. But the ads started, and I can't stop them. So for byte and bytes, I want to get this. I would love to collect this. So maybe I can do let a buffer equals bytes. Can I just collect this into a vec of u8? Oh, but I can't do that because I need to, so bytes collect. We're going to map this first. We're going to take in a byte, and we're just going to byte.unwrap, which is fine. I then want my result to be a string from utf8, buffer, unwrap u, and then we print line our results like that. So if I do this, we created the Tango, we created this, we take that, as soon as I get the bytes, doesn't need to be mutable, but as soon as I map over the bytes, okay, so it's not throwing an error, so it's not crashing with that unwrap, but when I'm collecting all of the bytes into a string and then printing it out, that never happens. So lines works, bytes does not. Is a flush required? So print line, I mean, I guess we could try that. So what is it? IO standard out. Oh, I need to IO standard out like this. Let's find out. No. Is there a flush for the buffer? I don't think there is, right? Like I can't do bytes. There's no flush there. I'm kind of surprised that lines works. Because when we did this, so we get lines, and then I could just do for line in lines. And I can just print line unwrap. Because when I do this, wait, did I not assign the buffer? So I create a buffer, results. No, buffer. I then use it. I assign the buffer. See bytes, byte unwrap. Lines reads eagerly as opposed to bytes. I guess so. Oh, and this is lines. This is lines still. So what's the difference? Okay, so we need buff reader. So there's buffer, returns a reference to the internally buffered data. I don't think that's what I want. You need a reference to the buffer in order to flush it. You used the buffer and immediately took the lines. But is there a flush with the buffer? Like flush is usually an IO type thing, right? So hold on. I have the bytes. What would I be fleshing? Like not the bytes, right? There's no flesh on this. I guess I'm confused about what I would be fleshing. And then the buffer, I guess there's a flesh this. Flushes this output stream, ensuring all enemy buffered contents reach their destination. I guess we could try that. Okay, let's find out. But unfortunately, it doesn't actually do anything here. So now buffer gives me a reference to internally buffered data. So if I just get the buffer like this, that gives me that. I don't need that anymore. You become a buffer. Make it a vec. Ooh. So buffer, the buff reader is dropped when I do that. Don't worry about that. We're at this point in time, we're all trying to figure this out together. So we're the buff reader, new centered out. So I lose the buff reader. If you don't lines or read, then it won't populate the buffer. Oh, that's what that is. Okay. So let's continue. Returns the contents of the internal buffer, reading it. So if I fill the buffer, okay, so I create a buffer. Yeah, I'm trying to get the last line because I can get the 2 lines, but not the last one because it doesn't have a new line on it. And that's the problem. So fill buffer returns the contents of the buffer. So if I unwrap you, the fact that the 3rd line does not end with a CR matter, yes. Unfortunately, it does very much so. Let's rename this to buff reader. Then this will be let buffer equals that. We will let our output string UTF-8, our buffer to vec, wrap you, and print line our output. It's less of it's intentional and ooh, that worked. All right. So it's less that's an intentional on my part and more of the thing that I'm using here. So or I'm trying to pass this test. I didn't write the test. I can't mutate the test. They write 1 pear orange with a new line, 2 banana pineapple with a new line, 3 raspberry apple, no new line to a file. So this is a file without a last new line. And then they tail F it. And I need to be able to grab out the data. But this seems to have worked. So I now have my output as a string. Okay, so I have my output. I want to, all right, let's see if I can, yeah, I'm simulating a test. That doesn't matter if I'm piping it. Now let's do the next thing. Let's create our head. It's going to equal to a process command new, our head with an arg of -n, an arg of 5, our arg, no, not arg, our standard in is piped, our standard out is piped, we spawn you, and we unwrap you. Okay, so now I have the head. Now I want to get the standard in, so let, we're gonna do let sum standard head standard in equals head standard in. We're gonna take, I guess we're just gonna take like this. Oh, otherwise, I guess in this case, I just don't do this. Unwrap you. Then, okay, so what we found in, oh, I lost it. I want in Rust by example, in standard miscellaneous, no, where was child processes pipes? We saw this, where if I get standard in, I could then write all with what I want. So I can now head standard in, write all. I need the output as bytes, unwrap you. What if the test engine aliases tail and heads to be a no operation? They're not doing that as far as we can tell. Okay, so head centered in, write all. So if I write this all, then I want to get let I want to do the same thing here. I want to get standard out. So this is going to be head standard out equals head centered out take unwrap let head buff reader new over head centered out. I want to fill the buff, so let head buffer equals, so you need to be mutable. So head buff reader, fill the buffer, unwrap you, and then I need to let our, this is a our head output string from UTF-8, our head buffer, unwrap you, and print line head output, head output. Okay, no errors. It created the tail child. So we got this out of the tail dash F. We got this out of the tail dash F, which means, ooh, I can't remember if that ended. Hold on. That did end. Okay. So we got this out of a tail dash out. Let's see. Okay, so we got the tail dash out. That actually ends. I want to create the new head. So print line created head. So we got our created head. We got head standard in. Okay, so we got the head centered in. We want to write to head centered in. So okay, so we wrote the tail output to head standard in. Okay. Then we attempt to take standard out from head. Okay. So we took head centered out. So we created head buff reader. Okay, not yet. This might be it though. We filled head buffer, and that does it. Oh, wait, no. Created head buff reader. Oh yeah. So we never get filled head buff reader. So fill buff blocks. Now it didn't block on the other one, but it's not working here. Now what if I don't take you? Hold on. It's not that. So I write all as bytes to this. How does this work again? Okay, so they create the WC command, which does wait. They don't take. So process standard in, they don't take like that. Created head buff right first, so we still don't get filled head buff reader. And then they're doing lines from that. If I get lines equals head buff reader lines like that, I get the headlines. However you read the output, it will not make a difference. I'm hoping that it does. Like I'm hoping that I get it work the same way that I got the tail to work, where because it's reading for everything, but like maybe I don't want it to read for everything. And so what if I don't take? What if I make it drop? But yeah, there's nothing in here because I think this is super interesting, which is because centered does not live after the above calls. It is dropped and the pipe is closed. This is very important, otherwise it wouldn't start processing the input we just sent. Oh, that could be good. It doesn't help, but it might make some sense. Wait. So based upon that, can I recreate this with tail dash F temp B that pipe to head dash N5? Because like that gives me that pipe to head dash N2. Yeah. Okay. So that's basically this is what we're running into. But I guess so tail doesn't buffer their output. So it's possible that test uses their own head that doesn't buffer the output. But if that wasn't the case, then our code would pass, right? They do kill quite often in the tests. That's something they do a lot because they look to see whether or not you're in an infinite loop and then kill it once you're in there. So they definitely do stuff like that. Yes, this is good to know. Unfortunately, I don't think that there is like Rust command process like ignore buffer or something like that. Okay, so they're flushing after writing. If I could flush after writing, and that's very similar to this thing right here. I don't think I need to match this to take ownership of it. And maybe write all isn't. Did I do write all? I did write all. The other thing that we can do to cheat, but like I guess it's a shell, so maybe it's not fully cheating, is then implement head ourselves as a built-in. So when they run it, it's ours instead of theirs, and then we just make head not buffer. Now they wrote. Somebody else said that they created a writer. So here I could try write all. This is going to be the output as bytes. Unwrap you. You need to be mutable. Head writer flush. So that tries to flush the. I don't think there's anything else we can do in here. It's like once we write into it and we flush it, that should return it. And like in this case, I'm kind of cheating, right? Because I'm not piping anymore. I got all the information from tail into a file. So now I actually have a new line. I wonder, so like I'm not even opening up, but it's that head, which is the -5. I wonder if I just keep on, I mean, I could do something really silly and really stupid. I could continue writing into the head writer a new line until it's done. Okay. What would that look like? So let's say I have my head writer here. So we got a writer for this, and I want to create an infinite loop, and we're gonna match try. We're gonna match head try wait. We're gonna write try wait unwrap. So you become a sum. So this is we get an exit code in here. So we're done. So this is print line. Head is done. But if we're none, could I head writer just write a buffer of a new line, and then we continue on. I lost head, so head centered in. Let's take you so we don't lose you. So if I do that, head is done, and then down here we'd be able to get our. Let's just print line. Head exited. Okay, so I get head exited. Do I get standard out from this now? So let mute this head reader buff reader new from this is head standard out take unwrap for line in head reader dot lines. I got a bunch of new lines. Is this 5? 1. Oh my god, this might be 5 lines. Broken pipe, line 106. Oh, it didn't like that at all. Do I need to write all? No. Okay. So I got head centered in. Oh man. So I feel like we're really close, but also still not that close. Basically, I need to drop. Can I drop? So if I head writer, I'm trying pretty wild things now. If I drop the head writer, which also drops the head standard in, if I drop that after we're finished. Now, what's interesting to me is that as soon as I added something in here, it didn't like that at all. Yeah, that's interesting. So I write, I don't want to append it. I mean, I could flush it. Flush instead of unwrap? No, that doesn't exit anymore. So got head centered in. I buff writer. Oh, wait, did I never write this? So I want to head writer, write all the output as bytes, head writer, flush. I mean, I could always just add an arbitrary number of new lines to the end of this output, which would probably work. So if I wanted to cheat, which I mean, I'm feeling much more okay with that. If I keep on adding new lines to it, that works. So all I'm doing is I'm writing everything that I have here, I'm flushing at, and then I'm saying like, hey, are you done? If you're not done, go ahead and write like just write another line to it. It'll be fine. Write another line. If I don't write another line, if I don't do this, it also works. I think we got it. Okay. Here's what I think is happening. This block is essential. This should cause the problem again, I think. Yes. Okay. So your shell becomes a bunch of one-off hacks for different commands. No. I think we got it. We got it here. It's not a bunch of one-off hacks for different commands. It's now just a one-off hack for all commands, which is a one-all hack. Well, not instead of one-all. It's just a hack. We'll just say it's just a hack. So what am I doing here? I'm extracting the head standard in. We print the head, got the head standard in. We wrap the head centered in a buff writer, and then I write the output of the tail in. Then I drop the writer. So standard in gets dropped for head. So basically, if we think about our pipes, we have the tail piping into head, and I just dropped that. So basically, it just says like, oh, that connection, it is gone. It has to now print whatever it had. It's done. I don't need to do this at all. As soon as the writer, so standard, the writer, basically as soon as standard in is dropped, I think that's all I really have to do. When I drop standard in, then we move on to the next line. We exited, we get the reader, and we read to it. And that works. And so even if I am, okay, by example method, I think is the one that's running. Even if I say head is like 15, read 15 things here. And we're using by example method. That still works. Yes, I made it work dropping standard in writer for head, but that doesn't work in the real world if tail.dash sees the file change and says more output. Yes, of course. But that, I'm not exactly sure what to do in a real world situation. This is essentially the second hack that we're doing for this shell. That's like not the appropriate way to do things. And the only thing I can think of is recreating head in Rust as a built-in. And it does make me wonder if there is a head. Okay, nobody just created something called it head. So I want like command line bash shell whatever. I want head unbuffered, really. Head unbuffered. Sure, if you have something in Rust, I'll take it. I mean, the AI is so confident in this, but yeah, you made it work for dropping standard in writer for head, but that doesn't work. Yeah, we talked about that already. I'm tired. I think, yeah, this AI is very confidently wrong because like this clearly doesn't work. It would be really cool if Linux got updated to like make things unbuffered, but I think all the programs would need to be updated, right? The command unbuffer from the expect package disables the output buffering. Wait, so do I have access to unbuffer? No. Unbuffer is not a thing that I could do. Oh, wait. One potential way that I could do this without completely destroying everything is I need to it's been an hour already. Okay, so one potential other thing that we can maybe do is take that input from tail because that's not buffered and write it to a file and then take the file as input. But like, isn't that the same thing as it's going to wait for 5 lines? So that's still going to be the same problem, right? So some people are making shells. It makes me wonder how other people are implementing this. I do think that we should probably just do the BS method, which I'll probably do tomorrow because it's way after lunch and we're getting to the point where the stream is going to have trouble any second now. I am definitely going to push all this stuff up because I think this was really helpful in that we got this working. So got it working, but at the cost of I mean, should we just say at the cost of POSIX? At the cost of uh, tail, tail dash f. All right, I'll push this up so that way I can see this next time. So, which is tomorrow. So tomorrow morning we'll be back, and I will we'll implement what we learned today to figure it out. So that'll be a fun thing. Now I guess we'll go into what we're going to do, and then probably we should go into what we should do at the same time. Okay, so let's talk about pipelines. We'll talk about what we're doing, and then we'll talk about what we're going to do, and then finally what we should do. Let me see if I can make this smaller, because I don't think I can make a freeform whiteboard with a black background. Can I? That would be nice. That would be amazing if I could, but I don't think I can. Okay, so we're going to, you know what I could do? Give me a second. Let me make this large over here. A giant square, that really big. Make you black, and how do I lock you? There. Now we have a black whiteboard, a blackboard, as it were. Okay, so I want, what tool do I want? I probably want a pen. Maybe we could do a pen. There, there's a pen. Oh, okay. None of that is what I want. If I have a pen, I would prefer a pen that. Oh, and you know what I think it is? My color is still black now. I need. Oh no, that's fine. Okay, so let's take a look at some commands. Let's imagine tail-f. It's not like we haven't been using this for a long time. Tail-f results in so it opens a file, reads the last 10 lines, I think, and keeps it open, streaming all new data to standard out. Okay. That's what tail-f does. So this sort of doesn't really capture standard out, but it sends data out constantly. Now, if we were to, let's say, pipe this to, that's a nice pipe operator, right? Okay, so let's now pipe this to head dash n5. So what does this do? Head dash n5 reads the first 5 lines of a file, like I guess from standard in. And if we actually do this as just file name, there. Okay, it reads the first 5 lines from standard in, waits 4 5 lines if there are less than 5. So in the case, and this is what's happening with our the test that's been handed to us, in the case that the file name has 3 things in it, 3 things get sent over through the pipe to head, because tail is a streaming. There's no buffer, there's no nothing. It just, whatever it sees, it sends immediately, always. So it sends 3 lines over. Head is, like most commands, buffering, meaning that it needs all 5 things before it completes. However, we see the 3 things get printed out in normal shell. That's just something that happens. So it prints to standard shell. So let's maybe have a note here. So feels like streaming to standard out when less than 5 lines are passed in the pipe. However, this is only true in normal shells, like in TTY, I guess. And we'll show a way to sort of like test and verify this. If we do another pipe, if I do another pipe here, and maybe we even say head dash n like 3. So this is going to wait for 3 things. Well, we have 3 things in our file, let's say. So we get 3 things over right away, there and here. Shouldn't we get 3 things immediately over here? No, because this is buffering. Oh, come on. I guess it would help if I spelled it correctly. Buffering. So this head is going to wait for however long it needs to until it fills up 5 before it sends the next thing to the pipe. So this will hang. Nothing will print out to standard out. If you do this in an interactive shell, because we're waiting on this. And this is the way we're able to sort of like detect whether or not it's a buffering problem in reality or not, because the TTY is lying to us in here. It's sort of like how if in some languages, I'm going to use JavaScript for example because I'm the most familiar with like this specific thing that happens. When you console log something in JavaScript, it will evaluate at sort of like when you view the console log. And so it's possible that when the console log happens in the code and you print it to the console, it doesn't actually know what the value is. But by the time you go to look at it as like the developer testing it, it prints. So it's like, well, of course the thing is there. The whatever is in the object is printed out. It's fine, but it was not fine. The things in the object weren't there at the time of the console log, but it lied to you. And this is sort of the shell NTTY lying to us. Basically, if we got 5 things and then a 6th thing came through, then the 6th thing would print out here. So what does that mean when it comes to our shell? So this is a problem, right? Because this like trick where it displays the TTY only works in TTY. I can't force head to do whatever I want, and I can't stream from head to get standard out, because that's not how it works. Head isn't actually streaming to standard out, so that's why I mean it's sort of like a lie a little bit. It's waiting until it's got all 5 things, then it sends to standard out. We just see it a little bit ahead of time. So we have the correct thing to do. So I guess let's see, what should we do? Maybe like what we're doing. So what BB shell is doing. So what our shell is doing. Line buffering versus block buffering. Yeah, that's a really good point. This is block buffering. And I suppose it's a good point, right? Because tail file name is line buffering. Because when something new gets added to the file, we don't see it until a new line is entered. So if you're just sort of putting things into the file one character at a time, you don't constantly get those over. It's just a line at a time that's streamed over. So what BB shell is doing, we're running our nope. Hey, I thought I locked you. Let me get rid of you. We don't actually need the other head, so that's just a test here. Okay, so what we're doing here, we're running tail, we're getting the results, and we're sending it over to head. Head is waiting. We only get 3 things, and so therefore nothing prints out because we're waiting. So that's clearly a problem, right? And then maybe what we should say here is like we run our command, we do all the pipes. So the second command. Okay, so we run a command, we get our second command. Now we get this output, and we stuff this into a standard out, standard error, I guess vectors array, essentially. So if I put this over to the right like that, and let's make you have a arrow like that. Okay, so basically we take the output of this and we throw standard out, and standard error into vectors, which is great for everything except for this, right? Because if I were to attach, and then this actually, we print this to standard out. So this print standard out print standard error. So we wait until we get everything, and then we print it to standard out and standard error. Here, if I wanted things to print out right away, like they do with head in like sort of like the normal shells, I would need to connect head to the actual standard out. So I would need to attach it to our standard out, basically inherit standard out. That's not happening. We're piping this out to our own thing. So the appropriate thing to do to make head work the way we expect it to is inherit head from standard out, but only inherit head, because we would need to be able to like turn it off. So optionally turn off this here. Optionally turn off standard out inherit. But then I also need it piped to be able to capture it, right? Like I need both at the same time, which is a problem here. So if I optionally turn off standard out and inherit instead, then head would push out into our standard out. We'd actually be able to see this printing out. It would be perfectly fine. We would then not be able to capture that instead, because the way, let me turn that volume down. That was really loud. Okay. I had somebody else's phone in the same room as me, and that was really loud. Let me put on do not disturb mode too, because that will help. Okay. So what should we do about this? I don't think I can do this. I don't think that this is an option, because there's a bunch of, well, okay. It's less of I don't think that we can do this, and more of it's going to be a lot of extra work in order to do this, which is perfectly fine. I think what we are going to do though is cheat. And by cheating, I mean we're going to take this sort of idea of that it's block buffering in mind, and we have to tell head, in order to get the output from head, even if there's less than 5 lines, which is what this test is, we're going to have to stop the tail. We have to turn it off. We have to cancel it. Because as soon as this standard in block ends, this processes. Because it's not going to process until it's completely done. So either we have two choices. Either I drop this, or I add 5 lines. Or 2 lines, I guess, is what this is. Since I don't know that it's always ahead, because we're just running commands that we don't know what those commands are. We're running our users' commands. Dropping standard in is really the only option, because I don't want to like detect, oh, are you a head command? Okay, I will we'll just go ahead and not do that, and not like just let you pipe in forever. What does this mean? This means we run command, we don't pipe like this. So maybe let's copy over here. So the plan. So we run command, we're going to get standard out. I'm just going to say like, hey, we're going to get standard out over here, right? So get standard out. I should probably also get standard error at this point of time. And then we're going to pass this into our second command. So we're going to manually handle the pipes instead of having our operating system or the kernel or basically Rust, in this case, like the process system, do that. So we're going to run, get everything, pass it into here. Unfortunately, I probably could, if I knew that it was block, I probably could leave this running and grab stuff and then sort of like pass these in here. But again, I don't know that it's ever going to finish, and I need this test to finish. So if it was me, I would have to make decisions about testing, how that works, and then also like, caveats for like, if you're going to run this shell and use it, here's some caveats to know. So this is what we're going to do. Basically, we're going to run a command, get standard out, second command. This loops, right? So second command essentially we get that and push it into the next. This goes over and over again. It's a loop. The final command, we then we just take whatever its standard out and standard error is. I suppose if we get a standard error, I think that stops the chain. So we would just immediately halt everything and print standard error out. If things work perfectly fine, we go into the very end, we get standard out, standard error from the last command, and then we return that. That is our plan. Let's see, I can make that, I think, have like a yellow with no fill, with a solid border. There we go. That is our plan. So the reason why this is not the best idea is because if you're coming from any normal shell, you'd expect head to print out the three things first, and also the other thing, you'd expect tail-f to work forever, but in this case, tail-f is going to finish. Like it's not going to continue listening for things forever. So we're breaking tail-f, unfortunately. Okay, so I don't know if there's anything else. That's sort of what we're going on. Gonna label this shell buffering, and let's jump into our code and figure out how we're going to do this. So I think this is in our run executable, and I don't know if we're going to want to continue using our trifold, or if we're going to want to just use for loops or something like this. Basically, we're going to want to take the first command and just like run it, get its output and everything else. So in some cases, this is going to be much simpler. So a simple for loop might be exactly what we want. I already have everything on Git, so it's going to be fairly simple for us to go back if we need to. That being said, I will just comment all of you out, and we'll start over with this. I'll keep this because this is us getting the command name. So let's change you to command name. Okay, so we have our command name. We also have all of the piped command names. The piped command names includes the let's just call this piped commands, because this includes the arguments here. So we have the name and then the argument. What I would like to do now is loop. I guess we're going to create the first command, right? So let our first command equals, we know what the arguments are, so we can just add in the arguments. We know that in this case, standard in is probably okay, but standard out is going to need to be piped. And then now I could run output, and I think we would get our command and all the output in it, as long as we're waiting for it, which I think is perfectly fine. So $U, we get our output. Now, if I wanted to just, let's say, print line this out. So first command, and this is the command name. Okay, we're going to get a bunch of errors and warnings, and that's perfectly fine. All right, so let's cargo run this. Where am I? I'm not in the correct place. You know what? Let's do it over here. Okay, so if I run ls, our first command output. Okay, so we can see our output. Standard out, cargo.lock, cargo.toml. So we have our output at this point in time. We should get our standard output and our standard error from this. So that first command standard out equals, this is going to be first command standard out. That's just a vector. Now these are bytes, and that's perfectly fine. So that first command standard error. So that is also a vector here. So I have both these. We don't want to continue on in the case that we have a standard error. We can go ahead and return early. So if first command standard error is not empty. So if you're not empty, let's go ahead and get what this error message is. And then we're going to push that to standard out. So standard out, going to push the error message. And then I believe all we have to, I believe we can just return this. We're going to return, okay, early, and we're good to go. Okay, so if standard error is empty, and I think that we can actually print this out here. If I do a ls of just something that doesn't exist, there, we get that actually printed out. So the error part is working correctly. I want to wrap this standard out in a buff. Do I need to do this as a buff reader? A buff reader is nice because I can get all the lines pretty easily. However, this is bytes, so actually this might be perfectly fine. So I think next is we loop through. So for this is a piped command, and this is going to be so piped command name, piped command arguments. I don't need those ones. In our piped commands. Okay, now I want to create this piped command. So that our piped command is going to be equal to process command new, our piped command name. Okay, so any arguments. So args are going to be piped command arguments. We need to set standard in to be standard IO piped. We need to do the same thing with standard out. I think that's everything we need here. So we're going to spawn this so we can get the child. So it's not, it's started, but it's not going to be finished yet. It's essentially asynchronous, but in a synchronous environment, which is super fun to think about. Okay, so we have our piped command. It is running. I want to get the standard in. So let piped command standard in is going to be our piped command standard in. Now this is an option, so let's just do an a let sum that equals u. Okay. Otherwise, if we don't have a standard in, even after we piped it, this is a pretty big problem. So we're going to bail. We can actually push something to standard out to basically say that something went wrong. So we're going to standard error push, and our message is going to be error piped command doesn't have a standard out. This is probably a shell problem. That's to owned you. And then we're just going to go ahead and return early. I'm actually going to return with an OK here so it doesn't crash the shell. Okay, so we now have our piped command standard in. I want to now write to standard in the bytes from the first command's standard out. So we're going to do piped command standard in. We're going to write all. You take in a buffer. So you can mute. If you need to be mutable, you need to be here. So our first command standard out. Oh, and this standard in, piped command standard in, you also need to be mutable. Okay, so now we take, like we're doing, this is our manual pipe now. We're taking standard in from our piped command. This is the second command or the third command or the fourth command, and we're pushing it on through. That's great. Problem. Let's see, when the next one comes out, we need to get standard out from this, and we're going to do it to the next one, which that is an issue. So I probably should overwrite this where like we start with one that exists already, and then we overwrite it, and then that comes in. That's probably what we're going to do. We'll get to that shortly. Okay, so we write this to standard in. I need to close and drop our standard in. in order for things to process. That's that dropping that pipe that we showed in our thing. We need a drop from head coming in. We need to say like, hey, there's no more data coming in. Go ahead and process everything that you have. So after we do this, and we can do that by creating a block here. So basically, Rust is block based, block scoped based. So if we have ownership of our piped command standard in here, at the end of this block, our piped command standard in will be dropped, which means that our piped command will now execute. It will now do its thing, which means that I can now wait for it. So we can now let our, let's see, what is this? This is completed. Our completed pipe command is now going to be our piped command. We're going to wait. Now, this only gives us an output, isn't it? So we can wait with output. And I think that's going to give us what we want. Pipe command, we lose standard in. And so the best way for us to take this is actually to take like that. That means piped command in, you need to be mutable there. Okay, there we go. Okay, so now we have our completed pipe command. We need to get its standard in and standard out. So let completed piped standard out equal to standard out, and we just have this. This is just fine. In fact, I probably don't need to like extract it separately like this at this point. We just need to check to see if we have an error. So if completed piped command standard error, if you're not empty, then it's going to be the exact same thing that we had before, right? We need to get the error message, and then we push this to standard error. Push that, and then we're going to do an early return. Okay, great. If standard error is not empty, we probably have a standard out. And even if we don't have a standard out and it's empty, we have a pipe to another command, and that's sort of expected that nothing is going to go into the next one. I mean, that's it, you can pipe that technically you're allowed to do that. So I want to take the completed piped command standard out, and we're going to save that for the next iteration through, which means that's going to be our first command standard out, which I think I'm going to rename this to just last command standard out. So we get this from the first command here. It's mutable, so I can overwrite it. It's used as part of pushing into, where's our write? Used as part of this to write that. And so now, if we get to this point, we can now say our last command standard out, I want to reassign you to a completed piped command standard out. And that's going to move over ownership of the standard out up. And then the last command gets dropped. We don't need it anymore, and we move on to the next one. So I think that's all going to work at the very end. So after the for loop is done, that means we are going to have a final standard out. We're going to get our standard out message equal to a string from UTF-8. It's going to be our last command standard out, and then we're going to push this to standard out. And then all of these things, we don't have to do them anymore. We should have implemented all that logic, and then we exit this. Let's find out if this works. Do I not have clear? I don't have clear as an option. Okay, so I should be able to just do normal ones like ls, and we get the output of ls. Great. I should be able to do things like tail. Do I still have temp b? Oh, actually, that's ls temp b. I do not. Oh, because I rebooted recently, and so I don't have access to those anymore. What do I have in here? I have out. I'm gonna remove out. Maybe we're gonna touch. You know what? I can just. This should still work, right? So if I echo -e1 new line 2, new line 3. That gives us 3 things, and we're going to redirect that to then to out. Let's cat out all. I mean, the redirect worked. Oh, my echo doesn't actually support E. Oh, okay. That's my echo problem. I need to do that here. Echo E1, line 2, line 3, line. And put that into outs. Okay, cat out. Let's try this again. So cargo run. Oh, actually did not want the final new line. Just to match what the test has as much as possible. There we go. Okay, cargo run. We are going to tail dash F out and pipe this to head dash N 5. I was really hoping that would just work. Okay, so if I tail out, I do get all those things. If I tail out and pipe to head dash N, let's say 2, I get those 2 things. I get all the things if I just do that. Pipe to head dash N 5. Ooh, okay. So all those things are working. Tail dash F out, pipe to head dash N 5. You halt on us. You are halting because this first output. So for our first command, I'm doing output because that waits until the end, which is unfortunately that's not going to work for us because tail dash F is waiting forever. So we're going to have to spawn you. I can't wait. I do. Oh, well, I think we also have to say standard error. We are piping that as well. Do we have access to that? Okay, you're now an option because we may or may not have that. So let's take you and we'll grab you. Otherwise, we will, I guess we'll create our error. So standard error. What is our error here? So first command, or I guess like command. I could even tell you what it is, but let's do that. Good error messages format. So command name doesn't have standard out. Okay, so we don't crash. This is gonna be the same thing. I could just do this too. Our command name doesn't have a standard error. Okay. The mute doesn't go there. The mute goes here. Okay. If the first command is standard error, oh, and then you're a child standard out. That's an iterator. Ooh, I don't want to do count or anything because that consumes it, doesn't it? What do I want to do here? To sort of determine whether or not there is. Oh, if it's sum, right? If it's sum, there is a standard error. That might be what it is. I don't remember anymore. I think if this is none, there is no standard error for it, and if there is some, it has standard out for us. I think that's how this works. So if this is some, I think I can do this slightly differently and just do if our first command standard error is some and I guess we get the error here. I want to extract what this error is, which I can use with just get the bytes. Oh, you know what we can do, which is probably even better. This is where the read buffer comes in. So let our first command center error equals a read a buff reader, and that's our first command standard out. We're gonna take and okay. I don't know if you can handle being an option. I think we might have to unwrap this. Or turn, no, I don't want that. I could, oh, okay, or gives me a result. Okay, or else, we have function and we're gonna bail. That might not be the right one, I don't know. Bail command doesn't have a standard out. Is this standard error? No, this is standard error. What am I doing? Oh, because it has a result. Oh, and then I need to question mark you. It's a question mark you. No, stop. Okay, I think hold on. Let me try this again. I got myself lost. I am also tired, so that doesn't help. Let's try this again. If I want to do an if, not if, let sum. Let's do first command standard error equals our first command standard error. We're going to take you. Otherwise, we're going to standard error push. Command name doesn't have a standard error. Turn okay like that. Don't go all the way down there. And then our first command standard error reader equals a buff reader new first command standard error. Okay, that's what I wanted to do. The other way of me trying to doing that just didn't work at all. This is the better way of doing it. Oh, and I completely missed that an ad break was starting any second. So sorry about that. Ad break. I think I'm going to take this opportunity to go get some caffeine for myself. So Isitsu, I don't know if you're paying attention, but how do you feel about our workaround, what we're doing? Because the negative obviously being we're losing tail. That's really bad. Basically anything at the beginning that like sit there for open forever, that you expect it to be open forever, that's not really that great. The other thing that I had thought of last night, but I didn't want to do it, is potentially rewriting head and making it a built-in. But that would be wild to make that a built-in. Okay. The other thing is I'm pretty sure that with buff reader, and what was the main reason I need this? I need the buff reader in order to, I think, get, oh, right. I need to get all the stuff from the first command because of the tail dash F. That's right. Everything else would work just fine. But because we can't wait on output for something like tail dash F, that's its own thing. I should probably show at some point in time the anathema shell that I created as a proof of concept. Maybe after this project is done, I'll show that off. It's I think it's pretty cool. It has like potential promise, but only if it's like people would want to use it. I don't actually know how many people would care about that. All right, welcome back. All right, well, I didn't do anything during the ad break, so let's continue on. So I now have my first command standard error reader, which we're gonna be using this instead. So next up, we have our last command standard out. This doesn't need to be mutable anymore. I believe you do need to be mutable. I think. We're gonna create a let mute first command standard out reader. This is gonna be a buff reader. Last command standard out. Okay, and now we can use this everywhere. If the first command standard error, I don't think we need this anymore at all. We'll test that. We come into you, everything's perfectly fine. We're creating our command. We set everything to piped. Okay, standard in, standard out, and then standard error. Almost forgot. Standard IO. We piped that as well. Okay, so we take our standard in, and I want to say, I don't remember if we need this to be a buff writer. We absolutely can buff writer wrap around the standard in. We write all, and then we're gonna have to fill the last command standard out, which I believe this is the last. I need to last command standard out. We're just going to rewrite you. Last command standard out. I think it was fill buffer. This returns an IO result, which then that writes all of that out. You're perfectly fine. Then the standard in goes out of scope and that dies. You then wait with output to get this. Okay, so our last command, standard out. You need to be a buff reader, standard out. So I need to buff reader new. This is our completed piped command, standard out. How did I lose? Okay, buff reader new that. I think we're fine. Oh, it expects this to be a child standard out. Okay, fine. So we can't wait with output. We have our child. I can't remember if we need to wait for this to happen. We might need to do a loop to wait this. We might run into an infinite loop here too. Okay, so if our completed pipe command, so I think we have to do another let. So let some completed piped standard error, and this is our piped command standard error. Will take you. Otherwise, error push format you, and we'll say our piped command name doesn't have a standard error. Do our early return. We don't need that anymore. Actually, if let some, oh, it's the opposite way around. If our piped command standard error is some, and I guess we'll get our error. I can buff reader this. I don't know. I think it's helpful. So let reader equals buff reader new error. Let our bytes equals reader buffer. Let our message, it's not string new, it's string from, and then we can print this out. So standard error. Okay, so if your sum and standard error now becomes message, and we return okay. If you're none, we're perfectly fine, right? Because not having an error is okay here. Did I not have a block? Wait. Oh, semicolon. What did I do wrong? Okay, so you don't expect a semicolon? That's to that. That's to that. The if expression is missing a block after this. Oh, I did this very wrong. If the command error is some and oh, okay. I don't actually want to do it this way, right? Because like if it's something in the error, I want to extract it out first. So I want to say, because like if some and is just, that's just a weird thing. I think we want to match, or if let error, if let sum, this is an error equals a piped command name standard error. There, this is what I wanted to do the entire time. Okay, now I have this. So now we do the entire thing that I just did that I didn't really need to delete, but too late now. We have a reader, our buff reader, have that. We want to fill the buffer. So we have our bytes, fill buff. We have our message, our bytes, and then we error, standard error, push the message, and then we're kind of done, right? Oh, we return. There. That's what I wanted to do. Push the message. Oh, your results. You bytes. Oh, it wants this to be a vector. Okay, so if our piped command had a standard error, we exit out. Okay, so last command, standard out. This should be a buff reader here. Cannot find completed piped command in a scope. Right, because now we just have piped command. I think we should probably do a let some piped command standard out. Command standard out will take you. If oh, that needs to be a capital sum. If you don't exist, so if we don't have standard out, that's, I don't know if that's necessarily a problem. Although I think standard out should be like even an empty string or something like that. So what we could do is print this as an error message. So standard error, say piped command name doesn't have a standard out. Okay, so now that we have this, our last command start out, buff reader new is our piped command standard out. You expected one of, what are you upset about? Let some pipe command standard out. Pipe command standard out, take, oh, else. Okay. After our loop is done, we're done with all of them. Let our standard out message. So we need to fill the buffer. So this is going to be our last command start out, fill the buffer. That gives that. I want to just take this as a string from UTF-8, standard out message. That. Oh, 2vac. Okay. Remute problems. You need to be mutable. Borrow piped command name. Piped command name. We move that here. We'll just clone you. Okay, what are you yelling about? Our first command cannot borrow first command standard error as mutable. First command. Oh, need to be mutable. Okay, just a bunch of warnings. No errors. Let's see if this works now. So if I cat our out, we still have this as 1, 2, 3. So if I tail, let's try this as just like, I guess, ls again. So we have that. If I ls and pipe to cat, ooh, we don't get anything. Normally, that should just print out exactly what we had for cat. So the cat output, now we don't get any error messages, do we? We just don't get any output, although it also ends. I wonder if we need to wait. So, okay, we push everything into standard, right? Oh, you know what I think we also need to do is piped command standard in. We need to flush this. Make sure that it actually all gets in there. Let's double check that first. So ls cat, ls pipe to cat. Ooh, okay, so that doesn't work. Some things to help sort of know that we're really doing this right. We check to see if we get a standard error, and we would push an error message out if we had one. We don't. So I'm thinking that we need to thinking we might need to do an infinite loop here, and we match on our piped commands. We try wait, and we're going to have an okay. Try wait is going to give us an exit status here. So as soon as we have our exit status, was termination successful? Signal termination is not considered a success, and success is defined as a 0 exit status. And then a code, if there is a code, which we're not really using code. I think everything code is related is a 1, which again is not correct. I'm supposed to push that on and go, but I don't think they might check that later. So we might have to update and deal with this at a different time. Okay, so if we exit out of here, I don't actually know if I currently care about my exit code. I think I might want to do like if exit status. I can't believe that CodeCrafters really wants us to solve this problem. I know. Are you actually just a Boolean, or are you a? Oh, yeah, you're a function. So if you're a success, I want to do standard out. Throw you in here. Otherwise, we're gonna grab standard error, do our thing with it. Let's see. Last command standard out is never read. Is that true? Right here. Last command standard out is, oh, because this is, yeah, hold on. And then if your sum, if we have an exit status, we also want to break at this point because we're done. Otherwise, none is just, we're a no operation. I probably could do a if let sum or like let sum or something like that. It would still be the same number of, well, wouldn't be the same number of indentation in. So Clippy would yell at me, but no errors. Let's see if this works. Ooh, I went the wrong way. One here. Okay, ls still works. If I do ls pipe to cat, ooh, okay, so that still works again. That works again. So if I do a tail -f out pipe to head -n5, we get all three of these things. So now it's working as I believe the tests want it to work. Now I think we have some like previous stage tests that are not going to do it. Yeah, I honestly think they expect you to not capture the standard out of the last command. I that's what I believe too. Is I believe that they're expecting you to forward on all standard outs. And that's why I said like during the beginning part like that's what we should do. But that's I believe a much larger refactor than what we just did is. So therefore I'm gonna to stay doing I'm gonna stay doing this. Like the other thing though is like we still need to be able to capture standard out and not have it print out, which means I would need to be able to uh grab like flag that with like do a piped or not, like the entire execution like system would need to be rehauled. Hopefully we don't have to do that, but we'll see. Okay, let's move out. We don't need you anymore. Let's also get rid of our warnings. Our standard error reader here is not being used. I don't know if that's good or bad. Hold on. So run external. I get our standard. Oh, this is the first command, standard error. We get a first command, standard error reader. Can I check first command, standard error reader? That's can hold. Returns an empty buffer when the stream has reached end of file. So if if I just use our fill buffer, because like I'm not really using our buff reader is like as expected. I could grab lines over this. This might be good also. It gives me an iterator. If I count you, I want to know if you have anything. It's not capacity, and I don't want to transform you. I'm gonna guess we could just read to end. Okay, if successful, this function will return the total number of bytes read. So I could do something like this. So read to end, which means I need let first command error. This needs to be mute. I'm gonna make you a vector. Read to end. We pass in a mutable reference to the first command error. Okay, so if not, first command error is empty. So if you're not empty, then we need to convert that into a message. String from, that is our first command error, at standard error, push the message, and return okay. Okay, I think that works. Let's test this. If I ls something like that, we get an error and we don't crash. That's fine. If I do something like that, pipe to cat, let's say cat cargo.toml, that we exit out right away, which I think is correct. Okay, so handling first command error properly. Okay, we push this up and let's see whether or not our test runners might be experiencing downtime. Uh-oh. And immediately error. What happened here? This was the problem too. But if they're experiencing downtimes, hold on, we have a CodeCrafters. I can test locally. Oh, maybe not. Does this test on their systems? I think it does. So expected that. Okay, so let's try their thing again. They have an ant, so let's make their temp ants. I'm gonna echo out to the U. Sorry, it was this, which means I need to make their temp dog, echo you out. This is what we expect to get out. Oh, and we didn't get anything out. So I thought we tested that would work. Yeah, I think you're right that they don't expect us to capture the standard out of this last command, but also I could make it inherit if I. Oh, let's try it. if in the loop I make standard out, no, it needs to be piped. I would need to like go in and like say, oh, yeah, the entire runner would need to be redone, which I would prefer not to do. And if yeah, I would prefer not to do that if we could. We got this working yesterday, and I thought we had got this working in our tests. Did I just break that? I might have just broken it. So I piped command standard in. We write all in here. We flush it. That drop standard in. Then I try to wait. If it's none, I think we might have to wait for it. So piped command, just a simple wait. I think I exited out. You return an exit status, so I need that, and there we go. Okay, let's try you. Okay, so if I were to cat temp dog file 19, we have you. If I were to cat temp dog file 19 and pipe to cat, pipe to head dash n5, that works. So that's working. If I tail temp dog file 19, pipe to head dash n5, that works. Tail dash f temp dog file 19, pipe to head dash n5. Okay, it's our tail that's waiting forever. Our tail is waiting forever. Okay, that's our first command. So how do we want to deal with this? How did I deal with this in the other one? Let's see, code. I think, did I put this in? Where did I put this? It was it Rusty command? Oh yeah, this is what we had, and this works. And so we create temp b, and we put in this, and we run our tail dash f. That okay, so and that exits. Okay, so we need a. What did I do here differently? Okay, we're using the by example method. So I create the tail command, arg dash f. So okay, so we create the command, standard out is piped, we spawn this. So if I were to come back to here, this would be our first command. We create our first command, standard out is piped, and we spawn it. We take standard out. I guess I'm taking standard error first. But here's our first command, standard out. Oh no, I killed myself. Let's new. Okay. Okay, so code, Brooks builds, CodeCrafters shell. Okay, so the very next thing that I did was I grabbed standard out. Let's just do this in the same order here. So we grab standard out, we create a buff reader over it. We fill the buffer. I just fill the buffer immediately. I then create the output to print it out right away. I then run the new command. So I guess I could do this. Let's see. That's command standard out. We could print line and just say first command standard. Actually, I could probably do command name standard out is string from UTF-8. Our last command standard out, fill buffer, and I think that's what I need here. One more question mark. Oh, and then, you aren't two vector. There we go. Okay, so this will allow us to print out and see what the first command's standard out is, which we don't have any errors. So now, let's, I guess we'll create a little shell down here. It's it's like we're working in VS Code or something. Let's cargo run this. Okay, so the command we want to run, so first off, /temp. Do we have B? We do. So it is tail-f temp B file 86 pipe to head -n5. Okay, we got the information. Tail standard out is that, but it didn't actually get passed on because we still have tail just sort of sitting here running for us. That's our problem. Is that really a problem? So this last command standard out. Okay, so we're good to go there. We also check. We get standard error. Don't have a standard error. If we create a reader for that, if we have a standard error from the first command, we exit early. Okay, then we go into our loop of piped commands. Okay, so that's where we come here next. Okay, so we have our head. We're process command new. We create our head. Standard in, standard out is piped, which I want to say we did. So standard in, standard error, and standard out is piped. We spawn. We have our block. Here's our block. We get our standard in from the new command. So piped command standard in. We take that. If we can't take it, we return. Okay, we buff writer this, and I didn't do that here. Let's create our. This is a piped command standard in writer equals a buff writer new piped command standard in. We want to piped command writer, make this mutable. We write all of you to there. Piped command writer. We flush you. You no longer need to be mutable. Okay, let's test this. Okay, that still doesn't work. Okay, so we get a writer. We head writer write all. Our output from the previous one as bytes. I don't need to do that as bytes, I don't believe, but so I get the fill buffer. Do I have that here? That might be a problem. First command, last command start out. Okay, last command start out. Rough reader that. I have not filled that yet. I'm pretty sure I haven't. Go to references. Okay, so that's when we create it. Interesting that like the source. Okay, this is the first one, right? So we get last command centered out. So that's the first command centered out. We take the centered out. The previous command centered out. We create the buff reader for it. This last command centered out. The next time we see that is I'm attempting to write to it in here. So piped command centered in. Okay, so we get our piped command centered in. Pipe command centered in writer. So we create a new writer for this. I need to, let's just say our last standard out. This is going to be our last command centered out. Just fill buffer here. Let's just print line to make sure what we're getting. We're like sending what we think is. So sending this to type command name, and then write all is last standard out, and then we flush you. And this is pipe command centered in writer is our wrapper around pipe command standard in. Okay, so let's see whether or not we actually get what we expect to here. No. Okay, so tail-f, we're not even getting to this print line here, which means I think we're freezing up here. Oh, did I forget? I think we forgot that we have to first command wait, don't we? Aren't we doing that somewhere? If I create the tail, I'm just getting this centered out. Oh, I don't think I'm ever waiting on tail. I'm never dropping tail. I'm taking standard out. I mean, the only real difference that I'm doing here is I'm getting the output from it as a string and like not keeping it as a buffer to then print out. Okay, so I'm getting the standard in from head here. So I'm getting a pipe command standard in here. We're doing the take thing too. The head, we're wrapping it with a writer. So the piped command standard in, wrapping that with a buff writer. We're then writing, we write all output as bytes. So I guess like the big difference here is I'm getting the last output. I need to do this in the for loop, right? At some point in time. So last command start out, I fill the buffer, that gives me this buffer, and then I flush, and you work, but then here it still freezes. So I wonder if I actually need to do what it said here, what we did last time. First command, standard error reader. Okay, we're gonna do our print line debugging. So we know, I'm pretty sure we get to, so first command, standard reader, we read to end, the standard error reader, print line. Okay, so this is right before processing piped commands. I'm curious if we get here. We don't. Okay, it's good to know. Does this cause problems? So this is our print line. Okay, so reading standard, so first command standard error, handle that. That's our problem. Okay, first command standard error reader, read to end. Does this block? This must block. Also, I get, okay, first command standard error, if there's a standard error, which there might not be a standard error, right? Well, except I get to here. So there is a standard error. It just might be empty, right? So I don't think read to end is the right thing here. I wonder if I can instead fill this buffer. So we don't do this. We then say let first command standard error. First command standard error reader. We'll try the fill buffer method instead. If you're not empty, first command standard error. Okay, let's try this. Okay, reading first command standard error to handle that. And this is still blocking, isn't it? I don't like this. If I take you and we comment you out, then it works as expected. So it's my attempting to read the standard error. Okay. That's it's my attempting to read standard error from our tail. And I guess what we can do is just like not ever read it, which is honestly not a great idea. So we're just not going to do that. Now, I am still have a print line up here. I need you there. We get what we expect out of here now. Okay. Let's send this on up. Okay, so git commit am. I want to not reading standard error for first command. This might cause issues. So, for example, if I do something like that, yeah, I don't get an error anymore. That's a problem. So we actually do need to solve this as an issue. We need to solve it. I wonder if I could do something like, it wouldn't be here. It'd be up here. I wonder if I can read the standard error. I wonder if we can just say something like if let some first command standard error. So first command standard error. I keep on doing this with some. Okay, then we create a reader around it. We will fill the buffer. Okay, so maybe that'll work. Yeah, okay, so I get that, and then I want my tail. And see, that's our problem. I wonder if I need to take standard in from this. I need to somehow like cause it to finish. And that's okay, so basically I'm trying to, for our first command, if I take standard in, why does it work? Okay, so I'm curious why it works over here and why it doesn't work over there. Okay, I am back to this. Now, I do wonder if part of why this is working is, now if I take my buff reader from standard out, if I take you and I put you down here. Is this still gonna work? Let's cargo run this. That still works. So that's not the problem. Now I do read this to string here. If I don't do that, I just have my buffer. That still works. Why are you still working? I never do anything with tail again. I basically take standard out, like I spawn you, I take standard out, I create the buff reader for standard out. I could do the same thing with standard air. So hold on. So we have our first command, standard out. Standard air out piped. I then take our first command standard out and I put it into a buffer. So last command standard out is what I call that. First command. Okay, so just out of curiosity, if I were to turn this into a, let's see, get first command buffer equals, guess what? Let's call this last command buffer equals, we're going to last command standard out, fill the buffer. I'm going to let last command output buffer to vec. We can print line. Okay, so if we get last command output, then we're going to come into our for loop. We then writer. I don't need to get the last one here anymore. Code writer, write all. This is going to be our last command output bytes. I think it's as bytes. We flush you, and then I need to, at the end, once we get last command standard out is a buffer, last command output equals string UTF-8, last command standard out. Oh, it's last command buffer, last command standard out, fill the buffer to vec. Can I assign twice? Oh, last command buffer is not mutable. Okay, so let's try this. Okay, I get the last command output is this. It's this standard error. Me reading the standard error is not doing what I expect to. Everything's fine here except we forgot to get standard error. So standard IO piped. We need to figure this out. So if I just pipe this and like that's the big difference and I run you again, we're still fine. So like just piping it isn't the problem. I need to let standard error. So tail standard error take unwrap. That's a warning, but okay, so taking that out doesn't cause a problem. Let's wrap. So let standard error reader. So it's a buff reader new for standard error. I'm basically running this every single time I make a change just to like sort of see exactly when the last time this doesn't work. Standard error reader. So I need to standard error buffer. So if I get standard error reader fill buff, that's our problem. As soon as I run fill buff, that's our issue here. So what are our options here? Is there anything that I can do to read if you, because I don't know if you exist, right? Let's see. Is there any tries? There's just try into. I don't want to like exit or abort this. That doesn't seem right either. What do I want to do with this? How do I extract the error if there is an error? So what if I do if tail dot standard out. Okay. So if you're something, then let's take you. Then I fill the buff, unwrap you. So error message, and then we do an early return. So if I do this, that works. And then if we want to change our tail to like not do a valid file, created head. Okay, so created tail child, created head. Okay, so I don't think that's right. I think maybe if let's some, I guess if we exit out of here, so if let okay, exit status equals our tail dot try wait, we'll unwrap you. That gives us an option. So if let, it's not an okay like that. It's just that. Okay. So if we have an exit status, then we can take all this stuff out here. And so we want to do an if exit status dot success. So if we're not successful, then get standard error. We're going to return. So I don't know if I need that. Yeah, we don't need that. I don't actually print this out, do I? Wait. Tail dash F. I should get that. That's what I should get. So tail centered error, take. We create a buff reader over it. We fill the buffer, and I'm printing line the error message. I mean, I don't think it's just like an empty. Yeah, that's never happening. So because tail's not exiting, it should exit, right? Let's see. I missed a bunch. Okay, so are you ever here? Line tail exited. Tail is not exited. And if I try to tail wait this, we're gonna run into a problem, aren't we? I guess in this case, we're gonna be fine because tail doesn't have an issue. Like tail has an issue in it. But if I remove the issue, now we're stuck on this wait. This is a problem. I kind of want to, do I want to like wait for a few loops around and then potentially kill tail? Okay, we need to extract the error code from this. Okay, let's now I'm trying to wait here. I wonder if I need to just wait. What if I try something interesting? If I thread let's sleep. I'm just gonna sleep for 1 second, and then we're gonna check to see our exit status. That works. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. That works. Now, can I do the smallest amount of time, like from nanos? So 1 nanosecond. That also works. So all I need to do is wait just the tiniest amount of time, and then if it failed for some reason, we're good to go. I think I'll need both of these, and then also to do this pattern over here. So standard out. Okay, so this is just our error. Okay, so and then our for loop. Let's sleep now. So we will thread sleep. We'll get a duration from nanos. We'll wait as small as we possibly can. Okay, we're gonna do an if let. This is a sum exit, get our exit code equals our first command. We're gonna try waiting because sometimes this doesn't wait and like it continues on. And I think that that's fine. I then do all this stuff inside of here. We then change this to if exit code dot. Okay, so if you're a success, okay, so if you're successful, we just want to break out of this if let sum, but I don't think I can do anything else right now. So maybe we just do this. I don't care about this exit code. We just check to see if we have an error and we grab it. Okay, so if we do that, now we get you, and then we have a print line somewhere, don't we? There. Last command output. Don't need you. There. Maybe this is gonna work now. Okay, so we are waiting a tiny bit to see if tail crashes, and printing the error if it does. Okay, let's see if this passes. It does not, because now our first one doesn't work. I want to pass that into word count. So if we cat hold on, I guess ls temp, what do we have in here? We don't have a rat. Let's create it. Okay, and the command we want to run is this. We want to get that out. We got nothing? The wait, so the sleep for one nanosecond. Oh, that's causing our problems. It may not do minimum either. You should sleep again if libc returns too early. But the problem here is that I think this is checking. Are they running my code in an asynchronous way? Like, I feel like they're running my code and they're checking it before that like sleep finishes. Because normally, like, I am actually giving this out, but I'm getting an empty line where I'm not getting that here. So I feel like my sleep messes that up. Ad break in 5 minutes. I'll try to do another warning in 1 minute. So that way, Diablo, you can switch to sound only, audio only mode. Let's see. Like we were so close. The problem is now we're running into issues with standard out. Is your code checked twice like a famous list? No, it is not. Unless you all are checking my code, in which case it's checked 14 times. Okay, what if I don't sleep at all? What if instead we do something like further crazy? Like I want to let mute like cycle count. We start this at 0. Let our count, so cycle count max is going to be like we wait 100 cycles, and then we're going to match on our first command try wait. Okay, so if we're okay, we get the exit code. So if we exit it out, that doesn't mean that it's necessarily bad, but we need to check to see if there's an error. And if there is, I guess we exit status. Ooh, I need to do that. Okay, so if exit status is so if you're not successful, I want to let's grab, that's a sum. So we'll just grab this out. So if let sum, which means you're this. Okay, we grab the reader. So we grab the error, turn it into a reader, get the buffer, get the message, push that, return okay. Okay, and then we continue on. If we're none, we check to see if our cycle count is less than cycle count max. I guess if the cycle count is greater than or equal to cycle count max, no, I think less than was correct. Less than that, cycle count less equals to 1. Oh, are you a method? You are a method. Well, but you should be read here. Cycle count, it's being read right here, right? Cycle count, like I know unused assignments. I think I should allow this. So allow unused assignments. Oh, an ad break started. What? Oh, part of warn unused? Oh, okay. So I have to put it in here. Got it. Got it. That works like that. And then also I want to try, well, I guess we'll try running this again. So not using sleep. Also, I need to plug in my power. That would be helpful before we run out of power, because that's happened before and it sucked. Okay, so that first one worked again, but now we run into the second one again. Yay. Oh, fun. Okay, what's our problem here? This pig follow, let's create you again. Oh, wow, it doesn't do that. Okay, then, wait, that works. Oh, this is different. This is actually a different error now. So it tailed it out. We got the first one, banana pair. Line 2 does not match. expected 2 blueberry orange, which is what we see here, and we received the shell again. Oh, but it got this out. How is this working? I'm curious. If I pipe this to like head, I mean this all seems to be fine. Even if I standard out this to like out and cat out, they're seeing that. So they're getting the output all in one go as like one line, as like one input, and then they wanted to like run it and see things come in. Oh, am I gonna have to shell after all of this stuff? Are we gonna have to rewrite our entire runner system to like just pass to standard, to have be able to control which things go to standard out and which things we hold? That's kind of it's that makes me feel bad or sad. So the tests are essentially punishing because I did it incorrectly, which is when you say it out loud, it's like, okay, well, fine. The tests are actually working right. Um, let's see. Oh, I didn't read this line. Tester appends more lines and expects the command to keep printing new lines. That's our issue. Okay, so what this means is that we do need to completely rewrite our runner. So what does that mean? Basically, we need to be able to pipe everything out except for the last one. Now, when I say completely rewrite, that might not be completely accurate. So I think it might be just for these. Like, I think we can get away with not piping this. I do wonder if I should rewrite this though, to just like keep my mind straight on it. Because we're going to need probably some flags to pass in to our run external executable of whether or not we're going to be passing to standard in or like redirecting. Really, that's what it is. Like, are we redirecting? Because if we're not redirecting, then inherit on the last one is perfectly fine. And that would be the same here, as like standard error would be inherit or piped, depending upon what's going on. Okay, so we have to do things the right way. I kind of wonder. Now this is just a me, like my brain working thing, and how like a motivation type thing. It's demotivating to update run external executable. It's more motivating to just write a new one. I don't know why. At just how my brain is working right now, it's like it's much more interested in just rewriting this instead of deleting it and starting over. I'm going to create a new function and we're going to play with it at least. But we should understand how this works a lot better now. So if we have a fun, so function run external, we're just going to call this that. We know we're going to return a result. Now, I previously was taking in standard out and standard error, but I wonder if I should return, like, normally don't return a string, but I could, if there's an error, I could just return a string of like what that is. And so it's basically nothing, because we're going to print the standard error and standard out unless there's a flag to print out to here. So maybe, okay, what if I do this? What if my flag is the standard out and standard errors? So we're going to have our executable, we're going to have that. We're going to have our arguments. That's that. We're going to have our piped commands. I could require that we sort of combine these together beforehand, in which case I just have the commands to run, which would be a vec of string of the name and another vec of string arguments. And if we have standard out, if I make this an option, with a mutable vector strings inside. So if I do this as an option now, we kind of know we're redirecting standard out, we're redirecting standard error if we're using this. Otherwise, we're just printing it out and it's inheriting. So that might be what I want to do. That simplifies run external also because the commands are all sort of together. We're just going to loop through them and we know exactly what they are. We know what the command name is. We're going to start with just returning okay, and then nothing is going to happen. And we're going to turn you off and we're going to run external. Okay, so we need our commands. So let our commands. So we know that this needs to be a vec of string, all that. So we have our first command. So we have our executable, and I can clone you. Ooh, wait, actually no. I need the command name, don't I? So let first command name is our executable file name. We're gonna shadow this. Okay, so into string gives me a result turns into that. To string gives me an option. So that's a result. I can do that, should be fine, right? Just do that. That gives me our first command name. Our arguments, we just have the arguments here, right? And then we have command piped commands. I don't think we use those again. So we're going to call these our commands. I think I need to make this mutable. So commands is going to be equal to, we're going to create a new vector and put a tuple, first command name, and the arguments in here. Then we're going to commands append. We're going to get the command piped commands in here. Commands cannot be mutated. Sure, let's mutate you. You'll be fine. Okay, so now we pass in the commands, and if we need to write to standard out, okay, so then we need to know, here we're choosing what type of output we have, and we store this here. So let standard out going to be equal to, I'm going to call this command standard out, because I don't want to, like, I guess I'm in a block, so it's kind of shadowing it. Standard out equal to, okay, so if matches, this is going to be our command dot standard out. So if standard out is a command output, if you're standard, then I want to return a none. Otherwise, I want to return a sum and a mutable reference to standard out. And then we want to do the exact same thing. Let's just let all the lines up here. So standard error, so if matches, command standard error. Okay, so if you're standard, we return a none. Otherwise, we return a sum, mute, standard error. Okay, and then we pass in, you want standard, not command. Okay, you want standard out, so standard out, standard error. There we go. So this runs external. You're upset. Why are you upset? Because if you're not found, finds executable, first command name, doesn't mean library. Did I lose it? Okay, hold on. Let me get rid of all of these warnings first. We're going to be using these shortly. This I'm curious about. Why are you yelling at me here? So first command name is our executable. Find executable files, command string. Isn't this, or what kind of result are we returning? I'm using the anyhow result. Yeah, I'm using anyhow result. Do we need to context that? Wait a second. Are you not a real error? Oh, that's why, because you're not a real error. Okay, fine. To stir, unwrap or default. So that way you just become an empty, I mean, you should always exist. So that should not be a problem. And then I think you need to be 2 owned. Okay. So yes, you 3 being upset or you 4 being upset is perfectly fine. So I think we're good to go. We're setting ourselves up for essentially tomorrow to like rewrite this properly. So I guess like for the rest of the half an hour of this stream, what exactly is the plan? What are we going to do here? We want to run all the commands and set standard out and standard error, except when we don't know. So I think what we could do is loop through. So let's do for command name and arguments in commands. We're going to need to know the last one, which means iter and enumerate that. So we have our index. I just need to do that to know what the last, if we're on the last one or not. And we can get our commands count or length. So I don't need that because we can just put that part of the if statement later. Okay, so we'll deal with this soon. Let's see, what did I miss? Okay, for index. Okay, so we get this. Now we have each command, and we can get rid of commands as we use them. So we create our first command. So let's just say we have our child. It's gonna be equal to process command new, pass it in our command name. We have args that we can pass it in the arguments. And okay, so we're gonna actually make this our command, which is mutable. We have our arguments, and now we need to decide, are we rewriting standard out and standard error? So if standard out is sum, I don't really care what that is. So if standard out is sum, then our command, so it's actually 2 things, right? If standard out is sum, or if commands dot length is greater than 1. Like if we have multiple commands, if we're piping to something else, or if we're going to be redirecting somewhere, then we want our commands standard out, standard IO. We're going to pipe to this. And if standard error is sum, or if actually this is not, right? Because if standard error, if we get an error, we exit immediately. So I don't care about how many other ones. It's just more of like, if standard error is something, then I want to command pipe this. So command standard error, we pipe to you. Okay, so now we're going to choose if we're piping or if, and inheriting is the default. So we're going to leave it as default if we're doing this. Now I could specify that we are piping or not, but I think we're fine, right? Now this might not be the best way, because I think I can get the standard out. Okay, so we just needed to find out, are we piping? What are the reasons why we pipe? Standard error, we only pipe if we're redirecting. So let's handle that first. So if standard error is sum, then our command standard error, we're piping at. Okay. We always pipe if there's another, right? So if I make you peekable, this may make it so I don't have to enumerate. Oh, but I need the iterator here. So we need to commands iter. This would be commands that iter peekable, commands that iter. I think I can get away with this now. If we're the last, so if standard, if it's gonna be our commands iter, I don't want to next div. I think I just want to peek, right? Returns a reference to the next value without advancing the iterator. Like next, if there is a value, it is wrapped into some t, but if the iterator is over, none is returned. Okay, so if peak is none, so there are none left, then our commands iter needs to be mutable. Moved of borrow move value commands iter. Move due to this implicit call to into iterator. You're an into iterator? Wait, so peekable, I think it's actually easier if nope, not that. If I go down here and I cargo build this and we get the error message out here, it might be a little bit easier to see. Okay, so temporary value dropped while borrowed. So command process command new command name. Oh yeah, because args passes a. Okay, that's a problem. So I need to create the command, make immutable. We'll set the arguments for the command. Okay, so next up, borrow move value commands iter. Move occurs because commands iter has type peekable, which does not implement the copy trait. Commands iter moved in the for loop. Do I need to manually loop through this? I don't want to clone it, right? So I feel like I may need to just loop this, right? Just create a loop through here, then let command name arguments. This is gonna be if let just let some probably. Let some command name arguments equals commands iter. We'll get the next thing. That's an option. Otherwise, we're done. So we break. Okay, we're back. We're back to being good. So we get our command name, we get the arguments, we create the new command, we add arguments to it. If the command, so if we have a standard error, that means we're piping the standard error. If there is a next, so if there is no more commands iter, so there's not something we're piping to. And I feel like this should be an is some, right? Okay, there is something we're piping to, or standard out is some. If either of these are true, we are going to be piping. So command standard out, standard IO is piped. Okay, so now we've set up piped for our command output. Let's see, I missed some stuff. Okay, let's continue on. So so we've set whether or not we're piping standard error and standard out. Otherwise, it's going to be inherited. And then I want to, and we know the command. Okay, so we've created the command. We've set the arguments on the command. I think we can now, we create our child. So our child is now going to be our command. So we spawn our child. Okay, so now our command is now running. So we have a child, the command is running. Oh, PL is just short for programming language. My brain did not go there. Yes, and I agree. Different programming languages do exist for reasons. Some of them for fun reasons too. Okay, so we've created our child. Now, do we need to do something old or do something else fun like this here? Basically, if we're piping, I need to extract standard out, and we're going to hand that as the input to standard in. And then how are we going to do that? We need to create the next, so we probably need to cache this outside the loop, which means we need to take these. So again, an if thing here, right? So we set these, then we spawn, and we have another if our standard error is something, then I'm going to be sleeping whatever. I'm snoozing all of the ads as far as I can. So it's finding me an extra 15 minutes. Okay, so if we have a standard error, I want to check to see if there's a standard error. I guess we need to store this. I guess here, let's just take standard error out. So we have, this is going to be the command, the child standard error equal to child standard error. If you don't exist, I think we have to crash. I think we bail. And now we have the child standard error, which we're going to store out here. So let mute child standard error. And I'm going to set this to be a none to begin with, so we can like find out later if we had one. So now let's child standard error. We just set you. Yeah, aren't you an option? Child standard error is some that. Isn't that fine? Oh, and I want to take you so I don't lose our child. Oh, maybe I should cache child standard error, accidental shadow. That would help. Cannot borrow child. Okay, so you need to be mutable. But yeah, you're not being read. We'll get to that later. And then if standard out is something. So actually, do I care about this? If standard out is something, it's really both of these. Like, it's this logic again. I just want to do this again. And so now I want let some child standard out. Okay, I have one more snooze after this. Okay, so now we're going to have a cached. So take our cache standard out equals some child standard out. I guess, hold on. I'm just doing all this stuff here. What if I just, so I really just do this. If it's some, our cached standard error equals child dot standard error, we take you. And it's the same thing here. If our cached child standard out is going to be equal to child standard out, take you. Okay, so we're not reading that yet. Now, this is all like I'm thinking about this through as the first time through the loop. And the first time through, we've created a command. We've created our first command. We've set whatever arguments it has. We've determined if we should pipe standard error or not. We've looked at the next one if there's more to come, or if standard out is something. If we're redirecting, then we set those to be piped. I'm a little bit uncertain about all this because I wonder if I could just check to see if we're piped. Because if we're piped, does it ever make sense to do something really silly? Like if I cat out and I redirect to other out, but then I also pipe that to cat. That works. So wait a second. I redirected standard out of out. So like that okay, so that does work. That does work. I never thought that that's actually a thing that would work. Because is it order of operations? Wait, is this an order of operation thing? Am I actually outputting this cat or this cat? So hold on. If I output that and then I pipe to head, take one thing, I get one out, and if I cat other head, okay, yeah. So when you redirect, you can still pipe also from standard out. I did not know that we could do that. So I could basically take all of, we can do both. That's why we need to handle this. We can do both. All right, last snooze. Okay, so we have our command, and now we need to wire up. Well, but I can't wire up, right? I can't wire up because we don't have the next one yet. If I peek, hold on. Is there other things I can do? There's peek mute. So hold on. If I peek, oh, okay. Now I'm really curious. Can I get if let some sort of like next command? Oh, but this won't work because I would need to create a spawn from it, which I don't necessarily want to do. Create a child. Create a child. Could I create all the children and then wire up all of their? No, again, because I need the last one. I can still do that with a for loop if I wire things up right. I mean, there's so many ways to do this. So peak mute won't help me regardless if that works or not. Okay, so if I cached our child string and then we move on to the second command. So second command comes in, we create it, we pass in the arguments. If you're an error, we pipe the standard error also for this one. We've lost the first command, but it's okay. If there's another one or we're standing outering, we're piping, we're then spawning you, we're then determining if we should if we're piping you. Okay, so we're doing this, but if our standard out is already set at this point, we need to wire up our standard ins. So after we have a child, I think we can then say child standard in before we have this. So command standard in is going to be a standard IO from, but also this is only if let sum. This is a previous standard out. Okay, so if we have this, I want to command set the standard in to be, okay, then we take out the standard out from here and we wire up the standard ins. I wonder if we could then just basically make it so that I don't check next. I just check the previous one. Like if we have a previous one, no, I do need to check next. Never mind. We just know that if it's the first one or not, essentially, if the previous one is set or not. Okay, so we wired up the standard in. If we're second one, we then get our standard out, get our standard error here. We reassign you, and then we just keep on going until we get to the end. After our loop is done, okay, how do we know that we're done? We're done if there's no more commands. So we break out of here. We want to take our very last child and we need to wait on it. Well, oh yeah, we're not going to be able to wait on it. We need to store the child. So let mute cached child. I think this is going to have to be an option. So we have our child, we do all this stuff, and then we're going to say our cached child is going to equal to some child. And then at this point, if let some, so we assume that at least one was read. So let some child equal to a cached child. Otherwise, nothing really happens. We're just going to return. Actually, we should probably bail. Bail. This is no commands run. At this point, we have our child. We can now wait on the child. So you need to be mutable. So we're going to child. We are going to wait with output. Okay, this has been a lot of work. We have warnings but no errors. So if I cargo run you, I think like ls should work. Ls does indeed work. I can cat out. Can I ls pipe to cat? This is working. If can I tail -f out and pipe to head -n 15. Okay, you can sort of see this. Maybe not. Okay, there you can see this. I can let's see. I want to echo hello and put it on out. Okay. This is a really great sign so far. Fortunately, ad break is starting in 40 seconds. So I have not been paying attention. We got to a really good place with this, and the rewrite is not as horrific as I thought. I am going to end stream though. We're going to do emergency end stream before the ads take you all, so you don't have to listen to me end after the ads. So we're just going to go ahead and end here. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I think we've got things working now. I just need to sort of clean this up tomorrow morning, and we should be good with the output. At the end of yesterday's stream, we figured out the dual command pipeline. I think that we have it working right now. We can test things to make sure that it is doing what we expect it to do. So if we cargo run, okay, so we have an out here like this. And we know the proper test that we should be doing because we actually read, well, I read the rest of the requirements, which would have prevented me going down the entire path that we did go down, which was multiple days of, of fun. I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to edit that out because there were parts of it that were important, but then the rest of it was just like I'm doing the wrong thing and on purpose. And turns out that that wasn't necessary at all, and we had to do the right thing, and that was easier. Okay, so let's just test everything, right? So if we have, if I do nothing at all, it never. That's actually not a requirement. Is to when you do nothing, you just get an extra shell. Okay, so if I do like echo, I do type, we get shell built in. Type ls, that gives us that. Okay, that's great. If I do type, I think next one is echo hello world. That gives us that. New lines, so echo hello world. It's within quotes. Echo hello world. I guess you give us the n, which I think is fine. I think because we're not in a new line, the way that echo works, so I think we're okay with that. I don't remember if we need to handle new line or you know what we could need to do. The echo hello world like that. Yeah, okay. So that works. That works as expected. So we're handling the escape. Let's see what else. Cats out. We need to be able to handle outputs. So if I do ls and then redirect to ls out, that didn't give us anything. So okay, our redirect did not work. That's going to be a problem. So redirects did not work. And if I cat out, so cat out and pipe to cat, that seems to work. And then the big one is the tail dash f out pipe to head dash n, let's say 15. That prints all of these right away. It then keeps like sort of ownership there. I come over here and we then echo hi to out. We then see that show up here, and I could add in up to 15 things, and then it will eventually exit out. Okay, so I think we're good, except for the redirect. The redirect didn't work. And why was that? So in our library, we get our command, we check our built-ins, it's not, we don't find it. So then we find our executable. Well, I guess the first thing is the redirects should work, which means that by the time we have the command, we should know what this redirect is. So if I print line, let's just print out the command. So what's lsout did get created. So it did try to create the file. It just didn't put any. Yeah, it just didn't put anything in here. But I do see. Okay, so it was not a built-in. So it's not a built-in. It's the cat, and that's our argument. That's fine. Oh, but look at that. Standard out is standard. Standard error is standard. That's fine. Okay, so if I do an ls again, and we pipe to ls out. So ls standard out is create file ls out. Okay, so we know that that's what's supposed to happen. Oh, but I bet in the run executable, we never print to standard out, do we? We have so we wait with standard output until it's ending, but yes, this one, it's pretty straightforward, but it does require me to sort of like look through it every single time still. So we are looping through our command. Our commands is basically just our original command plus all the piped commands. We combine those outside. Based on this, I don't think we need our cached standard error at all. Okay, so we create a new command. We pass it in the arguments. If standard error is something, then that means we're redirecting standard error. Okay, so if standard error is something, we're redirecting standard error. So we set it to be piped. I kind of want to rename these. So rename to standard out redirect, standard error redirect. That's going to make it a little bit easier for me to sort of like understand what's going on here. So if we're redirecting standard error, then set standard error to piped. Otherwise, just print it out. Okay, take a look at the next command that's coming in. If there is another command, or if we're redirecting standard out, then set standard out to be piped. If we have a previous child, so if we're now in a piped, then connect our current command standard in with the previous command standard out. Then we spawn our child. If we're redirecting standard error, I cache standard error, but I don't think that that's actually correct. I think I would want to print that, right? Would I print that here, or would I print that over there? That's the next question. Okay, so if there is a next command, so if there's another pipe, or we're redirecting standard out, then store standard out. Okay, then we cache child. Okay, so we store the child regardless. This is after our loop, so we've broken because we're at the end of our chain. We get the child. Basically, the child was not run. Oh, and then I have the child wait with output. Okay, so that's fine here. At no time do we ever get the actual output if in the case that we're waiting. So for standard error, if standard error redirect, I guess we could just do an if let, right? If let some standard error redirect, that gives us that. We want to take standard error. We want to take our cached child standard error, what type are you? You're just an option child standard error. So I think perhaps wrapping you in a buff reader now is what we want to do. I might be able to just take the bytes too. So let's see. Child centered error. Oh, you're an option. Yeah, okay. Which means if you're an option, you're only because if I'm redirecting you. So I guess I do need access to this. So if let sum to grab that, and then if let sum, I guess I could just do a let sum. And this is the cached centered error. This is the child centered error, really. Okay, otherwise, we're just going to, we don't want to do anything, do we? If we have an else, I want to essentially break out of this and just continue on. So it's a no operation. I want to child centered error. Okay, so I can get an iterator over the bytes. I could read to string. That might be best. There should be an end of file now in here because we've reached whatever the end is. So this would be let mute our error. So it's child centered error, read to string error, and then I just want to take this and push it to standard error, and then we're done. Okay, so I don't want to panic. I think that means we need an if let here. If let sum, put you like that. Mismatch types. This is, I just want the error. You need to be mutable and deal with the result. Okay, so that gives us our standard error. And then finally we have another one, right? So if let sum standard out equals standard out redirect. Okay, so we are redirecting standard out at this point in time. And then we'll also have to do the same thing to grab the mute. So child, it's the child standard out. We have the cache child standard out. We're gonna let mute. I guess this is just the out, the result. And then we're at string new. Okay, so child centered out, read to string, mute into the result, and standard out, push the result. Okay, and then we're done. I think these are up. I keep on forgetting about the result. Okay, so I think this will now push in what we want. Let's get rid of these warnings. Okay, and then yours is never used, which I think is fine. This is the old run external executable, which we can get rid of you because all this extra logic that we had is way too much and not even doing what we wanted to do. Okay, so then we don't need you. Okay, everything's taken care of now. We're saved. I should be able to probably go run this again, and we should be able to do our test again. So if I do an ls and redirect to ls out, okay, but we don't know what the out is. So if I cat ls out, we got that now. Okay, perfect. So things should be exactly what we want now. We haven't tried this, but theoretically we could do something like tail dash f out, redirect to other out, but also pipe to head dash n 15. Yeah, that doesn't work because the way we do it is like, hey, we have a redirect. That's what we're doing. Whereas in a normal shell, it would allow me to do both those things, but I'm not. I am basically not allowing that. Okay, so command, we're going there. We're doing that. I think we can get rid of our print line. Where did I put that? I put that in here, and we can test this out. See if it's working. Okay, so handling piping. Oh, I think it's working. Oh, but okay. So a previous one failed. And oh, that's a pending standard error failed for some reason. Because I didn't put in a new line at the end. But all these tests up here, they passed. So everything's looking good. All right, what happened here? So we create we ls and a redirect to a brand new file that doesn't exist. Oh, okay. So ls, they redirect standard out to a brand new file that doesn't exist. We get the error message printed out. So that was correct. They redirect standard out to append to a new file, and they're able to cat that. That's great. Except that a new shell gets added on at the very end here because there's no new line at the end of this. Okay, so we have to add a new line to our redirects because I think that's what's happening. Let's see if I can recreate this. So if I ls something that doesn't exist, we to redirect this to error out, and then I cat error out. Yeah, that's our problem. We need this to be on a new line. Don't need you anymore. Okay, so here's standard error. We're not on output standard. We're on append file. Append all to the file. Interesting. So I am attempting to write a new line. Oh, I'm only attempting to write a new line at the end of a file, like at the beginning. If I don't trim here, I wonder if this gives me what I want. Otherwise, I think I might need to trim beginning and not end. I'm not 100% sure. Let's try this. So I want to ls something that doesn't exist to error out. Yeah, okay. So that appears down here like it should be now. So I want to CodeCrafters run our tests. Okay, so I think we got past that test. Now we're redirection of pending standard error. Okay, so I think we got this one, and that worked as expected. We got a few more, and then okay, so we cat non-existent and standard error redirect to a new file. We then do another error to that. We cat it. We get the first error, but we don't get the second error. It looks like the second error is supposed to be non-existent, no such file directory, received nothing. Oh, so we're supposed to get both errors here. I mean, that does feel right. Okay, let's remove error out and start over with this. So what did they do? They cat something that doesn't exist, and they append it to error. and then we ls something that's non-existent and append that to error. And then we cat error. Oh, there's an empty line in there. I suppose that cat gives us an extra line there. That's probably the reason why we had a trim. So if I trim you again, but if I trim, let's say I trim, because we might have multiple new lines, but then I need a new line before why would I get okay, so actually I'm now curious. If I trim this, I'm getting the prompt showing up here. So I'd actually need a new line not printed into the file. That's not the problem, right? So if I remove error, oh yeah, okay. So when I cat this error, cat is printing out, okay, and then type cat, okay, so that's not a built-in. So when I print out the file, I don't have a new line, which probably is fine, but then I need to move that to a new line. Okay, so basically when I run my external command, where do I print my prompt? Is that the beginning? And then do I know if I'm getting a new okay, so is there a way for me to tell if there's a new line at the end of that file or not, to see if like I am on a new line? Because I kind of feel that I don't know that, right? Which means, okay, I want to check how does this work in real life. So if I remove error, if I cat something that doesn't exist, and I put this into error, and helix error. Okay, so it's just that one line here. Oh, hold on. I'm getting, okay, it got handed off. Okay, so cat to that error. We do ls, non-existent to error. And so if I cat error, there was no new line after just one. There is still no new line. So I'm curious, if I create a bunch of new lines like that, after I run my executable, I need to print a new line before I run the shell prompt. So I don't want to write a new line. We don't want to write a new line in here when we do a prompt, or at the end of everything. Do I just write a new line? That's what I'm not sure about. Okay, I need a new line. I need a new line after a cat, because when I cat, I do a new line. So I run the executable. Oh, you know what? Maybe after. How about this? In my run executable files, if in standard out, so if we're not redirecting, what if I push? Ooh, it's gonna be weird. I don't have this here. I can't do this here. If we're not redirecting, okay, so standard error, if matches standard out. Okay, so this is standard out. I want none. First I want to take standard out, and we're gonna push format. Let's just push a new line. If I push a new line there, maybe that's where the problem is, because like we previously were printing stuff to standard out through that system. So let's remove our error. Okay, so cargo run. I have my I want to cat at error. See, but I don't always need to do a new line. I only need to do a new line after. Shoot. Well, this kind of sucks, because this is gonna fail. Is that, wait? Is it the opposite? I want a new line to be appended in after I put something in. So if I ls, no, let's see. If I ls to, let's say, out, cat out, no, because that's fine too. Huh? How am I? Now I'm confused. It's not push stuff into you. Is it just cat of a file? So cat of cargo.toml. Okay, there is no new line here. So it ends. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. it ends here, but then I don't get the new line there. Then why do I do that with a redirect? What's different? Okay, so what if I do, so let's do remove error, ls that error, and then I want to do the same thing again. Error 2. Okay, so wait a second. I only have one thing in here. Didn't I? Did I not do this correctly? I did not do it. I overwrote it. Okay, fine. Let's do it again. Okay. Remove error 2. Okay, so cat doesn't exist. Error 2. I want to X out of U. We're gonna cat something else. Oh man, I did not do that right either. Break is starting. It's coming up in around 4 minutes, which is perfect because I'll be able to go get some caffeine and maybe my brain will wake up. I'm gonna do my ls that to 2 error. Let's remove error 2. So we do cat, no semicolon, please. Error 2, ls, error 2. Okay, so first cat error 2. So both, ooh. In normal cat, I should have a new line at the end of this. Okay, I should have a new line. So in my standard error appends to a file. Okay, so I'm writing a new line there. I am trimming, and then I write, okay, so try each, file write all, and then afterwards, I wonder if I just want to do a file, let's do another write. So if I just add in another line, so I trim it, but then add another line at the end. Everything's saved. Let's remove error, and we'll do this again. So error, cat error. Well, that didn't work. Oy. So I add in a new line. Okay, so it ends, so the file at the end of file is here. I wonder, why am I getting end of file at the end of this line when I don't want it to? Because when I normal redirect out to another file, okay, does it normally have that when I do, I probably has the exact same problem when I do standard redirect too, standard out. Do I just want to trim the beginning and not add in a new line? So if I don't add you in, but instead of trim, I just trim the start, not the end. Okay, so I remove error. It's cat error, ls error, cat error. Did I? No, I saved it because there's an end. Okay, so let's try this again. If I trim you, now I add. Okay, so I get the metadata. If there's no metadata, I write a new line. I wonder if I can just get the last line after writing. This should reset us back to where we are previously. Yeah, okay. So this brings us back here. We need the new line character here. Okay, so break time started. I'm gonna go get myself some caffeine and then we'll continue this. Okay, so if we have basically, okay, so if the file metadata exists, which means the file exists. Okay, and we're checking to see the length, like how many bytes are in this data. So there's previously bytes in there, therefore we're adding in a new line. Then I'm writing all of the message to the file, but I'm not writing in, let's see, I can't remember off the top of my head, this percent, I think it happens when I do a normal cat of it, right? This percent is showing me, oh, and that's interesting that this cat detects it. So our shell here detects that this is the end of the line. It kind of makes me wonder when I run a command, but I'm getting this as standard out. I don't think I can detect what standard out was, right? So if I run external, we get to the very end here. We aren't redirecting standard out. So we're not redirecting standard out. Is there a way for me to determine, like if I were to bring in term is a mutable reference to term, I can flush and do all that. that kind of stuff. But I don't think that's necessarily what I want. I want to know. I want to know if we need to write a new line or to add, like, to switch to a new line or not. That's what I need to know. I don't need to read anything like that. I guess I just need to. Okay, so maybe our child standard out has something. No, our child standard out won't have anything in it, will it? Our child will. The last child will. Can I take you? So if let sum, so child. So if we have that, I want it to child dot. I don't think I have access to this, but let's try it. So if let sum, this is the output. Okay, so if we get to this point, I kind of want to just grab what this is and see if, like, maybe we mirror. If we get two outputs from this, then it's mirrored out. Because that's all I really need, is I just need to know whether or not the cat command that went to standard out needs to print a new line. That's all I need. Let's see. So out dot. Oh, but I don't think I can, like, take the end, right? So if I just, let's just read the string. So that. Okay, so output. Let's also wrap this in quotes like that so we can see exactly what this is. I Why are you moved? Because I'm trying to create this here, right? That some child has moved there. Oh, okay. That's definitely not what I want to do. Okay, so uh equals the cache child. I guess I could take this as can I get it as mute ref? As mute. Okay. Then I want to take you. That makes you happy. Let's see. Cache child partially. Okay, so oh man. I don't want to take ownership of it. I want to just sort of like borrow it and open it up if you're there. So how can I get access to you? I wonder if I just get as mute semicolon. Wait, as mute. What is as? Oh, but you're now partially moved. I'm not using that. You get moved here, which is, oh, this is outside the loop. I just grab the child. What am I doing here with this? Okay, so I get the child, and then I don't do anything with it. Oh, I have the child. I don't need to get it anymore. Okay, so I don't need to do this if let sum because I already have the child. That's what I'm saying. Okay, I should have just read. The child needs to be mutable. Okay, we're much happier now. Okay, so no errors, no warnings. We can come down here and run this again. So cargo run. Okay, let's remove our error and try this again. So if I cat that to error, ls of that to error, and then we're gonna cat error. I was worried about this because we're not redirecting. I don't get that print line. I can't see what standard out was, can I? I suppose I could T. That'd be a little bit weird to do, but I could T, and then I could get standard out and know what. Then we just do that all just to find out whether or not there was a new line at the end of this command, because that's the problem, right? And if I come up to here and I do, I think we tried this before, right? We tried it not very long ago, where we just say, hey, um, let's just go ahead and if we're not redirecting standard out. If we're not redirecting standard out, I don't know if I can print a new line. I suppose this is where the term comes in, doesn't it? Like if I bring term back in, like if I just do that, let's just write an empty line. Let's make you not mutable anymore because I don't need that. You're yelling at me because I need to pass in the term. Do I have the term here? I thought I did. Oh, is the term completely on user input? Oh, okay. I don't think I can do that there. I don't have the terminal. Okay, so I can't do anything here in user input. I think this is where we have our term. Yes, this is where I create my term and I store that. So when I read line, okay, so when I print the prompt, I print to terminal. Okay, so let's imagine I try to print a new line there. And so that's a problem. See, I have a new line there, and I don't want a new line there. But if a cat error, then that works. So the problem is I sometimes want the new line there, but not always. I need to know what the last thing that was printed to the terminal was. I wonder if that's something. I feel like there's going to be something that I just don't know about Linux shells that I need to find out. I wonder what search terms I can go use. So, okay, so can I detect if percentage is last character printed to standard out and shell bash sh dsh whatever, just to like make sure it gives me as much programming stuff. Oh, no results found. Cool. I wonder if I need to not quote these. See, this isn't. Well, that's not an escape sequence. I don't think it's. I mean, it's really so bash shell. I don't know if detect is the right word or not. I want to detect if need new line after running command. I do like to have the percent there because that's what you see. That AI is not helpful. It's not echoing new lines or it's something else. I just want to detect whether or not there has been a new line. It's like these are all like here's how to echo that. I wonder if it's because I'm adding in like bash or something like that. Shell prompt and how to correct for missing new lines. Okay, maybe. Okay, so we're going over PS1 type stuff. Okay, so here's where we have this problem. There might not be a new line at the end of the output. In this case, the text file doesn't end with a standard new line. So the prompt is directly adjacent to the end of file. So depending on the prompt, a bad prompt location might make certain actions difficult. The automatic solutions below ensure we go to the next line by skipping over the necessary number of terminal columns. Naturally, you could append another command that has a new line. There's an SA shopped built in. That's crazy. It just inserts new spaces until it looks like it's on the new line. That doesn't seem right. Okay, so they're using tput to determine if we're like where the prompt is on the screen. I wonder if term can give us something like that. So we're using term. I mean, okay, I want more. Okay, so that's a type. That gives me standard out. Okay, so I can get the file descriptor. Oh, I don't think that like is it the TTY file descriptor? Why am I in nightly? This is nightly standard out. Hold on. Oh, so you give me a standard out. Oh, so you just okay. That's what it means. It wraps around it. That I get it now. So you're actually just you're very simple, which is what we wanted. What I would love to know is where exactly are we in the terminal? Like, are we able to find what that is? I'm not exactly sure I can. So I can get information about it, but that's not helpful. The stream? What does Oh, this is just the output. Okay, so just writing to it. I can't get anything interesting from that. And I don't think this is really helpful. It's just information about the terminal, but not information about the state of the terminal. So this article is interesting, but not exactly what we want now. So yeah, so they're running into the same thing here. People are adding like an echo, but that's not what I want. Yeah, these are tricks. And I want when building my own shell. So let's see. Okay. I mean, I could do this as part of a Rust search. So Rust playing shell run commands. I'll just add process in there too. Um, detect if new line is required. I'm not sure that, let's see, I don't want to extract its output because then I lose that. Okay, so here's a question about like having a new line added in, so it's the same thing. Okay, that's not really helpful. I guess because I can know if I need to print a new line if I can see the last byte. So I want to see like last byte um, sent to center standard out, not piped. Like I don't know if that's gonna work because I need the output to be both sent to both inherit and printed to standard out at the same or captured at the same time so I can see it. Now I could this is where like the potential T comes in. And I am waiting. The wait with output I don't think is right either. Okay, so do Rust process command my standard I guess my child standard out is inherit, but I need to detect if new line. And this is a question of like, can I do both? So that's T essentially. This okay, so they're implementing T themselves. But I don't think this is gonna work for what we need to because I need it to print while things are coming out. And my understanding of the piped is that I'm not gonna get it until it like the command actually processes. Because it's a block buffered command. Like head is a block buffered command. Is there something that I can see, like if it's inherited, let's see, standard out, the data that the process wrote to standard out. Well, maybe would output, maybe I can do that. Okay, so hold on. I have my child here. Okay, so we have our child, we run the end of here. Okay, so we get the cast child at the end after the loop. I'm waiting with output. So we get the output here. I think I want to see if let sum, this is child centered out output dot. Oh, I just actually get this, don't I? Ooh, so maybe this gives me what I want. Can I print child exited with output dot output standard out. This is the vector, so well, no, not that. If I get the last element, just unwrap you. This is all just a test, anyways. So this is the last byte, right? It's the very last byte. If I cat error, it's a none value. Wait, because there is no line 76. Oh, well that sucks. So standard out is nothing? There's nothing in there? Yeah, child exited with standard output of nothing. Oh, I was really hoping that this child would have, like, my cat. Okay, so I only have one thing in here, right? So, well, okay, we know that the child exists because I was able to get the output. We were able to get standard out from this. Okay, so if I wait, I get an exit status. I just get the exit code and I get a success. Do I not get anything else out of here? I can't. Okay, can I still do child? Still don't think I can do child. Get centered out. Cat error. Yeah, child executed with output none. Because the cat is printing to standard out. We can see that. We're going to be able to see that here, right? So we're not redirecting. Let's see. We spawn the child. Okay, so redirecting standard out or piping to next command. Okay, so this should. I'm not expecting that to. Oh, did I just do cargo run twice? I want to run you cat error. Yeah, I'm not that surprised. So my cat ends here. I still have this standard. Let's see, where was that? This was in get user input. I have my new line here, which this is wrong. should I be flushing? I don't think that flushing beforehand makes any sense. Like I don't think like self dot term dot flush. Like I don't think that makes any sense, but you can try it. I get the new line here because my print line is giving me a new file, but I don't always want to print a new line because sometimes it does print a new line. I just need to detect whether or not we're on a new line now. I don't want to have to like detect, oh, it was a cat from like something that didn't have a new line. What I need to do is I need to detect where we are in. Okay, so if I'm Rust shell creating detect column in terminal, like can I detect where I am in the column? Would like to not use new shell if possible. Detect column output is inconsistent, but I don't know if I need that. Okay, so they have a detect mini shell. Like someone made a shell. Yeah, there's actually a bunch of these tutorials, which is cool. But I need to, okay, so when they're executing external commands, okay, they're using Rusty line, which we're not doing Rusty line. We're doing a little bit harder. But this isn't really helpful. Oh, and it's not fully. So it's not fully helpful. Where do I put a new line? That seems to be the question. Where do I put a new line? Why do I put a new line? And how do I know to put a new line? Well, the why is simple, right? Because the previous command that we did doesn't have a new line after it. So when I run cat, its output is just, well, I have it as inherit right now, and that prints to the console. But when I do something like ls, that also prints the console. Hold on, so child exit. Let's get rid of you and have you want you to be gone. If I wait with the output, actually I am interested. So let me before we do the other test. But okay, so nothing to standard out or standard error because I don't have any piped. I think that's the problem is I don't have anything that's piped, so I don't see the standard out or standard error that was pushed in here. But here, I'm on a new line because the very last thing that was printed out was a new line because ls gives us a new line. Cat does not give us a new line, which is why we're here. If I helix error, and then the other file is error 2. I see like a new a return here on error, but here I'm also seeing this new line. So it kind of is a new line on a cat. I wonder if I should just add in a new line at the end of my redirect. Once again, that kind of feels a little bit weird. So basically, I'm not adding a new line at the beginning of that. What I'd be doing is saying, I write this all, and then I file write, then a new line at the end here. So if I do this, let's remove our error. Okay, so we're going to do ls. That gives us that. So that does seem appropriate now. Maybe this is all we need. And then I need to remove all of the warnings. Okay, I'm not using output, but I do want to keep that. Okay, so let's try when appending to a file, adding a new line to the end of it. Let's see if this passes all the tests. Close. Okay, so we got a little bit farther. Now we got to append standard error. Oh no, this is the same thing then. Okay, so the ls, because they had a non-existent file. So let's try this. So if I cargo run, oh, and Diablo, ad break in 5 minutes. I guess for everybody else to be aware of. There is a trick with ad breaks. If you switch to audio only mode, you don't get the ads. Okay, So if I run, okay, so I want to remove error. Okay, so we're gonna, oh, I already moved error. Okay, so let's ls non-existent on redirect to out. Oh, I receive, okay. Oh, but then if I cat out, I get a new line and there should be nothing at all. Okay, that's the problem. Yeah. Okay, so I only want to write a new line if there was something written at all. So if messages dot length is greater, so if is empty. Okay, so if not, so if you're not empty, then write this out. So if I remove out. Okay, so if I try this again, so ls that redirect standard out to out at out. Why you do that to me? You shouldn't have done this. Print line. Have messages. So adding empty line. Okay, removed out onto ls that out cat. We have messages, so adding empty line. What? No, why are you doing that? What are the messages? Why do we have messages? The messages are strings. Okay, so we're moving out ls something non-existent out. We have messages, so adding an empty line, our empty line is nothing. Cool. Wonderful. Why? You. Okay. It's not length. Okay, the ad break is actually starting any second now. I guess there is a string in there, but there's nothing to be put in there because I wonder if I want to filter before I append to file. Wait, wrong way around. Okay, so before I append to the file, so append all to the file, we have standard out. I wonder if I want to filter standard out and then anything that's empty just doesn't get in there. Okay, so in create file, append file, I would, when do I want to do this? I wonder if I want to do this as part of append all. So I have my messages. So I wonder if I want to do something like my filtered messages equals messages. Let's get an iterator. Let's filter. So we have a message. And then I want to message is empty, except I want to keep it if it's not empty. And then we'll collect you into a vec of, I guess, your reference of string. Okay, and then instead of messages, this will now be filtered messages. Okay, so if that's empty, we add in a new line. Okay. All right, let's try you. So I just come back down to here. So remove out. Okay, so LSU out. We get the error. We have, okay, so we don't have messages. So if I cat out now, I think we've got that working now. All right, let's try this. Okay, so not writing empty responses to files. Append standard out. So still failed. I think we got a little bit further. So what did they do here? What happened? So the echo list of files to MD, and then they ls temp dog into temp fox owl, and then they cat, and then they expect to get a list of files apple, the expected list of files, and they wanted this to be a new line. So what happened? They echoed. Okay, so if let's try to recreate this. So if I cargo run here, so we echo list of files to out. We ls just here and append this to out. Then we cat out. Oh yeah, list of files did not get a new line. Why? When I appended this out, that should have been not empty. And so don't need you anymore. Okay, so filtered messages. I guess, oh, because the first one was a write. So write all to a file. I want to do the same thing, don't I? And you know what I could do? I could just say shadow messages. Messages, getter, filter, get a message. And I want to do a not message is empty. We collect you into a vec of figure reference to a string. Okay, so I go through all the messages, and then we'll just say if messages is empty. So if there was a message, then file write a new line. Okay, so let's try this. Let's remove out. Okay, so we do echo meow to out. We do ls append to out. We do cat out. Okay, I think that works. So git commit. We are adding new line to newly to I guess like redirecting to a file. Let's see how this goes. Okay, so redirect standard error now. So we redirect standard error. Okay, so the redirect, the append standard out. Okay, let's try this. Cargo run. So if I ls, sure, -1, whatever, that to out, I then cat out. I mean, so I have that in there, but that didn't want a new line. Oi, okay, so the new line didn't want a standard out. Okay. Oh, this just how do I handle this? So a problem here is I added in the new line. I don't want it to be like a full real new line. Is it only when I redirect? That's weird. Okay, hold on. Let's because if I don't do this. Okay, so if I ls something to out and I cat out, that works just fine. If I do it again, okay, that maybe this is what I want to do. I don't need the new line at certain times, and I do it other ones. So remove out, commit. Okay, so only adding new line on appends. Okay, so that was append standard error, and now we got append standard out, and we have now the same problem. So the problem here, if I do something like ls, now this is standard out. I want to try the same thing. If we do this, and I do this like a single write to out, and then I do an ls again, and append it to out, that works just fine. If I remove out and I do an ls, I do like an echo, hello, to out, and an ls out, that one does not work. What's the difference here? Do the error messages have, wait, am I trimming? Okay, so when I'm appending all to file here, I'm trimming. Do I want to just trim end and I leave the beginning to have a new line? Okay, let's remove that. Let's we'll do all the different things. So if I do a echo hello to out, ls to out, cat to out, that's still wrong. I'm not trimming here. And it makes me wonder if I should do this, but then only a message iter try for each. Oh, you know what? I can filter at this point. So okay, so iter, I can filter here. Probably filter map because I'm doing them together. Okay, so we're gonna filter map I have to return an option, right? Yeah, closure returns some value or a none if I want to drop it altogether. Okay, so if the message is empty, I return a none. Otherwise, I return a sum and a message, and we're going to trim you at this point. And then we try for each to write all. Is there like a finally or something like that? That'd be, ooh, but then I don't know whether or not I need to write in the buffer because I don't know, unless I do something like let mute like wrote line. So we set this to false. I don't know if I can do this. I don't want to move, but I want to just update you. It's synchronous, so I'm only doing it one at a time. So if I file write all of you, we say wrote file or wrote line true, and then so that's close you. I mean, you're not yelling at this, and so then if I wrote the line, go ahead and write a new line there, and then I'm trimming. Okay, move out. Okay, so let's try this again. So I go hello out, ls append to out, cat out. Okay, that works. If I move out, I want to ls that out, cat out. Okay, that's fine. I want to out, cat something that doesn't exist, out, cat out. I mean, that's fine. So maybe we're working now. Git commit. We are maybe correctly putting new lines into redirected files. Hey, all the tests passed. We got all the tests passing. Excellent. I mean, this one took forever to do. So that was dual command pipeline. Mark you as complete.